Democrats, can you hear me? Looks like he dropped out from being.
I see him still. I still see him as
okay.
mic
I
up.
see a mic.
Yeah, I still see him mic.
Unmute yourself, dude. Democrats, unmute yourself.
I'll mod this for you.
Okay, but he's got to unmute himself. When he unmutes himself now.
He already unmuted himself.
Something.
He unmuted himself.
Yeah, but there's nothing. There's not. There we go. Something. Can you hear us?
I can. Sorry, it's my first space, which is what I told you in the beginning. So I appreciate you having me on, but I didn't know that I needed my phone to do this, and I'm more of a laptop guy.
Okay, no problem. All right, so what's the criticism here?
Well, the claim is that there is no nuance with regards to the death penalty. Either one believes that the death penalty is wrong, or they don't, because there's only one objection to the death penalty, which is a moral one. Either you really believe that someone should not be put to death because you're a Christian, or insert religion here, or you don't. Anything other than that is merely an argument to reform the death penalty. And that was basically my
point. That's kind of a, that's a silly position, though. I mean, you should see the hole in it right away, right?
There is no hole. There's no hole.
Yeah, okay, well, let me give a response here. So couldn't you be a Christian for the death penalty, but not be a Christian for the death penalty if you have an unjust government who's dishing out the death penalty where they shouldn't be?
At least theoretically, no. I mean, you have to first look at the Old
Why not?
I'm going to explain. First, you have to look at the Old Testament, which very clearly in the Ten Commandments says, thou shalt not commit murder. Then you have to look at the New Testament, because that's what we're supposed to, at least as Christians. And I'm not talking about other religions, because I am not as versed on other religions. But as a Christian, Christ is very clear in the New Testament about how we're supposed to treat people. And that is, you're in essence just supposed to turn the other cheek. Now, I'm not saying that I necessarily.
Yeah, but that's not contending. That's not contending with what I just said. So, if you were a Christian who believed in the death penalty, but believed that the state was unjust in doling the death penalty out, you could hold those two positions with no conflict, correct?
I don't think so. I think that you would have to just not.
Okay, well, what's then you need to. Okay, then hang on. Then you just need to show me the contradiction.
The contradiction is either one really believes that you don't put people to death via the government or by yourself, or you don't because you value human life so much that you don't believe that it's appropriate to punish someone in that way, and that is.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, bro. Yes, it would be if you held the position that murder is wrong and murder is right. That would be a contradiction. That would be P and not P. What's not P and not P is if you say it's the death penalty is justified killing, therefore not murder. But there's instances where the state could do it where it's not justified. That's not P and not P. Do you understand that?
I just disagree.
That's not a contradiction.
Disagree with you. I think.
Well, that's nice that you disagree, but show me the contradiction. I'm not interested in your mind state or your feelings. I want to know what the contradiction is.
And I'm not interested in yours. You're just wrong. There is no contradiction. It is a
I'm just wrong.
Statement. You either believe
there's no contradiction.
You either believe you don't kill people or you don't. That's it. Anything else is, in essence, you are.
What is murder?
What is murder? Murder is the taking of a human life.
Yeah, what is it? Okay, that's killing.
Yes.
What's murder?
And murder's a very similar animal. That's one element of murder.
Yeah. Well, I mean, life. Yes, it is. It is true. Somebody has to die for it to be murder. I agree. But killing and murder are two different things, right?
Yes.
Yes. Great. Got it. Yeah, wait. Got it. So you can be for killing in certain circumstances where it's not murder, then can't you?
I don't think as a Christian you can. I think if you want to talk about the law and how we as people see it.
Okay, hang on. Before we get to the Christian part, we're just looking to make sure that the position's coherent. Then you can refute what you think is Christian or not Christian. Right now, I just want to make sure the position's coherent. Can you believe that you can take life in a way which is justified, therefore it's not murder? Yes or no?
If you're asking me personally, the answer is yes. But that's not the argument.
No, I'm not asking you listen, I'm not asking you personally. I'm just asking about the coherency of the argument itself.
The argument is
Can
absolutely
a person,
coherent.
any person,
just because you say something's not
okay,
you're
great,
not God,
thank you,
Andrew. You're not God.
God.
Okay, you cannot kill people.
I didn't say I was God. What are you talking about? Okay, listen. Right now, I just want to make sure that that our positions are coherent. You said that a person cannot take the position, right? That of P and not P. I agree. So I'm asking where it's P and not P. If a person says, "Hey, I'm for killing in certain circumstances, but that's not murder," what is the contradiction there? There isn't one, right?
Right. If we want to talk about humans and we want to talk about the law, there is no contradiction.
There is no contradiction. Okay, great. So then it's a coherent position. So now we can move on to the second part of this. So why can't a Christian hold the position that there are times where life can be taken in a justified manner, but that the state will often deal it out in an unjustified manner? What's the contradiction there?
I'm not saying there's a contradiction there. If I'm hearing you correctly, what you're saying.
What's the problem with the position?
You keep interrupting. If you want me here, let me speak. If not, this is a waste of everybody's time. If you're asking me,
hey, dude, you've interrupted every bit as much as me. Calm down, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you sure? This is what you like to do. You like to play games. You like to name call. You like to interrupt people. I'm just trying to make an argument.
I didn't call you any names.
You called me retarded. I heard you very clearly. And I'm pretty
sure. Did I call you retarded? Did I call you retarded when the debate started?
That doesn't matter. You still said it.
I said maybe you're retarded. And by the way, it was an affectionate term used for a person who's being a boomer with technology. Do you think that I actually meant it in a malicious way? Or are you just being a bitch right now?
Again, you just got to resort to insults.
Yeah, whatever. You're just derailing. So let's get back to this, right? Tell me what the contradiction is if a Christian says that there are ways in which there can be justified taking of life where it's not murder, but the state doesn't do those out correctly. Where's the contradiction there?
What I'm saying is that as a Christian, one should not view killing anybody as appropriate. So it doesn't even get to the other part that you're talking about. That was my argument. And if one believes that, hold on, that's fine. I'm not saying they're wrong. What I'm saying is that anything other than that is basically we need to have a discussion about reforming the death penalty, that it is not about being against the death penalty. And you had argued that.
Okay, and are you a Christian, by the way?
I am.
Okay, so if somebody was raping your wife and you had a gun, you wouldn't kill him?
I didn't say that had anything to do with me. So here, a few minutes ago, you said, I'm not talking about you. Now you're giving me a hypothetical. If I walked in and somebody was raping my wife, I can tell you exactly what would happen. I would take out my 9mm that I'm trained to use because I did my time in the military, and I would handle my business. But that's not what this discussion is about. It's not about.
Well, then hang on. So hang on. Is that just?
I think in that scenario, as an individual, you're making a choice to give out justice. Whether it's justice in any true sense is a whole nother discussion.
Are you violating Christian ethics by doing that?
You absolutely are.
Okay, so then right, the most Christian thing you could do would be to let that guy rape your wife?
The most Christian thing you could do would be to try to stop him without killing him, and only kill him if they actually posed a threat to you. So you're assuming, for example, that
if they're raping your wife, they do, right?
Let me finish. If I walk in with my 9mm out and I tell them to get off my wife, 9 times out of 10, they're going to get off your wife. You know, in real life, it's not like it is in the movies. If you've never handled a weapon and you've never served and you've never had to deal with people in that capacity, most people comply when they have a gun to their head and it's cocked. That is a fact.
Okay, great. So he says no, he's not going to get off your wife. Would you shoot him?
In that scenario where you've tried everything else leading up to that, probably, yeah.
Is it justified?
For me, but that doesn't mean it's justified to God.
Okay, so is it a violation of Christian ethics?
I would argue yes.
That you shot him and killed him?
I would argue yes.
Okay, so why isn't it a violation of Christian ethics to kick him in the face?
Because you're attempting to stop him from committing the rape without killing him. You're trying to preserve the life.
Would you agree with me that if a person is a rapist and they're raping a woman right in front of you, for instance, like your wife, that chances are pretty good if you allow them to live, they'll probably go on to rape more women?
Absolutely, I would agree with that. But again, we're not talking about me.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about
So then, hang
Christianity.
on. So do you think that God also thinks that you should let people like that live so that they can go on and rape other women?
I don't pretend to know what God thinks. I pretend that He's clear in the Bible that we're not supposed to
No,
kill
you do
people.
pretend to know what God thinks because you're telling me what's a violation of Christian ethics. You're telling me that if somebody was raping your wife in front of you and you pulled out your gun and shot him, that's justification for you. You would consider yourself justified, but you consider that God would not consider that to be justified.
I think that it's complicated. You would have to ask for forgiveness. You'd have to really mean it.
You mean it's nuanced? Wait, bro, it's nuanced? Oh shit. Oh shit. What did I tell you my position was, bro? What did I tell you? My position was that it was what?
You did say you used the word nuance.
Now they use the word nuance. That's right. Why?
Well, we're here to
Because these
find
are
out, Andrew.
nuanced
We're here to
things,
find
right?
out.
Yeah. Well, didn't we just find out?
No,
What we
one
found out
hypothetical
was
doesn't
that
prove anything.
well, it proves that it proves either one of two things have to be true here. Either A, when you kill a person who's in the commission of a heinous act, like, I don't know, butchering a child, raping your wife, doing horrible things like this, that you think that there's condemnation against you, that this is violating Christian ethics. That's the first route we can go. The second route we can go is that it isn't. But there can't be any in between. It has to either be that it is or it isn't. It's justified or it's unjustified. So which is it?
Again, I think it depends. Are we talking about humanity or are we talking about Christianity? Hold on, Christianity. I think if we're talking about Christianity,
we're talking about Christianity.
I think the only
yes.
scenario in which you could ever take anyone's life in Christianity is probably self-defense. And you can use that to help other people, but your life would actually have to be in danger. So going back to your hypothetical, if I walked in and someone was raping my wife and I said, get off of her, and he got on the floor, and I called the cops and they came, there isn't any reason to kill him. Would I want to kill him as a human being? Of course I would want to kill him as a human being. But is that the Christian thing to do if you can subdue the suspect without ever actually firing a shot? Then that's probably the Christian thing to do. They're two different things.
Yeah, but this is a pivot though. So what you did was you changed the circumstance of the hypothetical, which is fine. In the context of this, where you say he gets up and he complies with all your demands, you can't shoot him, that would be unjust. Okay, I can accept that. That's not what the hypothetical was, though. It's what would it be just if he didn't comply and you shot him anyway under Christian ethics? And the answer appears to be yes.
I think that it is hard to say. You know, that's one of those things I really believe you would have
to. It's hard to say.
You would have to really, one, not me, but one would really have to pray for forgiveness, actually feel that they need to be forgiven, and reach out to God for that. I don't think it's automatic.
What do you need forgiveness for?
You took someone's life.
Forgiveness, yeah, in a justified way. Why does that imply forgiveness is necessary? What are you being forgiven for? Is it implying you think it's sinful and unjustified?
I think those are two.
What's sinful and unjustified about this?
I think those are two different things. Justified is one thing, and I agree in your hypothetical, hold on, that it might be justified.
No, if you're sinning, it can't be justified. If you're sinning, it can't be justified.
Justified is a legal term. It is not a biblical term. There is justification under the law.
No, it's a philosophical term, too. It's a philosophical term as well. Justified, grounded.
Okay.
Right? It's not just a legal term.
So it can be a philosophical
So we're talking about the philosophical term.
It can be a legal term.
Of justification.
But
yeah, but we're talking about the philosophical term here of justification.
Well, and it's nice when you change some rules like that. I'm fine with that.
I'm asking. That's what I'm asking about. I'm not asking about what's legal. I don't give a shit about that. We're asking about what's moral, right? Isn't that what you said? We're talking about what's moral. Why are you bringing legality into it? How am I changing the goalpost here?
Well, you're changing the goalpost because you didn't actually mention the word philosophy until now, which I'm fine with, by the way. But it's mostly just because
what do you think morality is? What do you mean?
Again, we would wanted to have laid some ground rules here. I don't have a problem talking about it. I'm just saying that's not where we started this discussion. So I'm fine continuing on.
Yes, it was. Here, I'll read it. I'm going to read it for you so that you understand that you made a moral claim. Literally, you made a moral claim. You said, Yeah, so either one truly believes killing someone is wrong or they don't. What does that have to do with the law?
Well, again, going back to justification, there are legal defenses regarding justification that make it less likely you're going to go to jail for using it. So it's relevant.
Yeah, so what? That has nothing to do with the law. It's either a person thinks that it's wrong or not. If the law, regardless of where the law fell on it, why would that have any bearing on whether it was wrong or right? There's unjust laws all the time that we ignore.
It would have,
because we don't think they're right or moral.
If I can respond,
this is a moral discussion. No one's talking about if we're just going to discuss the legality of it, then yeah, shoot him in the face. Totally legal. Who gives a shit? That has nothing to do with any bearing on Christian ethics at all.
Hold on.
Zero.
I'm going to disagree with you for a couple of reasons. The first is that the Bible clearly lays out that we are supposed to, obey just laws. And second of all,
those are moral claims. That's a moral claim.
It's also a biblical claim.
We ought to do that. No, well, that's a moral claim. All claims you're making from the Bible here in this context are going to be moral. We ought to do what the Bible says.
If we're looking
because that's moral, right?
If we're looking at it from a Christian perspective, then we ought to do what the Bible says. If we're looking at it from a legal perspective,
that's what's moral.
Are you going to let?
Yeah,
are you
not
looking
at it from a legal perspective.
Or should I just bail out of this space? Because you.
Well, I want you to answer the fucking question that I asked you first, and then you give me the rebuttal. Most of the time, I interrupt you is because you're not answering what I'm asking you.
And maybe you should be more clear, Andrew. Maybe you should be clear.
Okay, I'll be very fucking clear. Yes or no? We're supposed to follow the Bible because that's what's moral.
Yes.
Yes or no?
For the purpose of this discussion.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, it doesn't. Yes. Okay. So yes or no? It doesn't really matter at all if it's lawful or not, because we're going to adhere to the morality of the Bible, aren't we? Yes or no?
There's a caveat there, though. Yes, I would agree with you, but where I was going with it is that anybody who has any level of understanding about the law may or may not make a decision based on that knowledge because they don't want to suffer the consequences of what the law is going to bring down on them. That is to say, they may not shoot that person and even put themselves in danger because they're afraid to commit an act that's going to get them to go to prison. So to pretend that it has no bearing on this conversation at all is just laughable on its face.
It's completely irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant. We're only talking about the moral claims here, not about the lawful claims. When you're talking about justification here, we're asking, is this moral under Christian ethics to do X, not whether or not the law sees it as moral. Laws can be changed. Christian ethics is universal. It's unchanging. Yes?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, great. Then the law doesn't apply here. So we're just talking about the morality of it itself. So I'm going to ask you again, under Christian ethics, if a man's brutally raping your wife and refuses to stop and you're armed and you shoot him, what are you repenting for?
Well, first, I'm going to say again, you've changed the hypothetical, and that's fine. You've now inserted the word brutal, and you've now acknowledged that you've changed it to acknowledge my.
Here, let me. You know what? I'll make it even easier. I'll make it even easier, right? As he's brutally raping her, okay, she happens to be on her period. He wipes the period blood off and draws a pentagram on his forehead while he maniacally is laughing. It doesn't change the concept at all. No matter how much more I add to it, it just shows the absurdity of you ducking the question.
No, it doesn't.
Let you shoot his ass in the face, then let me ask the question. If you shoot his ass in the fucking face under Christian ethics, right? Have you done something immoral or not?
I am going to respond because you changed the hypothetical. God. I originally posited that I could point a gun and ask him to get off my wife, and most people would do it. So now you've changed that, which is fine. But I want you to acknowledge you changed it because you want to play this game. The reality is it doesn't change. You're right. The hypothetical, despite your changes, doesn't change. But if you take someone's life, you darn well better repent. And if you don't get that, that's something I would encourage you to take up with your pastor. Because if you take somebody's life, that's serious business. It's not a joke. It's not something that you take lightly. I'm going to guess you didn't serve in the military. And if you did, you didn't see any combat. Because it's something that weighs on you when you take somebody's life, even if it's justified. So you better have.
Oh my God! Stop fucking prattling! Stop fucking prattling, and just tell me what is unethical about it. Where is it unethical for you to shoot this guy who's brutally raping your wife in front of you, draws a pentagram on his forehead, and is maniacally laughing and won't stop? How's that fucking unjustified under Christian ethics? How?
As I said before, and I'll say again, you can make an argument for justification. All I'm adding to your position is that after it happens, one should probably show repentance to God.
For what? For what?
Taking a life.
Then that would be unjustified, dipshit. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to repent. You just contradicted yourself.
I just disagree with you. And again,
that's not. You can't just disagree. You just contradicted yourself.
Again, your superior wit and your superior IQ that you have to work.
Bro, I'm gonna listen. I just want to point this out so that you understand this. You just contradicted yourself. Here's your position, Andrew. It's totally justified for you to shoot that guy under Christian ethics, right? And then on the second breath, you say, but you need to repent because it's not justified. That's a performative contradiction, sir. Yes, I do think that that's.
It isn't.
I do think that that's dipshittery. Yes, I do.
And you can listen.
Well, then what are you repenting for?
You can call me all the names you want. It changes nothing.
Well, what are you repenting? What are you repenting for? What was the sin?
Okay, let's be clear. The hypothetical that you've given us is a horrible hypothetical, but he's not murdering her.
Agreed.
He's raping her, which is, again, I agree that it's horrible. However, if you use force to take someone's life, then you ought to acknowledge that you have taken a life and then you repent. So justified is a word you've chosen for this discussion, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's some win-all word for a debate.
Then you're saying that it wasn't justified.
I think that.
Do you understand that?
I think,
like you're just saying you have, if you have to repent for something, it's because you did something which was not justified. Do you understand? Otherwise, what are you repenting for?
For taking a life.
Do I repent for things
like taking a life?
Okay, so that would be, so then taking life is never justified then.
Well, my original position was that was exactly true.
Answer my question first.
That was my original position.
So then taking, so I just want to make sure I got this right. Taking, because you recanted that and said under self-defense it was fine, but now you've recanted that. So what you're actually saying is that just taking a life, no matter what the circumstances are, is always wrong.
That was my original claim, yes, that you cannot, as a Christian, believe in that. But you keep going back and forth and asking me my personal opinion. I'm not saying that's my personal opinion. If I walk in and someone's raping my wife, I'm probably going to take their life. I know I'm going to hell. I'm fine with that. That has nothing to do with me personally. We're talking about what is.
So you think you're going to go to hell? Well, you think you're going to go to hell for killing a person, brutally raping your wife?
I think that's up to God. But setting that aside, my point is, as a Christian, you're not supposed to be in support of the death penalty. Because let's be clear, you've twisted this whole thing. You're giving me a hypothetical. The hypothetical you've given me is not about the death penalty. The death penalty has to do with the state putting someone to death. That's what the death penalty is. You've just given me a hypothetical about my personal actions because I'm not sure that you know what the death penalty is. But the death penalty has to do with, the government actually taking life. Self-defense and defense of others are two different things.
Well, no, that's not the case, right? So the state can take a life in cases where it's justified, right?
But that's not my point. I'm parsing out the difference between the death penalty,
but it's my point,
which is what we're supposed to be talking about, and the hypothetical
that is what we're talking about,
which would actually fall under something else.
Yeah. Do you want me to tie them together for you so that you understand?
I already understand. I wanted you to acknowledge that you don't get it.
Well, then
you would have given me a different hypothetical if you did.
Yeah. So I'll tie them together so that you understand. If it is indeed the case that there's a justification for an individual to take a life under certain circumstances, and that's not considered murder by yourself or under Christian ethics, then we would need to apply that same logic to the state when the state takes a life, right?
I don't think so.
Okay, why not?
Because
why is the state always unjust in taking a life, even if there's times where you are going to be just taking a life?
I never said that they were. I'm just saying that the power of the state is not the same as the power of the individual, is what I'm saying.
No, nobody's arguing that. I'm arguing for consistency. I'm asking
You're putting them on the same playing field. They're not on the same playing field. It's not consistent.
Yes, well, I'm just when it is consistent. If you are justified taking a life under certain circumstances, why wouldn't the state be justified under the same circumstances? That's the question.
Okay. In that scenario, going back to the hypothetical that you've given me, the state doesn't take life for that. Mm-hmm. Most states do not acknowledge that you killed someone because they've committed rape. I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm saying most states only put people to death for the death penalty. So in your own hypothetical, that does not work.
This is pure obfuscation. All we have to do is just change the conditional and say, okay, there's a state that does. Why would they be wrong?
It is not, because we have to deal with the factual world around us, not just you changing the rules every time you're losing.
Okay, well, is it factual that a state could easily change a law so that a person who raped multiple women could get the death penalty? The answer is yes.
Hold on.
So that would be living in the factual world.
I would say they can change it, but I don't think easily would be the word.
But they can. So it is factual. It's based in reality. But even if it wasn't based in reality, you would still need to contend with the hypothetical. The hypotheticals don't need to be based in reality. They only need to be based on testing your logic. So the consistency here still stands. State changes law. Now you rape 3 or more women, you get the death penalty. Okay? State changes the law. By the way, states used to have laws like that, by the way. They used to hang you for stealing horses, for instance. So the thing is like, yes, why would the state be unjust in the taking of a life for the exact same thing that you are justified in taking a life for? That's my question. Why would they be?
The reason that works, at least used to work, and I will acknowledge your factual basis for the hanging of people in like the Old West and other places, is because we have given power to the state to do these things. There is a process. They have done an investigation. They have found this person guilty. Presumably, in your hypothetical, they've raped 3 or 4 people. We've got DNA. We know that they did it. And then we as a society conclude that they should be put to death.
So anyway, can you answer my question now?
I did answer your question.
Mike, okay, so I'll ask my question again. And just so you know, when you listen to this recording back, you should listen to why it is that I interrupt you to make you answer the actual question I ask you. And you can go to right this part where I asked you this question and you jumped into a summarization of how the thing works rather than asking the direct question I asked of why one would be justified and the other would not under the same conditionals. So I'm going to ask you this question again. Why would you be justified in the taking of life, but not the state under the exact same conditionals? I don't want to hear about the process. The process is not relevant. I want to hear why you would be justified and the state would not be.
To begin with, I object to the word justification. Justification is a defense. It is not an absolute. Let me finish. The difference between the two scenarios is you have a person who walks in and sees his wife being raped. They react in a way that we can almost all understand that his wife is being attacked and she's being raped, and he feels like he needs to save her, and he kills the guy. The state doesn't have a soul. The state is not a person. The state,
what if it's a police officer?
Now you're changing the hypothetical again. Let me answer the question. The state, using the death penalty, again, the death penalty, an officer shooting somebody is not the death penalty. I don't even think you know what you're talking about. You keep changing the hypothetical.
What is it? Well, hang on. Is an officer an extension of the state?
They are, but it is without the same process, so it doesn't qualify as a discussion of the death penalty. It's an officer-involved killing. We have actual language that addresses what it is.
Okay, so just so I got this clear, you believe that if there's an officer of the state who employs death, you wouldn't consider that to be the death penalty. You only narrowly consider the death penalty to be process-based on whether or not you are convicted in the court of law, and then there's like lethal injection or hanging at the end of it?
I think that's the standard definition and discussion of the death penalty, although I see the correlation you're making, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying when you talk about the death penalty, you're not typically talking about the hypo you've given me or the police officer you've given me. We're talking about cases where people have murdered people, they go through a process, and they're put to death by the state.
Okay, so then if that's the case, and you're just narrowly going after the death penalty as just a state process in which the state should not be able to deal out death as a form of a process, then you agree with my position. Look at that shit.
I never said that.
Look at that shit.
I said that from a Christian perspective.
You think that the state...
Hold on. My claim was that from a Christian perspective, that people who are Christian do not support the death penalty. That was my position. I'm not saying about anything. I support the death penalty. I don't care if people get put to death because they rape and kill women. I don't have a problem with that personally. My claim was that if you're a Christian, which is what you somewhat claim to be, you can't support the death penalty. And all I wanted was some discussion about like why.
Right. And
why
hang on.
That
so
was
wait. Got it. So as a Christian, you're saying, as defined by you, The death penalty being a narrow process in which the state can adjudicate death of a person after a lengthy trial is not a thing Christians should support. And I don't support that, right?
Well, I don't claim to know what you support, but I agree with everything else.
I just told you. So since I don't support that, you would agree with my Christian position then, wouldn't you?
Again, you have not actually said anything. All you've done is name call and give me hypothetical after hypothetical.
I literally just told you, I also am not in support of, if you're defining the death penalty as only being narrowly a definition of the state has a process in which you are convicted and then they issue death, that I also don't support that. That was my position before that you were critiquing. And then when I said, wait a second, there's some nuance to the position when we're talking about murder, which is what you brought up, I said, ultimately, you were just going to end up agreeing with me in this argument because you also believe that there's justifications for taking life, but you don't want to give those justifications to the state, just like me. Look at that. Isn't that great? We came to an agreement.
Am I going to be allowed to speak
like
now,
I said we would.
Okay, I won't.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me where you disagree with me.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. So, based on what you just said, that you agree with me, because it was my hypothetical that was posed. I don't agree with you. You agree with me. I said in my first post to you that a Christian doesn't believe in supporting the death penalty in essence. So you're agreeing with me. I'm not agreeing with you. Let's be clear about that. All this argument was over nothing. You could have just said, hey, man, I agree with you.
Yeah, this is really funny. So the thing is do you agree with me that people don't always have the same definitions of words? Like death penalty is going to mean different things to different people. You're going to hear, for instance, progressives advocate that state officers who shoot people are giving them a death penalty with no judge, jury. They're just acting as the executioner, right? So there's all sorts of different and variety of definitions for what people mean by death penalty. You agree with that, right?
I think that's political rhetoric. It is not a legal definition and therefore isn't relevant to the conversation about the death penalty.
It is relevant. It doesn't need to be legal for you to have a proprietary definition of something, right?
I disagree. I
think
that you can get out and say things.
Yeah, you disagree?
Hold on. People who are political entrepreneurs, whether they're on the right or they're on the left, can go out all day long, every day, and make claims that are not true or that are half true. But all of those things do not make the legal definition of the commentary that they make. You know, all these people who say, oh, you know,
they're making moral claims, though. They're making moral claims, not legal claims. And that's what we're talking about is a moral claim.
You can't know what they're making. You don't know what everybody says is a moral claim. It can simply be because it can simply be because that's how they make their money and they get paid to make stupid statements all day long. And that's on both sides.
It wouldn't change the fact that these are moral claims.
Hey guys. How about this? Let's make it a little easier on the both of you.
How about, let me finish.
No, you're gonna like this. How about, if you guys are gonna talk about moral and not legal, how about we talk about what's in the Bible in regards to murder and death?
Well, let's start with this. Let's just start with this. I don't understand how you can even say this, how you can say that these aren't moral claims that they're making. They're making moral claims. Now, you can infer that they're disingenuous about them, but they're still moral claims. You agree with that, right? They are making moral claims.
Here's the problem, why I disagree with you. I think I go the other way. If they actually believed it, like if you had a progressive and they actually believed all the stupid things that comes out of progressive mouths, and they truly believe that, I would say it's a moral claim. If someone is paying you to post stuff on X or do videos, they're just making content. And that, I think, is a different thing. I get that they might be making content with the guise of a moral claim, but if they don't really believe it, I don't think they're actually making a moral claim. They're just entertaining.
No, there would still be a moral. Listen, even if I didn't believe anything that I said, the claim would still have a category. And the category of this claim is a moral claim, right?
I would put it as political speech. I wouldn't put it as a moral claim. It's disingenuous. They're getting paid. They're not saying it because they actually believe it.
Okay, when you make a claim, right, it's going to be categorized. Do you agree with that? There's going to be categories to claims. This is an empirical claim. Hang on. Let me give you some examples. I'm going to give you examples.
I just gave you one. What about movies? Go ahead. Tell me about how movies are so moral.
What would the claim about the movie be? And then I can tell you the category.
Pick any political movie you want.
Okay, what's the claim about it? And then I'll tell you the category the claim goes in. Go ahead.
This is my point. See, you don't even know what you're talking about. You should be able to rattle
What?
off a dozen
What?
political
What do you
movies off
mean?
the top of your head. Pick the
Just-
one you're
just
most
tell me,
comfortable
bro.
with, and then talk about it.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying again. If person make claim, that claim go under category. You just said, what about movies? As though that says something. That says nothing. You have to tell me what the claim would be, and then I'll give you the category of the claim, which is what we're talking about.
Here's the category. It's entertainment. That's the category. Political
What
speech.
the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking?
So you're saying entertainment is not a category?
No, what I'm telling you is that if you make a claim about something, a claim, then claims are going to fall under categories. They're going to be empirical claims. They might be ontological claims. They might be etymology-based claims. They could be, I don't know, epistemological claims. They could be all sorts of different claims, right? If you make a claim, it's going to fall under a category. If you make a claim about murder, it can fall under multiple categories. But in the case of the death penalty, it's a moral claim, right?
Again, since we were talking about entertainment and you just rattled off a bunch of stuff, I'm going to respond and say, I think you missed. I agree with a lot of what you said, but I think you missed one important point. What is the basis of the claim? What is the basis of the claim? What is the intent?
Yes, what's the basis of the claim? Yes, it's a moral claim, right?
And not for everybody. That's my point. If there are people who it's pure entertainment or it's just a job, it isn't. It goes under entertainment.
No, they would still be a claim, which would go under a category even if you didn't believe it. You understand that?
I just think they could
like
go under more than one category.
Like if I just want to, just for the sake of like being the funniest person ever, and just for the sake of entertainment, I posted a claim that women are dumber than men, right? That claim that I'm making still has a category, right?
Okay, but hold on. How are we getting to that category?
Right. Can you just answer the fucking question? Does it have one or not?
I don't have to answer your questions. I don't work for you. Second of all,
I don't have to answer your questions.
Let me speak, or there's no reason to be here. Just shut up for a minute.
I don't care, then leave. You don't answer questions anyway. People are going
to look at you and based on you and your public persona, your videos, your tweets, and all that. And that's what's going to help them put it into a category. It doesn't automatically go into a category. You are a factor in that post. And that's
all claims go in a category. Yes, all claims go in a category. All claims go in a category. All of them. Every one of them.
I'm not
all of them go in a category. Okay, great. So, okay, yes, but that was not ever in dispute. You just said, well, it's in an entertainment category. There's no entertainment claim, bro. That's not a logical claim. That's the entertainment fallacy. Like, what are you talking about? Do you understand when I say there's a moral claim that you're making a moral claim?
Andrew, you're being
disingenuous with logic. Am I out logicking you? I'm sorry.
You are being disingenuous because humor has existed since the dawn of time, and to pretend that there aren't things that go in the category of comedy or entertainment is disingenuous.
Not when it comes to claims. Not when it comes to logical claims. What are you talking about? There's no entertainment claim. What do you mean?
You're saying when The View says things, everybody just takes it at face value?
If they're making a claim on The View, it's going to fall under a claim category, dude. What are you talking about?
And I'm arguing that most people recognize it as entertainment and not political punditry unless you're a moron.
It doesn't matter if it's political punditry or entertainment or whatever. If it's a claim, it has a category that comes along with it. Perhaps it's an empirical claim. Perhaps it's an ontological claim. Like, what do you mean? I don't claim, right?
Well, again, now you've changed the hypothetical. You've added a study.
A bullshit study that I made up. One that I made up. You know what? The study literally is stamped. This is all satire and bullshit, and I made it the fuck up. It's still an empirical claim, right?
I would hope no one would take it serious as an empirical claim.
Yeah, of course they wouldn't take it seriously, but it's still a type of claim. That's my point. It's still a claim.
I'm saying it's not an empirical claim. By your own your own definition, it's not an empirical claim. It's an
And what else would it be? Now, you can't make entertainment claims. What are you
I
talking
just
about?
did, Andrew. I just did.
Okay, you just did. Okay, bro. I'm glad. You know, from now on, I'm just going to be like, this is an entertainment claim. Can you logically walk through me? I'm making an entertainment claim right now.
I can.
Can
If
you
you'll let me
logically
speak.
walk through my? Can you logically walk through
I
my
can.
entertainment claim?
I already did.
Okay,
I
I
said there
can't
needs,
wait.
hold on. There needs to be a basis for a claim. If the only basis one has is simply to entertain, and most people understand, for example, I don't know, pick your favorite comedian, Jimmy Fallon or whoever, and they go out there and they give those stupid political jokes that they do in the evening. Most people understand those are at least attempts at humor, even if you don't laugh, because I don't laugh and haven't laughed in a long time about these types of jokes. But we still understand as a society those quote unquote claims are simply meant to entertain. When you want to talk about the death penalty, that's significantly more serious than somebody making a joke on Saturday Night Live or the Jimmy Fallon show or whatever.
And it's a moral claim, right?
Not if it's not intended as a moral claim.
Oh, okay. So how else would it be intended? As an entertainment claim?
As humor. As humor.
Oh, as a humor claim. I wasn't aware that you could make entertainment claims. I mean, that's new to me.
It doesn't matter what you know or you don't know. If you want to pretend that you don't believe truly that intent matters when you put something else out into the world, that's on you. But I think I've seen your videos, a few of them. I think you're smart enough to know that intent matters and that you understand what I'm saying is if one person attempts to entertain, that is nowhere near the seriousness of us having a discussion about the death penalty, its ramifications.
That's great, but that just has nothing to do with whether or not these things go in claim categories or not. Just nothing.
Because you would probably dismiss them and you wouldn't worry about being in a claim category.
Yeah, I would dismiss the claim, but it would still go under a specific category, wouldn't it? Right?
Well, make a
and it wouldn't be an entertainment reference, right?
Give us the hypothetical. Let's see where we can put it.
Yeah, sure. I post a bullshit study about men being smarter than women.
And is this the same one with the graph where you've already noted the sarcasm?
And then I post ha 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 at the top.
Then most people would reject that as an empirical claim.
I agree. Most people would reject it, but it would still.
It would go to the side.
Yeah, but how would you categorize that as a claim, though? As what?
You wouldn't, because you rejected it as an empirical claim.
Oh my God.
Basically just going in the garbage.
Whatever you say, dude. Okay, bro. Okay, it's not an empirical claim. I get it. We can make entertainment claims. I'll just, you know what?
Look, it's not.
You're right. This whole thing has been an entertainment claim. It would be an empirical claim. You would just dismiss it.
It's not empirical. If you just make up data, that's not empirical.
Bro, what else would it be?
It's faulty work. That's what it would be.
Yes, I agree. It's faulty work. Yes.
Hold on. Let me give a real example. If you went out,
I can't wait.
Excuse me. If you went out and you counted the unhoused where I live, and you just made up a bunch of data, and then somebody came back and checked your work and found out that you inflated those numbers to get money, that quote unquote empirical claim would be thrown out. It would no longer be in the empirical category because nobody would take it serious.
So wait a second. So you would make a claim of something that would be faulty, and we would say the claim was false. Now, whoa, this is fucking crazy. Tell me more.
Right. So what I'm saying is, just because somebody claims something does not mean.
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think a claim is? It's you presenting something.
I think there needs to be a legitimate argument.
No, that's not a claim. That's not what a claim is, bro.
So where do you put Jimmy Fallon and Jimmy Kimmel? Where do you put their claims?
Well, it depends on what type of claim they're making.
Well, let's say they're making fun of Trump because that's what they like to do. Where do you put all that stuff, honestly?
It depends. Give me an example of a claim, and I'll tell you the category I'd put it under.
I don't know. They're just making fun of him because of his tan or his hair. One of the two. They're both superficial. What would you do with them?
Well, again, so I'm not sure what type of claim that may fall under off the top of my head, but it would fall under a logical claim. It probably wouldn't be empirical, right? It may be an analytical claim. I'm not exactly sure, but it would fall under a claim category.
Right, and I'm not sure which claim category they would go under either. And that's my point.
Yeah, just great. Then all you got to do is just
classify.
That's great.
And
I just need you to say that it
serious.
is a claim. Yeah, I just need you to say that it is a claim, though. That's all.
But it's not a serious claim.
Yeah, but it is a claim, right?
It's a joke.
But it is a claim.
I guess if they say it's a claim, but I think intent matters, and I think you're jumping over that part. And they
I agree.
yeah,
but nobody's ever disputing this. Only that claims have categories. So again, we tie this all back to we're having a moral argument.
Category. Where do you stick it? That's what I'm saying.
Well, I did. I told you 50 times. It's a moral claim.
You said it's not.
We're talking about.
I don't know. Those were your words.
I know. I said maybe analytical. Maybe it's an analytical claim.
Well, maybe it's pretty strong there, Andrew. You might be careful with those words.
Yeah. So wait a second. Okay, it's an analytical claim. Is that better?
But
it's still a claim.
Your position.
Yeah. Like if you say Trump has
orange hair. Let's not waste time on this. I'll just concede for you. No.
Let's waste time on this. No, let's waste time on this. I really enjoy wasting time on this because it's pointing something out that's pretty obvious, right? The whole time you've been talking smack, right? And you don't know thing one about logical structures at all. Nothing. You just said that there could be entertainment claims. And when I just asked you to just simply clarify that people can make all sorts of absurd claims, but they're still claims and they would go in a category so that we could distinguish that we're talking about a moral category here, you just fought tooth and nail about nothing.
I didn't.
Why? What was even the purpose?
Hold on.
What was even the purpose?
I added something important that you're just jumping over, and that there must be a basis for the claim that intent matters. I've said that at least 3 times. If you don't agree with that, that's totally fine. But just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean that it's not true. We recognize intent. Intent matters when we do things. Intent matters when we say things. Intent is a very important concept.
Yeah, but this was never a dispute. Nobody's disputing whether intent was a concept that we adhere to. It has nothing to do with whether or not with whether or not claims go in categories.
Hold on. You've been disputing it because you refuse to recognize that one's intent could definitely change what category that it goes in, which was my point to begin with.
As long as you admit it goes in, as long as you admit it goes in a claim category, I'm fine with moving on.
Then we'll put it in the entertainment category and move on.
So it does go in a claim category?
I've already said entertainment category like 3 times.
Is that okay? So there's entertainment claims?
There is now.
Oh, okay. There is now. Got it. All
Let
right.
me tell you something.
Yeah.
Andrew.
We'll just move back to
exists for one thing a long time doesn't mean it can't change and it can't evolve. Okay, we can change structures. We can create new categories. It's fine.
I agree. We have a new claim category, the entertainment claim category. So yeah, from now on, when I make logical claims that are absurd, I'll say it's an entertainment claim.
Let me respond to that.
But anyway,
hold on. Most of the time, you don't make those kinds of claims. I give you credit. You don't come out and say stupid things. And that's what I'm distinguishing. I'm distinguishing between someone who makes a legitimate claim, as you most of the time do, and people who say stupid things or make jokes. That's the distinction I'm making. I would take you, when you make a point, as being someone who makes a more serious claim that you should entertain, not just some offhand stupid comment about the fact you don't like Trump's hair. That's the distinction that I'm making.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, that's great, but it just had no bearing on what we were talking about. But so anyway, I guess
you've already agreed it does. You've already agreed intent matters. You've already agreed it does.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter to the purpose of whether or not claims have categories, which is all we were trying to establish. So anyway, back to what we were talking about. So back to the death penalty. I just want to let you know that I didn't actually get an answer from you on this question. What would create a justification for the state that the individual wouldn't have? Right? So just to make sure I got your position correct, and I'll steel man it, there are instances where individuals can take life and it's justified, right? Or it's never justified to take a life.
The original claim, if I can speak, the original claim was as a Christian, not talking about me, just talking about Christianity.
Okay, when I say you in this sense, I just mean Christians.
I know, but I just want to clarify so people who are listening know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm not saying you, the individual.
I'm saying that as a Christian, no. In either situation, you really don't want to have to do it. If you're forced to do it, the only thing I added was that you would probably want to show repentance to God for taking a life. Forgiveness is an important concept. I would implore everyone to look into it. And I would say that as horrible as a person as they are, for anybody who's never taken a life, who's never served in the military or never been an officer, it stays with you. It's not a joke. And you will, in fact, get on your knees at some point and pray to God that he forgives you 9 times out of 10. Because it is such a serious thing.
Don't you think that there's a category difference between you're a soldier in an army, perhaps drafted, perhaps not, and sent to another country and you're under duress and orders to obey to kill the enemy versus somebody is horribly raping your wife right in front of you and you shoot them when you're talking about justification? I just think these are 2 different categories we should separate out.
They can be, but they can also overlap because you could be a soldier who walks around the corner and sees a woman being brutally raped and have a similar.
Yeah, but why would you ask for forgiveness for that though?
I think you're missing the important aspect here is simply the value.
I sure am.
That's all it is.
I sure.
That
yeah. Okay. Yeah. You agree.
Hold on. If you're a Christian, you value life.
Yeah.
If you value life, having to take life is not something you do easily. It is not something you do simply. It is what distinguishes us from psychopaths, because psychopaths
are more moral. Okay, is it more moral in that situation if he won't stop to take his life or to not take his life?
I think ultimately, if he won't stop, that most people would probably take his life.
No, that's not what I asked you. Repeat my question back. Repeat my question back so I know you got it.
I got it. I answered it. That is
then repeat it.
True.
Then repeat it. Then fucking repeat it. Repeat it. Repeat my question.
I don't work for you, Andrew. I'm not.
Yeah, you won't repeat it. You because you didn't answer it.
You oppose this.
Is it more moral?
Most people would probably do it if they had to.
Oh my God. Yeah, I didn't ask you what most people would do. Is it more moral under Christian ethics to let him continue raping your wife or to kill him? Which is more moral?
I've already said most people would kill him.
I didn't ask you what most people would fucking do. Did I say what would most people do? Did I ask you anything about most people? Did I say the word most or people? No, I asked you this question. Is it more moral if there is an individual Christian in that situation for him to take the life or not take the life?
I would say if we're talking about Christianity and God, you would try to do everything you could to not take his life. And there are lots of scenarios where you can do that. But again,
bake in the hypothetical.
Ultimately,
oh my God.
If you have
I'm just going to keep asking it until you answer it.
I'm not using the term moral on purpose because
I'm not asking you.
Hold on.
Not asking you what you would do.
You have not acknowledged how valuable human life is, and that taking somebody's life is a big deal. That's the point that I'm making.
So I'm just going to ask.
But the question of morality is murky.
I'll just ask again. Is it more moral in this situation where somebody is violently raping your wife and will not stop, even under duress from you, to take his life or let him continue? Which is more moral?
From a Christian perspective, I would argue you just have to physically remove him and not shoot him. A male that can't handle another man, or are you somebody who can actually fight? That's a factor, right? I mean, I can handle myself, so I'm not worried about walking into that situation not being able to take care of somebody because I did my time in the military. I know how to subdue somebody. I know very well the 3 things they teach is the knees, the ball.
Hang on a second. I want to make sure Andrew's here. Andrew, did you drop? I think Andrew dropped. Okay, I just saw him unmute himself.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah.
Sorry.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm just, after he's done with his diatribe, I'll just go ahead and ask again until he answers. Go ahead. Go ahead, dude. Go ahead, bro. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, bro.
He's unmuted. I don't know. Hey, you go ahead and speak, man.
No, his mic is muted. There he goes. Okay.
Sorry about that, Andrew. What I'm trying to get at is the reason I'm trying to dance around the morality question is because I think it's complicated. I honestly think as a Christian, unless he's actually trying to kill her, you probably don't have justification to take his life. I don't think that's what Jesus would do. But I said, but if you're asking me as a man, I probably would. And there's a distinction there because life is valuable and we're not supposed to take life as Christians. I'm not saying that's what I would do. I'm just arguing from a Christian perspective that we're not supposed to kill people.
I'm not asking what you would do, so I'll make it as uncomplex as possible, okay? You are transported by fucking aliens into an alien ship, okay? And there's an alien rapist raping your wife, and they just want to do a social experiment for funsies. The first one, you push the button, and alien rapist dies. Wife stops getting raped. Button 2, okay, he continues until completion. What's the more moral button to push?
That's an interesting hypothetical I've never heard before, Andrew. But
yeah,
I would
it's
say
impossible for you to evade. It's impossible for you to evade.
Well, no, it is because the answer doesn't change because you change the rules of the hypothetical. You just like to play games. As I said,
which button do you push?
As a Christian, you're not supposed to kill people. So if you're asking me from a Christian perspective,
which button should the Christian push? Which button should the Christian push?
The second button.
The button that kills the guy.
No, that was the first button.
Okay, the first button. So if the Christian should let his wife get raped to completion, I just want to make sure I got that right.
I think if you read the Bible, that's what it says. I'm not saying
I just want. Well, wait. How do you not agree with what Christians are supposed to do if you're a Christian?
I already told you. I know I'm going to hell. It wouldn't be a problem for me. I would handle.
So then you're not a Christian.
I believe in God. I believe my family and my children and my wife come first, and I would do what I had to do to protect my children, even if
to get this right, God commands you to do this, but you wouldn't do it because God's wrong.
If that's what I had to do, and He wants to send me to hell for it, that's just the way that it is.
And so you think the most moral thing a Christian could do is let wife get raped to completion. Otherwise, you might risk going to hell, and you would definitely ignore that unjust God's command because you don't agree with it. Is that right? Do I have this right?
Well, hold on. First of all, you're using a word we hadn't talked about before. You're saying an unjust God. If we're talking about God, the Christian God, I don't think you can automatically throw in unjust God. It
must be unjust if He's telling you to do shit that you refuse to do because you don't think it's just. I don't know how
it just means I'm not a good and faithful servant.
Okay, so you're not a Christian then.
Not in that
like situation. You would violate. Like you would, so you would purposely violate Christian ethics. So basically, you think God wants you in that situation under Christian ethics to let your wife get raped until completion. That's what you actually think that He wants, but you wouldn't do that, of course, because you're just not a good enough Christian.
That's absolutely correct, Andrew. I'm not a good enough Christian to allow.
I'm good with this combo, bro. I appreciate your time.
So because I don't agree with you, you're just done? Okay.
No, I think that's a perfectly good place to leave this as a conclusion.
Well, why don't you give me some scripture that says I'm wrong?
Why? Well, I don't, dude. If it is the case that you can logically come to the conclusion that you would contradict a commandment you believe that God gave you because it's unjust and allow your wife to get raped by not allowing your wife to get raped to completion, if you can stop it, then I don't think I even need to demonstrate anything further than that.
Well, first of all, so you like to play with language because I don't think we're done. You said you keep changing terms. Stop it. Stop it could mean all kinds of things. You could wrestle someone to the ground. You could have a gun. You could have a bat. You could stop it. You're intertwining stop it with killing someone, and that's the point I'm making. Is that there's a difference, and when you take a life, it's serious business. Okay.
Yeah, I know it's serious business. I get it.
I don't think you do. And I'm going to guess if you served in the military, you didn't have to take anybody's life, because if you did, your tone would be a little bit different. But setting aside your personal experience.
Wait. How would my code be different? So I would kill a rapist who was raping my wife. You would kill a rapist who's raping your wife. You served in the military and killed people, but I didn't serve in the military and kill people. So how would my code be different again, dude?
Your code would be different, as I've said multiple times, that after you take the life, you show repentance and you go to God and you ask for forgiveness, even if it's what He wanted you to do, to say, I humble myself to you, God. I did this horrible thing. It's what I felt I needed to do. Please forgive me for taking a life. That's the difference. I don't know why you can't get that or refuse to acknowledge that life is really important and taking life is a horrible thing. I'm not saying we shouldn't take it, and I'm not even against the death penalty or if we have to fight in a war, World War II was a just war as an example.
I know, bro. The perfect Christian lets his wife get raped to completion if he has to kill a rapist. I get it. I understand.
I'm saying, tell me where I'm wrong.
Listen, I am perfectly happy leaving the conversation there. I'll let your position stand on its own merits.
I know, but I'd like you to tell me where I'm wrong. If you disagree with me,
I could. Well, here's the thing.
Life. You've changed your hypothetical, and
here's the thing, though. Right?
And he's going to kill her. That changes the hypothetical.
Here's the thing. Like, I could, but what's the point? It's way better to just let this absurdity stand on its face for people to listen to later. So I'm happy where the conversation ended up, and I appreciate your time.
Yeah, play games, Andrew. That's how you are. You can't bring a real argument. That's it. I waited. I'm waiting for you to refute my claim, and you haven't refuted it yet. So in essence, I won because my original claim was that as a Christian,
take your W, bro.
You're
right. Take your W. A perfect Christian lets his wife get raped to completion if he has to kill a rapist. Take your W.
And I'm not saying I like that. I'm just saying show me where I'm wrong.
I know. What do I do? I'll just let your claim stand, bro.
Why can't you argue against it? Why can't you go to the
Bible
and say, here's what I think
do you realize
Do
you realize that I don't need to argue a position you yourself don't believe?
I realize we're here to have argument and discussion, which is why I came on the show.
I don't need to argue. Listen, I already argued you into the absurdity of your position. There's nothing else I need to do here.
It's not
my work here, sir. My work here, sir, is done. Nobody listening to this believes that you believe that because you wouldn't even do it yourself. They don't even believe you, bro.
I said I wouldn't do it myself. I
know they don't. None of them believe you. None of them believe that you think the perfect Christian lets his wife get raped to completion rather than kill the rapist. Nobody believes you. Nobody.
But then
why do I need to correct? Why do I need to correct this absurdity when I can just let it stand on its own?
Because you're missing a larger point. So when you do that, then what happens? You refuse to acknowledge that if you killed somebody, you probably need forgiveness.
What? Well, then that would mean that it was unjustified.
Yes, but you keep using that word to back up your claim based in philosophy. There's lots of different meanings of justified. So just because you pick a meaning doesn't mean
you justify. Okay, well, I justify everything based on God. How about you?
I already did. I argued that I don't believe in the Christian Bible. And if it's or anybody,
that's right.
There's 167 people listening. If there's anybody who can find a passage and say, "Here's where you're wrong, sir,"
no, bro.
I'm more than happy to admit that I'm wrong.
No, you're wrong.
Simply saying
700. There's 700 people listening.
On my thing, it just says what I'm looking at says 168, but that could be something else. Sorry.
You might need to refresh. Yeah, there's.
No, I think it's actually just something else. I apologize. I'm not trying to give wrong numbers or anything, but all I'm suggesting is with all these people listening, if somebody could
see how I corrected. See how you made it. See how you made an empirical claim. Do you see how you made an empirical claim and I corrected it because it was false? Do you see that?
But it's not false.
I don't think we'll debate it, but I do actually want to get answers. So we'll do the bear thing. We're not going to really debate it much, but I always like to at least get the answers. So starting with you. Would you rather come across a random man or a random bear in the woods?
I'm gonna go man. I don't even know.
You haven't heard this?
No, I have. Thing? I've thought about it. I think both can bring danger.
If you had to pick one.
If you had to pick one, if there was a button, there was a magic button, and you had to select one. One was bear, one was man. Which one do you think you would press?
I'd probably say bear.
Bear.
Why is that?
I just feel like, it's just like easier to kind of get them to go away.
It's easier to get a bear to go away?
I just feel like men are very unpredictable.
Aren't wild animals unpredictable?
I can predict that the bear is going to kill me.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, I don't know. But if you're going to ask me to choose one, I'm probably going to say bear.
We'll get everybody's answers. Go ahead.
So I picked the bear last time, and I picked the bear this time. I could either move.
That's it. No, that's it. Okay. What about you?
Bear.
Man.
Wait,
Man.
what did you pick last time?
I picked a bear. Yeah.
Okay, what do you pick?
I picked a man.
Yeah, random man for
We
sure.
do need to wait until she's back, the one who's gone from the table, to get her answer. Those of you who said bear, so you said bear, you said
Bear. Yeah.
bear. Why bear?
So I picked bear. So I've noticed, I've done some self-reflection since then and just recently. I've had a lot of negative experiences with men, but it seems like the more positive experiences that I have with men and the more like safety that I feel, I might be inclined to pick the man. And I'm starting to wonder, did I just get bad luck of the draw, like in a sense, like in the past? And that's why my judgment is skewed, because that's the way I choose bear because of that. Is that a safe thing for me to do? Or if some people have really bad things happen to them, should they just kind of look at things as a whole and be like, look, you might have had like 10 bad things happen to you, but things could change. Okay. So I don't know. Yeah.
Why do you pick bear?
Sorry. I think I would pick, I know I would pick the bear just because I'd say both have primal instincts, but overall a bear would be more predictable considering the fact that it is a primal animal and less intelligent than a man. I just feel like
when you say the bear would be more predictable, you mean you could
like the
more
bear,
predictably imagine it attacking you compared to a man?
Well, the bear, say both are like per se hostile, then if the bear is hostile...
That's not the question. You don't know if the random man's hostile. You don't know if the bear's hostile. They could be. They might not be.
Well, if the man's hostile, then...
No.
You're taking the chance.
That's less predictable. I'm saying if you know that, like, say, like, if you're stuck in the forest with a man and a bear, if the bear gets provoked, what's it going to do? Attack you. If the man gets provoked, you don't know what the fuck the man's going to do. So I'm saying the bear, like, you know what it's going to do if it gets provoked.
Let me ask you a question, though. You mentioned provoked. If I put both of the men, like just a random man and a random bear in this situation, I think actually if you provoke a bear versus you provoke like some nerdy gamer guy who would never hurt a fly, like you could even go, like you could probably walk up to a lot of dudes and literally poke them and they would not do anything to you. Do you think you would have that same experience with men? Or sorry, excuse me, with bears?
Well, the bear would definitely try to eat you, and you don't know if the random man in the forest is going to be a nerdy gamer.
I would argue you could actually do, hold on. I would argue you could actually do this social experiment and you could actually go out into the street and just approach a random man and you could even like poke him kind of annoyingly, poke him in the shoulder.
You don't know what they're going to do.
He can't eat you alive.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing though is,
But I mean, he's agreeing, right? He's saying, you're right.
Yeah.
You don't know what they'll do, but let us assume for a second that you had 20 men and 20 random bears. If you went and poked the 20 men in the chest like this versus poking 20 bears in the chest like this, which one do you think would be more likely to, I don't know, eat your face?
Well, I don't know. I mean...
You don't know?
Bear, listen, like the bear would be more likely to eat your face, but you don't know if the man, like... That's the thing, you don't know, like, what he has on him. He could have a...
No, I agree. You don't know. The man could freak out, right? He could freak out. He could do horrible things. But
the bear would eat your face. Which
one do you think is more... Which one do you think is more likely to freak out if you walk over and start poking him in the chest? A random man or a random bear?
Well, the bear would definitely eat your face, but you know for a fact that the bear would eat your face. That's predictable. That's what I'm saying. The whole point of my entire, I guess, opinion on this factor is that the bear would, in fact, eat your face.
So you'd rather die because it's guaranteed you're going to die?
So you'd rather predictably die than have a man look at you like,
guys aren't understanding what she's saying.
She's just trying to word it where she wants to hate men so bad, but it just doesn't make sense. When you try to make it make sense.
We do need to get her response from this. So the question is, would you rather come across a random man or a random bear in the woods?
Oh. I mean, why are you in the woods as a man? Like,
okay, hold on.
What are we doing?
Hold on.
Real?
Because you guys are incapable of engaging with a hypothetical.
No. I'm going to answer the question.
Here's
but
the
it's
scenario.
Just, okay.
There is no motivation there. You're literally, you press, there's a magic wand, and a random man in the United States, a totally random man gets dropped into the woods, so do you. And you guys are going to cross paths.
But I'd rather cross
it's not like,
paths with a man than a bear, to be honest. Because maybe you can help me get the hell out of these woods. Like, a bear's not going to be able to help me, but...
Okay, so in this scenario, you pick...
I'm picking a man, I think.
I have a series.
But I just feel like, if I'm walking through the woods and then I just randomly see a man, I mean, let's run like a walking trail, but if I'm like lost in the woods and there's just a random man in the woods, I'll be kind of creeped out.
It's not really the question.
Well, if you were lost in the woods and you came across a random man in the woods...
Well, I mean, I'd be like, I'm lost, but I'd be like, what are you doing?
I guess
you're right, you're right.
But I mean, wouldn't you be like, I'm lost, can you help me?
Yeah, no, you're right. I'd be freaked. I'd be like, not like, what are you doing here? I'd be like, help me.
Help, right? You'd be like, help, I'm lost in these fucking woods. This sucks. Right?
I have a question.
God.
You switched to man, right?
Yeah, I switched to man.
Okay. Andrew, you were going to have a back and forth, I think, with her. Honestly.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask. So I just want to make sure, because I think I understand why a lot of women pick the bear. And I think that what you're trying to say is it's due to the predictable nature of bears. They're easier to predict. Men can do much more unpredictable things, and they have kind of the strength and will in order to have more perverse actions than the bear.
Yes.
Okay, so you kind of want us to see it from your angle. So let me ask a counter question so you can see it from our angle. And I'd like an honest answer from everybody. Do you think a man would rather tell his feelings to a woman or a tree?
A tree, probably.
Hang on. Going around the table. Would a man rather tell his feelings to a woman or a tree?
Definitely a woman.
A tree.
A tree.
I feel like it depends on the situation, but I guess a tree.
I feel like he wants to talk to a woman, but he feel like he can't, so he'd rather just go talk to a tree.
I agree.
A tree.
Probably a tree.
Well, then, if the social commentary is that we need to be looking at it from your end, that you perceive men as being kind of unpredictable and dangerous in comparison to this massive wild animal, which is known for, mauling random people, then shouldn't you also take into account and take responsibility on the woman's end for the fact that men can't even talk to you or discuss with you how we feel about anything and would rather tell it to an inanimate object than you?
Yes, and I have a quick question about that this for the table or whatever. My question is this. How come the idea of 20 men finding them in the forest compared to a bear sounds safer than me with one man? How come that is? I don't know.
But I mean, I could engage with you on it, but why would I tell you how I felt about it? I'd rather talk to a fucking tree, right? And this is the whole point. The whole point is that I would rather open up about my feelings to a tree than open up about my feelings to you by your own admission. And yet the social commentary is only one-dimensional, where you say, but how come men won't take responsibility for how we feel about them? Well, how come you won't see it from our angle that as we're having this discussion, I would probably prefer to take a random inanimate object, in this case a tree, and open up about my feelings to the tree than you, and it's true.
Well, I mean,
isn't that crazy? Where's the responsibility from the other direction?
It's crazy, but y'all set that up for yourselves.
I admit it is a bit outlandish in a sense, because it's like, I'm thinking if I were to encounter 20 men or a bear, I would feel safer with the 20 men than the one man. I don't know. Maybe is it because you have bad experience with one man? I never had a bad experience with 20 men. Is that it? Is that just the bias, like the confirmation?
Well, no. Listen. So what we're looking at is kind of a plural meaning here from the woman's perspective. So I'm taking myself out of my shoes, trying to put myself into the shoes of you. You say, listen, I'd much rather come across a random bear than a man because I can ascribe all of these motivations onto a random man of things that they could do to me which are sick and twisted and dark and horrible, and I can maybe at least predict a bear. And it's like, men, from the woman's perspective, like, I don't understand why men don't get this.
Donated $200. Only a female could be stupid enough to pick a wild animal that will kill them over a grown man who can save her life. There is a reason no good man wants these women.
Damn. All right, Grid 1 Motorsports. There he is. Coming in.
Grid 1, the legend himself.
Actually, I do have a point to make.
You a good man? Imagine being too have a woman.
So anyway, so back to this just real quick, this exchange. What we're looking at is the duality.
I'll get you
here.
in.
Thank you.
if I'm taking myself out of my shoes and I'm putting myself in your shoes, I'm trying to see it from your angle. Because to me, it's insane, right? A woman saying, I'd rather have a random, but I'm going, okay, this is the problem with the social commentary from the female perspective. We're not listening to the women and how they feel about us. But then when I bring up the tree, you kind of instantly are like, yeah, of course a tree, but then don't give a shit, right? You're just like, well, and fuck them. I don't care if they would prefer to talk to a tree.
Can I ask a question?
We have done nothing. We're perfect. If they have to go talk to a tree, that's also men's fault.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Why do you think men can't express their feelings to women? Or to anybody, honestly?
Because y'all don't give a fuck.
Well, yeah, because you don't care and you don't. So the thing is that if you don't, if you don't,
response.
Yeah, so I'm gonna answer your question, right? If you don't give a shit, and you don't, right? And this is why you know that.
No, not and we don't. Not and we don't. Who said we don't give a shit?
You did, because you said that you know that men would rather open up to a tree than you.
I'm so sorry, but me saying that I know men would rather open up to a tree does not mean that I don't give a shit about what a man says. Like,
well, she doesn't want you to express your feelings to her. We just know you prefer that.
Because men don't
probably
because
of the system men have set up for themselves.
Probably because it's men's fault that they would rather talk to a tree.
Probably because of the system men have set up for themselves.
Right, so it's men's fault that they would rather talk to a tree. Women have no accountability at all, right?
It actually is.
Yeah, right, exactly. That's the whole point of the duality. The reason we don't give a shit about the absurd fucking answer of women who go, I'd rather fight a bear in the woods. Even though none of you ever experienced a fucking random bear in the woods. You have no idea what that's like. It's the most terrifying experience of your life. You have. What happened with you and the bear in the woods? Tell me. Go ahead, tell me. Give me a story about you and the bear in the woods.
I stood still, and it was predictable, and it went away.
Yeah, what happened?
I stood still. I could predict what the bear would do when I would stand still and hide. Yeah.
This actually happened?
Yes.
Where?
I'm from California. I've been to Tahoe multiple of times.
So up in Tahoe, what type of bear came around you?
A black
you
bear.
Just stood still and it walked off.
Yep.
Where?
Because bears, guess what? They're predictable. Men aren't.
No, bears, especially in Tahoe, are not predictable. Well, especially because they eat human garbage and things like this. People out there feed them. It's a massive problem. They're usually in those areas ultra violent because they have no fear of humans. It's totally unpredictable. But the point is that we don't. The reason that we don't give a shit about the social commentary on this. We don't care to see it from a woman's perspective. But don't you men understand why it is that you're so dangerous? Is because when I bring up a counterexample of the tree, you go, well, that's also men's fault.
It is. It literally is your fault. You guys have set up this system for yourselves.
Wait, what system?
What do you mean, what system? Like men telling their sons, you know, you can't cry, you can't express this, you can't express that. Be tough. That's y'all set that shit up.
Wait, so hold on, Abigail, you respond, then you have something. Go ahead.
Okay, I would say the reason sons are raised to suck it up is you asked him.
Exactly.
This is just hold on. This is just an example. You asked.
Lol Paladins donated $200. Maybe the bear was at the funeral.
Could be.
Y'all making some money.
You asked him why he thinks that men would pick the tree. And he answered with the same answer, and you said, okay, give me an actual good answer. So they elaborated on how they feel on the subject, and you started yelling and
I
talking
never asked why they think
I wouldn't want to share my feelings with that.
Can you be straight? Just be straight on. No, be straight on. Like turn the microphone. You're hiding behind the mic. Scoot it to the edge. Just scoot it to the edge of the table. Scoot the mic to the edge of the table.
It is like so close
the reason he's asking that from the audience perspective, if your mouth isn't actually close to the mic when you're speaking, nobody can hear what you're saying.
I hear what you're saying. I didn't know my mic was far away. I apologize.
It happens all the time because you're in the conversation and it's easy for people to shift. That's how body language works, all that stuff.
No,
so
my bad.
No big deal.
But so if he expressed to Brian here why he would rather talk to a tree than a woman, Brian would understand. I doubt he'd talk over him or say that's not a good enough answer. He expressed those feelings to you, you talked over him, you said it wasn't a good enough answer. But you're also saying you responded that way and nobody would want to share their feelings with that. That's just objectively true. You responded that way and you're also blaming men for not wanting to share their feelings with women.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but all they said is they would rather talk to a tree.
And that was just their
they
answer.
said because you're actually interrupting me and you're just talking to me about interrupting you.
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated $200. Big stresses that I can only solve must be internalized and dealt with. Saving the stress and worry from a spouse whom looks up to me for guidance and leadership.
Amen.
I'm talking to a fucking tree 100%.
Yo, I'm so glad. I'm not, hey, thank you for the TTS, man. Also, Kill of Serial. Sorry if I was a little tilted earlier. I don't know if you're still watching. It was just kind of a hectic moment, but I'm so glad I'm not dating. Very good to see you.
He was waiting for me to come on and wish me Happy Father's Day. That's all.
I'm not even sure.
Killer of Serial.
I'm not even sure if he's still in the chat, but I'm so glad I'm not dating. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Go ahead with your.
I was just saying they told me that they would rather speak to a tree, and they said, "Oh, why is that?" And I just said, "Well, y'all set that system up." That's all I said.
No, actually, the opposite happened. What happened is we asked you, what do you think men would rather do? Open up to a woman or open up to a tree? And you
said tree.
To a tree. Right, so this was not us juxtaposing a position onto you. This was you rather
and then
telling
you guys
us
agreed
your
that
position.
you would rather talk to a tree.
Right,
and I said, yeah, and I said,
so why would you rather talk to a tree?
Hold on. Can you just straighten up? Here, look, straighten up, scoot the mic this way, scoot it to the very edge of the table, because what you end up doing is you're like hiding behind the microphone, so just speak straight into the microphone.
So I have really bad posture.
It's okay, go ahead.
So yeah, I was just saying, like, why would men rather talk to a tree? Probably because from the age of like 2, they were told that they can't express their emotions. They can't feel this. They can't feel that. They can't cry. They need to toughen up.
Yeah.
And that was her
What I'm
answer.
going based off of is when you said, you asked them, why do you guys think men would rather talk to a tree? And they said, because women don't care. And you said, give me an actual good answer. That was both of their answers, and you didn't like their answer. That was them expressing how they feel, and you didn't like it.
But why do men feel like women don't care?
Answer.
Yeah.
I'm happy to engage with her answer because I think it's actually interesting and rather telling, right? It's the man's fault that he would rather do that. But this is the duality that I'm trying to point out. The duality is this. The reason that you think that men are so unpredictable, you don't know what they're going to do, this and that, is precisely because some men cannot control their emotions, because they don't have good impulse control, because they do act out, and when they do act out, they do a lot of damage because of their lack of emotional control. And yet, here you are saying, if only men had less of this emotional control could open up to us, wouldn't that be actually counterproductive to your position of the bear, though?
I think opening up to a part of empathy, like on a level of empathy.
Nick.
I'm willing to challenge my own delusion. I will say this. I'm willing to challenge my.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Wasn't this directed at you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So you're
Sorry
kind of.
What did you say?
He was directing all
You didn't
these
hear what I said?
towards you.
No.
Oh.
You didn't hear what he was saying?
No.
None of it?
No.
Fix what?
Okay, well then I'll just have the conversation with the person who's listening to what I'm actually saying. So anyway, back to where we're at.
Wait, you know what? Wait, hold on. I want to tune into something that actually just occurred. Andrew, the thing that you brought up was, do you think a man would rather share his feelings to a woman or a tree?
Yeah.
She wasn't listening to anything.
Right, she wasn't listening
even
to a
though
word
you've
of it,
been
right, 'cause she doesn't care,
That's
right?
one woman in a group full of women that you
even
feel
though
like that
you've been
about.
perfectly respectful, Andrew,
So how are you
you've been
gonna relate that to
perfectly
everyone?
polite. She intentionally just refused to even hear what you had to say and hear how you felt and hear how you thought about the conversation at hand. She's literally just proved your point.
I'm just going to say it wasn't intentional.
It's also your fault, Andrew.
I'm just going to say,
It's
can I
my
say,
fault.
you're
Go
speaking on me, so can I say something?
Go ahead.
It wasn't intentional. I genuinely just spaced out.
He was, you literally
Right,
asked
which
him a
is
question.
why I would rather share my feelings with a tree. What would be the difference if I had shared my feelings
I've
with
shared
you?
feelings
you had
with
as
men
much of an
before,
emotional
and they've
response as a
spaced out.
tree.
Andrew, dude,
Okay.
I've shared my feelings with men before, and they've spaced out.
Yeah.
Okay, ADHD is a thing, honey. Learn about it.
What
Can I
is
say
the
something?
thing?
I said ADHD is a thing, honey. Learn about it.
Hold on.
Well, I mean,
wait.
Learn
So
about
I'll
it.
let you come
Any
in
gender
just a
can
sec.
have it. Any sex can have it.
Wait,
Okay.
hold on.
What's your ADHD?
Yes, dude. You spaced out. Like, hello.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said. My ADHD was going.
Okay,
What
and
were
that's
you saying?
fair. And that's fair.
Okay, couple
Wait,
things here.
what? I'm sorry. I can't pay attention to a word you're saying because my ADHD is going.
That's fair.
But anyway, back to
Wait,
this.
hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, can you just scoot your mic to the edge of the table?
My mouth is literally an inch away from this microphone.
I don't know, fix your posture.
I don't want to. My mouth is literally so close to this microphone.
But I'm saying you can scoot the mic back and then you move your head back.
But I'd rather just sit like this. Like I'm more comfortable like
whatever.
this.
I'm not going to deal with this right now. Go ahead with your point.
Okay, my point is it is like in our society, women do find emotional men who talk about their feelings less attractive and less masculine, and so they really don't want to be with them. So men will mask those feelings because women don't want to be with a whiny guy.
Who said that?
I have a couple things on this whole vulnerability shit too.
No, but who said that?
It's not what you say, it's actions. Women will leave emotional men. They just will. You see
who
it.
said that?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like it depends
I don't
on
think
the
that's
woman's
true.
personal. I don't think it's a gender thing. Okay, first of all.
I mean, it's pretty observable. It must be by your own standard because you say that men are too stoic.
I can ask a couple clarifying questions on this. First off, men and women tend to try to resolve problems in different ways. Typically, men don't like to talk about our problems. We either want solutions or we're just gonna accept it and move on. Now, I do want to try to look at this from a dating lens here. So when it comes to this vulnerability thing, do you guys, just show of hands, do you prefer a confident guy or a guy, like if a guy's approaching you, do you prefer him to be confident or would you prefer him to be like kind of nervous and shy and shaky? So raise your hand if you prefer confident. Raise them high, please. You prefer confident guys. Okay, so you prefer nervous, shy, shaky dudes.
I don't prefer like honestly anything because like if someone comes up to me, I'm not going to judge them for how they.
I prefer a guy listening.
Really? You're not going to.
No.
So your confidence is not an attraction trigger for you.
Confidence is attractive, but I've been with someone who I was very happy with. He was a dope guy, and he was emotional. He was.
No,
sorry.
But you're not. Okay,
What?
if given the option.
You're not telling him that he wants to hear you.
Oh, what do you want to hear?
It might genuinely be her answer, but she didn't really I don't know if she fully understood the question. So
maybe not.
Would you prefer a guy to step to you in a confident manner or a guy who's like shaky, a little nervous, eye contact's not great?
I mean, he can be nervous.
So if he's nervous, does that make him emotional?
Well, we're talking about vulnerability.
I think so I do think that would be the trigger, right? So if you're looking for confidence or things which you would gauge as confidence in men, I think that the metrics are somewhat similar between men and women for how they judge confidence. And I think one of those standards is going to be emotional control. So if a person, in other words, if a fire starts in your kitchen and a guy starts running around and screaming just like you do, you would say that that's not a sign of confidence nor competence, right? Yeah, so that would be this kind of lack of emotional control under adversarial conditions seems like that would be tied in with confidence and competence.
Well, I feel like a lack of emotional control doesn't people can have lack of emotional control and completely fake being confident. Like that's.
Yeah, I don't think that has to do with being confident.
Yes, that's true. But what's interesting is that's why when adversarial positions are pushed on them, you start to see whether or not that's a facade or it isn't a facade. That's one of the reasons that women shit test, right? Because they're trying to kind of push that and see if this guy actually is giving you a facade or if it's the real him.
Well, what I've noticed a lot is that you've made a general stereotype about women, just saying woman this, woman that, when you've made an assumption about one woman at the table. Not all of us don't care. Not all of us would rather a man speak to a tree than us. Like genuinely, like as me, like I try to be the best person that I can possibly be. If someone needs to talk to me, I'm not going to judge them for it. If someone walks up to me.
Yeah, but actually the kind of the fallacy here, or fallacious argumentations on your behalf, because what you're doing is you're taking a generalized statement and saying, but not me though. But it's not mapped.
Saying, like,
but you're generalizing.
Hang on. It's not mapped to you specifically. So if I say, for instance, most women, hang on. If I say most women like tall men, and you go, but I don't like tall men though, that's a non sequitur. It has nothing to do with what I'm saying. It would not change the fact that most women do, even if you don't.
But it does change an opinion.
Well, I'm just saying that every woman
for.
has the same opinion. Like I have a different one, she's gonna have a different one, they're gonna have different ones. Like everyone, like you can't make a generalized. Sorry, I'm not talking. You can't make really a generalized statement based off of one woman. Like per se, like I don't want to.
We're not doing that though.
Well, you keep saying women this, women that.
Yeah, I know. I'm making a generalized statement based on what we see in observations in society. Not that every specific woman follows these same criteria.
You
I'm
are,
sure that there's plenty of
Honestly,
women
yeah.
who like short guys. I haven't met very many of them, but I'm sure that they're out there.
I mean, it's
but
just
in general, but hang on, but in general, they don't seem to like short guys.
Was it not a generalized statement when you said women don't care when men speak about their feelings? That's a generalized statement.
That brings
Well,
me.
no, that was applied at the micro, not the macro, because every woman at the table said that they know that men would prefer to talk to a tree rather than
What
men.
does that have to do with a woman
Okay,
caring?
that's where I had
That's
an
the
original
issue
point.
right there.
That's society's norms. That's not. It can be gender based, but it also
So
can't.
your objection to generalize, you object to generalizations? Is that your point?
It not necessarily. I would say that some men would prefer to talk to a tree, but that's just because of society. That's not because of women or men. It's not like a gender. It's not because of gender. That's because of how society has trained them to think. Like I would rather talk to a tree than anyone. It's not a thing about gender. It's just like comfortability, because like
If that's
opening up is
true,
scary.
I think we can test and see if that's true by asking a
That's not
follow-up
unattractive,
question.
is my point.
Let's just
One of
ask
my
a basic follow-up question. Do you think that men are more likely to open up to their feelings to women or to other men?
Probably to other men.
Honestly, it depends on the type, because I feel like with my
Just
guy
in
friends-
general, in general.
Everything
Well, it depends, because you talk about different stuff with like.
Well, yeah,
girlfriends and
because the
girlfriends.
world isn't black and white, dude.
I
There's
didn't say
layers
it was,
to everything.
There's
dude.
generalizations you can
There's
make.
layers to everything.
I have a comment.
I agree. There's layers to everything. But if we were to say that 51% would be most and 49% would be not most, would you say that most men would prefer to talk to other men about their feelings or would prefer to talk to women about their feelings?
From what I've noticed, actually, women, like most of my guy friends,
Women.
at least, they've talked about it, and I've talked about this with my parents as well, including my dad and my stepdad, and they're like, oh, like, there's just women and men have a different relationship. So if you're
Then why in the world would you take the position that they would rather talk to a tree about their feelings than you if you think most of them would prefer to talk to women over men? That makes no
first it
sense.
was-
It's absurd.
Because first it was trees and men, and now it's women and men. So what are we talking about?
Yeah,
Trees
yeah,
and
but
men or
if your
women and men?
position is, do you think that a man would rather talk to a tree about their feelings than talk to a woman?
I think that
right?
unless
That's
I
what
feel
your
like-
actual position is. Then why then would you say that you think that men would prefer to talk to women about their feelings?
I feel like anyone
over
would
men?
rather talk to a tree than another human being. It's easier to open up, honestly.
You think so? Okay, so I see. So you think that all people would rather talk to a tree
Not
about
all
their
people,
feelings?
but like coming from, I don't know, everyone here, I don't know, would you guys rather open up to someone or like talk to a tree, because the tree's not going to judge you?
So then let me. So then we can
person.
just clear this up
I guess if
really
you want
fast. We
feedback,
can clear it
yeah.
up super
But, like,
quick.
genuinely,
Hang on,
like,
clear it up
talking,
super
like, with
quick.
I mean,
Hang on.
the thing is with telling
We can
people
totally
your
clear
business
this
and
up in
what's
1
going on, so they
second.
can use it against
So
you.
going around with just a quick question, do you think then, going around the table one more time, that men would rather open up about their feelings to women or to other men? Show
Nick,
of hands.
Can you take her phone?
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Do you think men would prefer to open up to other men about their feelings or to women about their feelings?
Honestly,
Going around the table.
I'm still saying women. I'm going to say women.
I say women, and I have some interesting statistics on that.
Okay.
Hold on, keep going.
Men probably. I don't know.
Probably women.
If they're married women, but men, usually friends.
Probably men, because they can relate to what they're saying. Women usually aren't able to.
Andrew, I do want to move this on pretty
Okay.
soon here, but do you want to finish up?
No, I'm just going to let that stand.
Okay.
Well,
Now,
yeah.
last thing on the bear thing, I do actually want to ask the question. So, what percentage of men, those of you who answered bear, what percentage of men do you think, in the circumstances provided, would choose to victimize you? Starting with you. Go ahead.
What percentage of men?
Right, because so if it were in the United States, it's a random man. That's half the population. I don't know, how much is that? 160 million men?
You're asking what percentage of them would choose to
Right,
victimize
because
me?
so you picked the bear over the man. So you must have done some sort of calculus where you feel that
I
the
didn't.
risk. That's okay. You feel the risk is greater with a man compared to a bear. So you must have some sort of determination when it comes to risk assessment. So if you had to assign a percentage, which men would choose to attack you? I guess.
Which type of men?
No. What percentage
Okay,
of
you
men?
said
All
which
men would attack you, and
I mean, like, I feel like that's kind of hard to answer. I'm just going to piggyback off of what she said, which is that bears are predictable.
Okay.
We know that their main.
But I'm asking you a question, so this.
I'm
just
getting
answer
to the
question.
answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Bears' main, like a bear, we know their main goal is to kill us, right? Whatever. They
Sure.
want to attack our face, how you guys are saying,
Yep.
whatever.
Talked about that. Yep.
Men, we don't know. They have like a plethora of things they could do.
Sure.
Manipulation could be a part of it. They could be like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm going to take you home. Don't even worry. And then boom, they kill you.
It could be a.
And so that's why I feel like it's a higher percentage with men versus bears. Because we know what to do in the situation with a bear. Most people have been, I don't know if most people have, but I've been taught what to do in the situation with a bear. With men, am I not speaking into it?
You're like over
Is
here.
it like only in the center?
You just like think of like.
I'm like actually so confused.
Okay, think of the center of your mouth. The center of your mouth needs to be center with the microphone.
Okay, so the sides don't count. I can't talk into the sides.
Center of the microphone.
Gotcha. Center. Yeah, there's a plethora of things men can do.
So can you answer the question though?
What percent?
I
just guesstimate.
I acknowledge, yes, a man could do all sorts of things.
So I'm going to say a higher percentage. I don't fucking know the percentage, but I'm going to say it's higher.
What, like 50, 75?
How about, do you think it's a majority of men? So more than 51%?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to actually give us a range? You think it's 60? You think it's 70? You think it's 80?
I don't know. I just think it's a lot of men.
Okay, so do you want to actually just throw a percentage out there?
No.
Well, you already said it's over 51, so just throw a percentage out.
I just don't know the percentage. I just know it's like higher than half.
More than half.
Yeah.
Per se, we could like 51%.
Sure, 51%.
Okay. You said bear, correct?
Yes.
What percentage of men do you think would attack you in these circumstances?
Based on my life, based on my track record, 10%.
Honestly,
I agree.
Again, from my personal record, I feel like 51% from my personal statistics, not from anyone else's.
Your personal statistics.
Like from what's happened to me in my life, not anyone else's. Like.
Okay. So you have do you have any siblings? Male siblings?
My brother.
Mm-hmm. Father,
Trans.
uncles.
Oh yeah, no, I have a stepdad and a dad, uncles.
Okay. And like all the men, so you're basically the men that you know in your life, 51% of them would victimize a woman in these circumstances?
I wouldn't say the men in my life, but men.
So you're just a better judge of character than the general population, or?
Oh no, not at all. Like again,
Okay.
from my and I'm not speaking for everyone else. Everyone has their own stuff. Like I don't hate men. Like I'm just saying from my personal life, I love my stepdad.
So in your personal life, what's the percentage?
I'd say 51%, and I'm not saying like
No, of the men that you know in your personal life.
that are right now.
That you know, yeah.
Right now, none of them, because I don't don't need those people in my life if they're gonna like victimize me and like do this bad shit to me. Like there's no reason to have them in my life. So every man that's in my life right now they're cool. And I don't have nothing but respect for them, including my father.
Who else said bear? Did anybody over here say bear?
No.
Okay. So just to be clear, you guys think that 80 million men in the United States would choose to attack a woman in these circumstances? Just so I have that understanding correct.
I think it's hard to put a number on this.
How is it hard?
I just think it really just like kind of depends.
I know if you put like a bunch of men in like say like a purge night where everything is legal, do you think that 51% of men would like be like go like nuts or not? That's just.
I'm not entirely familiar with that movie. I think I have a
Basically,
general...
they kill and all the crimes are
Everything's
legal.
legal, basically.
All the crimes.
Yeah, even in that movie, it wasn't that high.
Like murder and stuff like that. So if you put
Yeah, even in the movie, it wasn't that high. Even in the movie, not at that many people participated in the purge. That's an insane number.
Well, that's a fantasy.
50.
She was actually using that as an example.
If 51% of men would do that, why wouldn't they just enslave all women then?
I don't know. I mean, that's like going back to the movie The Midwife, or what's it called, The Midwife or whatever. But like that's not.
Why are we talking about movies? Movies are not real life.
It was a
That was what
hypothetical.
I was saying. No, I'm saying hypothetically, if you got a real life purge, like if everyone in this room, if we started a purge, I think that 51% of men would like. I don't know.
What percentage of women?
I'd say I don't know. Maybe
1%. 1% of women, 99% of women are good. At minimum 51% of men.
Oh, they
are
would like
bad.
go after men? No, I'd say it's obviously going to be a large amount because like both genders obviously like have issues, but statistically more crimes are committed like by men. like according
What
to
percentage
studies.
of women in the purge situation?
Yeah, a tiny. It's. I mean, that's true, but it's such a tiny. Do you realize that the amount of violent crime perpetrated by men as a whole per capita, it's still very, very small. Most men are not out committing violent crime. Almost no man, in fact.
Well, almost no man, but
Almost
if you,
no man.
if
yes,
you think
yes,
that the
that's
repercussions
correct.
were taken
Almost
away.
No man.
Could you
You're talking
please repeat
about
that?
a small percentage of society whichever commits violent crimes. Teeny tiny percentage.
I mean,
You're saying most
It
of
is a
them
small percentage.
are not men who are committing these crimes.
No,
No, that's not what I said.
Okay,
I
would they
said
not
even
do it
if
because
more
of
men
morals
commit
or the
crimes
repercussions?
than women, it's still a small percentage of men overall who commit crimes.
No, but are we speaking like, say, again, there's repercussions. Say the repercussions are taken away. Do you think that that would make more men act out? Are they not acting out like that because it's against their morals?
Yeah, I
or
think
because they're
I
scared of the
think that
repercussions?
more women would act out as well if you took the
I mean, yeah,
repercussions away.
I'm not saying that's wrong. I just think statistically, according to all of that, like I don't want to mention certain topics on here, but more, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen with women, but statistically, more men do crimes like that. And I'm not saying like because I hate men or anything. Like it's literally just a statistical fact. Like,
but I mean, there's no
Yeah.
disagreement that more men commit violent crimes than women. Nobody's disagreeing that that's true.
Oh, no, I know.
It's the scale in which you believe it's true that we're questioning.
Well, what
let's
was
say
your
beyond
statement?
probable cause? That's 51%.
Your
which means
statement-
women could be like 49%.
Was that, like, in the grand scheme of things, men commit a small amount
Grid 1
of
Motorsport
crimes?
donated $200. Stupid women. A man in the forest is trying to get away from women,
women.
Thank
and
you for
have no
this.
interest in hurting you.
Stupid women.
Fucking professional victims on this show. Get some fucking help.
Thanks for the 200.
All right,
Nah,
Grid
that's
One.
real sad.
I'm going to let a couple.
Pay
I need to
$200
read-
to say that. Okay.
I need to read two chats. Abigail, you want to try to hold on? Nick, hide it, please.
Don't worry about it.
Can you read it?
How is the pink shirt?
I'll read it.
Thank you.
Okay, how is the pink shirt girl demanding so much, but all she has is used blank? What's up with the Mexican chick? Okay, I'm not reading the rest of that, bro. You fucking wild, dude.
What?
Law paladins, women want men to be emotional, but yet if Brian gets emotional about being lied to and manipulated, the entire panel jumps on him and attacked him for being emotional.
Well, it's Ben's fault.
I don't think he was being emotional.
Yeah,
He's not being emotional.
No
It's
one
a
attacked him
podcast.
for being emotional.
It's a podcast. He can share his opinion. That's what a podcast is.
Yeah.
No one's.
That's a good point, paladins. I was kind of noticing that. Like when I got tilted, like, do you see the sort of like, how do I explain it? When I was tilted, there's almost this sort of like.
Goodbye, woke black man.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. When I got tilted, there was this sort of like malevolent sort of satisfaction, like I've gotten under his skin. Like she enjoyed kind of getting me a little riled up.
I feel like you enjoy riling them up as well. I feel like
I
you
don't
have
enjoy
the same.
riling people up. I prefer just having
Well,
calm,
I feel
level-headed
like
conversation.
No,
you've been
don't.
talking.
This is gaslighting
I
right
feel like
here.
you've been talking very rudely, like even just speaking the microphone. I mean, even
How
to
is
me,
that rude? How is
even
it
to
rude
me-
to say that
Well,
when-
it's not that it's rude. It's your the tone in your voice that you're using, and that
If I have to remind somebody 7 times.
Yeah, but you did it
if
to me.
Let me ask
you
you
did
a
it to
question.
me, and you didn't have to remind me 7 times, and you gave me
I
a rude
literally-
tone of voice, which I don't care.
Did before
That's
the show,
okay,
before the
but-
show, did I instruct you politely to speak into the microphone? I instructed everybody.
Sure, but you don't have to be
politely.
rude about it if you got to remind somebody one time. And I don't even think it was about the microphone, which you.
It's your little comments like, oh, these girls can't even comprehend hypotheticals. You couldn't actually comprehend a hypothetical.
Can you even pronounce hypothetical? Go ahead.
No. You actually couldn't comprehend a hypothetical when
was
she
the
brought up the Purge movie. You were like, why are we talking about movies? That was a hypothetical. You're out here saying we can't comprehend hypotheticals. That's rude. You're making all these little side comments. Sorry for
Well,
fucking
no,
up the word.
that actually wasn't a hypothetical. So what she was doing was taking an event, a placed event, and then making a creative analogy. It wasn't actually a hypothetical. She wasn't asking
I'm
if
so
you were
sorry
to
to
step
interrupt
in.
you, Andrew.
Yeah. if
Also,
were
you
to
commenting
step
about
in the
me.
position.
Stop. Let him finish.
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to interrupt you.
No, you're not going to have to interrupt him. Go ahead, Andrew. Let him.
Yeah, well, I'm just
let him
saying
finish,
that
then
wasn't
you can
actually a
speak.
hypothetical. She was trying to draw statistics from something which is observable that she has seen before. There wasn't a question which was involved that would have made that a hypothetical.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
You telling me, oh, can you even pronounce the word hypothetical? That's a rude comment right there. Like, you know what you're doing.
You've
you're
been
trying
sassy
to rile
this
us up.
entire show.
Because you've
I'm
been
matching your
sassy,
energy.
dude.
I am.
I don't know
matching your
how
energy.
you like can't even like see that for yourself. Like, truly, it actually is boggling my mind, and I'm honestly concerned that you can't understand
And you
how
can't
you
understand
have
how
been.
to speak into the microphone.
See, and there he goes again.
I've
there you
literally
go
told
again.
you multiple times.
Oh my God, is that really our biggest issue here? I feel like you're our biggest issue
Or
here.
you could just do it.
Or is this really me speaking into the microphone our biggest issue here?
You could just do it.
I'm doing it right now, dude.
You've now corrected it. Go ahead with your point.
See, there you go. Like, you can't even like.
I'm telling you to finish your point.
No, you're not telling me to finish my
Okay, then
point.
don't
You
finish
can't
your
even
point.
converse with me on important
Cool.
things. You just like to point out, oh, look at you, cool. Like, you don't even know how to like have an actual conversation when a woman is bringing up a point that's actually correct.
What's your point?
My point is that
What do
you've
you wanna
been just
discuss?
as rude as I have been. And when I say that, you're just like, oh, can you even speak into a mic?
Yeah, but you started it.
You started it. You started it.
I started.
I mean, you did. You started. Yeah, you started it. You were being a brat. Come on, let's be real. You were being a brat. You know you were being a brat.
No, he was asking
You don't think you're
ridiculous
bratty?
questions. Oh, I think I can definitely have an attitude when necessary. You were asking ridiculous questions. You were prying her about her friend's passing. I think that's rude and disrespectful, and I called you out on it. And then suddenly you have a problem with that.
You called me
an asshole, Are we doing call-out culture now? Are we calling each
He's
other
doing
out?
call-out culture, you fucking bimbo. Like, hello?
That's himbo to you.
All right.
Okay, himbo.
All right.
My bad.
I'm moving along.
That's
we have-
himbo. Now, notice I didn't insult you at all.
I'm gonna just have to call you a bimbo. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you remember how I never insulted you, but you insulted me? That's exactly how it started with Brian, too, because you're a brat, and you can't control your emotions. Brat.
You did call me a brat first.
Stop being a
Actually,
brat.
Andrew, that's a good point.
I wanna
you
share
called me a brat
something.
first, then I called you a
Hypocritical.
bimbo.
Andrew, do you have kids?
There we go.
Wait.
There we go.
Wait, do you have kids?
Got you.
Yeah,
Do you
I
talk
do.
to your children like this?
Do I call them brats? Do I call them brats when they're being brats?
No, I mean like just like
No.
the nagging and like the name calling and just like
and the passive aggressive.
Yeah, I'm sorry, did I call
It's just
anybody
funny
a
because I'm
name?
watching a grown man like nag.
Wait.
like, a little,
Did
like,
I call
teenager.
anybody a name, or did someone?
Yes, you called me a brat. Hello.
Yeah, hang on, after what? After you called me a
She
name.
started it.
No, you
did
did it first. You called me a brat first.
See-
Then I called you a bimbo.
No.
You called him a himbo.
You called me a himbo, so I said you're a brat.
You said it first.
I thought
You
you
said it
I thought
first.
you
And by
said
the way-
I thought
by
you
the
said
way-
that you were being a brat, and that's why. And you were no. I thought
This is
you
the-
said she was being a brat because
No,
and you were
no,
saying
no, I
that
said the
about
behavior's
what their
bratty,
whole thing
but I
was.
didn't call her a
And then
brat.
I think she called you a bimbo, but maybe I'm wrong.
I didn't call her a
I
brat.
have to
I
go
just
back.
said it was bratty behavior.
You didn't call me a brat. I'm so
After
sorry.
you called me a bimbo.
You're describing her. That is
Oh my God, you guys are ridiculous.
using
these
some
days.
adjectives.
Oh.
I want a shirt that says himbo.
I want a shirt that says himbo. Actually, I'm a himbo. I want that as a shirt. I think you guys get a lot of money
No,
from
you're
that.
just a bimbo, not a himbo. You can't take himbo.
No, I'm
That's
not
for
taking
me.
himbo.
You're
That's totally your
bimbo.
thing. You're so right.
It B with a B for you.
Himbo,
An H for
himbo.
me,
I think it
himbo.
should be you're a bimbo.
Yeah, himbo.
No, I'm a himbo, and that's the shirt that we get made. And you
Yeah,
guys,
what man would be upset by being called a himbo though?
I don't know what.
do you like being called a himbo?
No, man. Yeah, sure. That's fine. I mean, that's fine with me.
Okay, I love
Yeah.
that for you.
Yeah.
What does this mean? What does this mean? Yeah, so an incel is just like someone who's involuntarily celibate. And it just essentially it has morphed into its own slang term that kind of describes that loser sitting on Reddit for 23 hours a day with Cheeto dust and empty Mountain Dew cans all around them. And it just has a real stank smell that is involved with these people. I'm just gonna paint you an image, and like the fedora's a little crusty, and the neck beard is strong, but the facial hair is weak, and there's a bald spot in the back, and you could just see the fedora covered it, just hanging on for dear life, and he's sitting there muttering under his breath about how. Like Jessica Alba's ugly.
Jessica
right? You know,
Literally,
like
yeah.
that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, like
Bottom of the barrel. That was a really good description. Thank you. It's like I just wanted to paint a little word picture for the people at home.
No, that's perfect.
So no, because trust me, I have met a mini incel, and they all.
But most
they even if they are, they can pretend they're a lawyer. They can pretend they're a therapist. They can pretend.
It's most people that like hate you online behind if you're hiding behind a screen and like and you have 0 followers and it's a hidden profile. I just refer to anyone like that incel.
Exactly. Like they can cosplay that in their daytime, but that's who they are at heart.
Is that what you're taking your time to do?
Oh, it's pathetic.
Yeah. Okay.
I could never.
Great.
Pause
I
there.
love that.
I did just want to say this one thing, if you don't mind. It was right at the end there. You said, "I would never." What were you referring to?
I would never behave toward people the way that incels behave toward me.
Because it sounded like you were saying I would never sleep with somebody like that. That's what it sounded like to me.
Oh no, I wasn't referencing like sleeping with. So I mean, I would not want to date an incel, correct? Because the people that have been the
Am I way
harshest,
off here? Did that sound like she was like, I would never like?
No, you're right. It did have that tone.
I would never like behave that way. That's what I intended.
The whole encompassing of
yeah.
Okay. But related to what I already said, this whole euphemism treadmill thing. I mean, even that, I don't know her name, the host of the podcast. She said it's
Devora.
She said it's incel is just a term for anybody that talks shit online and has no followers.
Well, she said
what
those
was the thing with the what's wrong with fedoras? Hello.
Well,
it's the meme.
Stylish.
Like
you
growing
tend
up
to
on the internet.
wear it better than anyone, clearly.
Milady.
I mean, Michael
what's up with the
Jackson.
bald spot, though? What's wrong with bald spots?
I mean, look, I get roasted all day, every day for existing as a fat woman on the internet.
Body
so
positivity.
I'm more down with body neutrality, but that's just me.
We shouldn't shame men for balding. It's natural.
Yeah, and does the neck beard at least connect?
I think she's clapping back to what they've already said to her. This is not like every
Look at my
man. She's
TikTok
talking about someone who
comments.
might
Look at
have
my
come for
YouTube
her.
comments. Just, I'm allowed to make a joke at their expense once or twice if they dedicate hours of their time to try to tear me down because they can't handle seeing someone like me be confident in myself, because it makes them question why they can't be confident within themselves when they fit in the Americanized standards of certain whatever. And I am an outlier. I'm someone that they wish to be not seen nor heard, and I put myself out there and I hold myself to a standard of what I think is a good human being and how I proceed with that.
Just give you a little pushback here. Yes, I can agree with a portion of what you said.
Mm-hmm.
The first portion of what you said is, if these guys are going to continuously make fun of me, right, and this is the group it's coming from, I'm going to hit back. Okay, that's fair. Okay, but then you kind of moved on into this whole, but you see what it is that I don't deserve to have any criticism, and this is all projection because this is how they really feel, not how I am. And it's like, that's when I go, I'm not so sure.
Criticism is not calling me Michelin Man. It's not calling me Gorlock. It's not making fun of my body.
What's not constructive about that?
What? Do you think that encourages? It encourages healthy behavior when it feeds into the eating disorder mindset?
The constructive criticism.
How dare you,
the constructive
Andrew.
criticism's not for you. The constructive criticism, it's a shaming tactic so that everybody who sees a person like you out there trying to say it's okay.
And I don't consent to the shaming tactic.
Hang on. I'm trying to tell you.
It is not constructive.
It is constructive. It's constructive to all of society to say. I'm trying to explain anytime you're ready to let me. So anyway, how this is really important to society as a shaming tactic, the same way that you might take a politician, if you were the system, for instance, and completely throw him in jail and do all kinds of horrible things to him, make an example to everybody else. That's what shame does. Hang on. A shaming tactic that's used in this way is to say, listen, if anybody else is going to come out and be like you are, right, and say that unapologetically, this is okay, this is good, blah, 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 they're trying to instill a sense of shame so that if other women see that, they don't go that road and instead try to do something about it.
So you think that my existence is a right to be a political statement toward other people's views of their own body, and that I'm to be used?
You're a public figure. That's right. You're a public figure who goes out and say, and I'm unapologetic,
right? I've slept with all these guys, and
I mean, that's not my platform. That's part of my past.
But part of your platform is the whole big, beautiful, bullshit.
Not anymore.
Right?
Do you know my platform? Do you know my platform at all? Do you know my story at all?
But here's the thing. That's what it is, right?
No, it's not.
What is it? What is your
my
platform?
My platform is that I have lived through a lot of experiences that have led me to be in this body and to be who I am, and that I am on a journey of loving myself into my health.
Yeah, you're loving yourself. There's no excuse for that. There's no excuse.
Wait, I have a question.
Because there's no excuse for it, that's why you're getting shamed.
There's no excuse.
There's no excuse.
There's no excuse for what, me existing?
No, for you to look like that.
What?
Okay, question. Everything you said could be a byproduct, but do you think when a guy is saying Gorlock the Destroyer and when Brian titles the video like that,
tactic,
you think he's really doing it to
it's a shame tactic.
mitigate obesity?
It's a shame tactic.
No, it's never.
Do you really think that's
that
why
with the
Whoa, why you got?
Do you think that could be the
byproduct?
byproduct?
Why you got to throw me under the bus?
Because you're the one who titled it that.
Well, first off, it was only recently changed.
And did you do
It
that
was only
because you were like, I want to mitigate obesity in America? Was that your?
No, I
It was
did
for
it
the
because-
clicks
I did it
and the
because- No, I did it because
sensationalizing. of it.
Everybody's searching for everybody DMs me, Brian, where's the which one's the Gorlock episode? And I'm like, I get 20 DMs a day. Brian, I can't, because it was titled Rage Quit Kiko versus Chase round 2. Okay. There was not Al Weezy was not in the thumbnail, so I just titled it Gorlock the Destroyer. Makes it easier for people to find the video.
Okay, cool.
Okay, I made it. I tried to make it. People are wondering, Brian,
I get
where's
the point.
Where's the Al Weezy video? I put in the title so people can find it. I'm a nice guy.
For
I'm
SEO,
considerate.
yeah.
I'm trying to save people time.
Okay, so it could be a byproduct. My question is, do you actually
Nice
think
guy.
that people, Andrew, like leaving those comments are doing it with those intentions, or do you think it's like, could you concede that there's a little bit of like Schadenfreude in there?
Yeah, I think that the overwhelming majority, I wouldn't say all, I'm not putting everything in a monolith.
Like people who comment hippo.
Trying to finish.
Okay.
Okay, so do I think, yeah, even that comment I think is legitimate, because what's the point? The point is to make the comparison to this big, ginormous animal, which you're not, right? It's a shaming tactic. The whole goal of it is to tell the person, stop the behavior if other people see what you're doing. This is bad. We used to have shame in society. It was good. It's good to employ shame.
It is definitely not
But don't
good.
you think
They did a study. I'm so sorry, but
they did a study. What was the methodology in the study?
It's on. I think it was on Netflix.
What's
It's
the
100
methodology?
Humans. Can I just finish my statement?
I just want you to tell me the methodology.
I'm going to tell you my statement first. They did a statement.
So you never even read the study. You don't know anything about the study.
That humans actually respond better to positive affirmations and positive encouragement rather than negative.
What was the methodology for what was positive in the study?
They were doing they did a study of it was 100 humans or whatever.
What was the methodology for what they considered positive in the study?
They had people up on stage and they had them do a task, and to some of them they told them they did a really good job, and to the next group they told them they did a really bad job. Okay. And the next time they had that same group study come in and they encouraged them to do one thing, and they've done so many of this where they encourage one and don't encourage the other, and the ones that they haven't encouraged after they bring them back to do the exact same thing, the ones that have been encouraged those past 2 times excel, and the ones that have not do not. They have done plenty of studies on that.
So you're saying
humans thrive better from positive all
right, let's move
encouragement.
On.
They do.
I'm going to read some chats.
Yeah,
I'm going to read some chats. All right, Andrew and Farha have the highest IQs out of everyone on the show, and their philosophy debates are pretty interesting. Would be cool to see Farha back on the Crucible for another long-form debate. Wait, hold on. I'm going to save it for later. But what was the big thing that you guys? It was about rights.
Women's suffrage.
Mm-hmm. Oh, was that
women's
the big
rights?
Thing?
Yeah, women's rights.
Is that a TOS thing? You think?
Why are you asking
that's
me?
Fine.
I don't know.
do YouTube.
There's nothing in violation of TOS for that.
Okay, maybe
can I make one more point about the conversation we just had? I'll keep it really short.
But I'm going to move on right after you say it. So go ahead.
Okay, so. Do you think that, you're saying because they're calling them fat or hippo, the goal is that they can actually change that behavior so it's beneficial? But what about the guys who leave certain comments just calling a girl ugly and it's not related to things she can change? I feel like they stem from the same place, which is why I was saying I feel like the intention tends to just be sadism.
Yeah, I think there's some of that, yeah.
Okay.
Cool. All right, we have Bender the Offender. Ladies, do you think mandatory paternity testing would hurt or help women in today's society? Do you want to stay for this question and then...
Can I pee? I have 3 Red Bulls.
Okay.
Does not give you wings.
Ladies, do you think mandatory paternity testing would hurt or help women in today's society?
I don't know. I feel like that's such a broad question because I feel like in some ways it could be harmful, but in other ways I think overall it would be helpful.
helpful in terms of, child support and knowing it, but it's like, that's odd because it's like, what's the circumstance? Is it just like for every birth there's a paternity test?
Yeah.
In what ways would that be harmful?
Yeah, I was going to ask
Just like, because like, if like the person is an abuser, someone who's like, doesn't necessarily, they don't want to be tied to the person.
Well, I mean, if
That's-
it's that person's...
Yeah, but do you have a right to hide paternity based on the fact that the other person's abusive?
I mean, I would want to do anything to get out of it.
You think so?
Situation.
I do, just because if you're abusive to me, what are you going to do with the child?
Yeah.
That doesn't... Okay, listen. You don't have a right to hide the paternity from a father based upon whatever your analysis is of abuse. I've heard things as ridiculous as this. Emotionally abusive.
Yeah, what the
which
fuck
means
is that?
nothing. It means nothing.
That's crazy.
No, it's not.
No, it's not crazy.
It's not. Because
Emotional abuse is nothing?
Yeah, it means nothing. It's
it means
a subjective
nothing. It's
analysis.
subjective. It's subjective.
Wow.
Interesting.
That's an interesting
Well, listen, it is subjective. Give me an objective standard for
I
what's
don't think
emotional
that's
abuse.
subjective in the terms of psychology at all.
Yeah, it is. It's most subjective in psychology.
Exactly.
It's a subjective analysis. So like, let me give you an example. I can give you a really easy one, okay? Let's say that you're going out and you're overspending from my perspective. Like, let's say I'm married to a woman, and I say, listen, you're overspending, okay? And you say, well, listen, I really need to spend this because I need X, Y, and Z for the household. You think the paper towel holder and this and that is very important. Maybe it is. Maybe it is important. And I think it isn't. So I go and I cut off your access to that threshold of money and give you a lesser threshold of money that I think is appropriate and you don't think is appropriate. Is that abuse?
In that specific scenario, there's just like several factors to whether or not something is or isn't financial abuse.
Because it's subjective. That's why.
And it's predicated on how the woman feels about what you say.
Hold on.
Because
hold on. Go ahead.
And it's predicated on how the woman feels about what you say. Like, a lot of women just don't take kindly to being criticized at all. They don't take kindly to a guy. Even if a guy gets moderately upset and he raises his tone a little bit, you have women who will consider that emotional abuse. That's not
I don't, but I mean, to me, emotional abuse is like verbally saying really degrading, horrible things, and like a systemic thing over systemic thing over time. Excuse me. And so, I mean,
like
maybe I didn't initially understand the point you were trying to make with the suggestive, because subjective. Sorry, I'm stuttering really bad right now.
It's okay.
But in terms of emotional abuse being a factor, I think is important, though it is suggestive.
So subjective.
Thank you, subjective.
Yeah.
Even though it is subjective, it is something that, I mean, has long-standing effects on both parent and child. But when my initial point, I was thinking more so abuse of the other aspects, because emotional is impactful, but it's not as dangerous to like the health of the child versus the other ones.
So let's move into, okay, if fair enough, you say, okay, when it comes to this, it's subjective, so maybe we wouldn't hide paternity on that. But if we move over to physical abuse, let's say, right? You think that that's cut and dry. Well, what if this guy, he's convicted of physically abusing the mom? Then shouldn't we be able to hide paternity? If she says, yeah. I still say no, and here's why. Because plenty of people get accused of doing domestic violence or doing things like this, and they haven't actually done it. And so we're going to yield to the word of the woman in this case and hide the paternity of that man's child for something which could easily be a falsehood. That's immoral to the utmost in my worldview.
Okay, and I see that, but for me, it's like, if you're talking about a mandated paternity test, then at that point, that's the government getting involved in between the relationship and the personal affairs of people. And I am the kind of person that prefers to step off of unnecessary, like, government control.
Wait, you're a communist. You want the government involved in the literally every single aspect.
Who the hell said I was a communist?
You did.
When?
Didn't you earlier? Didn't
no,
you say you were a
I was talking about capitalism, and you said the word communism when that word never left my mouth.
So socialism?
I mean,
first, I'm not really here to debate politics.
Okay, I'm just asking this.
I came here to talk about
Are
dating.
you a socialist?
I mean, I consider myself a leftist.
Okay, yeah, you don't care if government's involved in your life for all kinds of stuff. What, did you care if the government was involved in my life when there were certain mandates going on around? You didn't give a shit. But now suddenly you care about. Now suddenly you care about this.
Hold on.
I can't get into that. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay, I do now. Yes.
Yeah.
But
wait, I have a question. You said when it comes to you wouldn't want the government involved with mandatory paternity testing,
like over people's autonomy.
But let me ask you a question. Let's say, do you want kids one day?
No.
Oh, okay.
So this is honestly for me. This is just like a thing that I don't really want to do.
Hold on.
I mean, that was kind of an asshole move, but
let's keep it nice.
That was a real asshole move.
Yeah, let's keep it nice, guys. Let's keep it nice, okay?
Because some people are smart enough to know what's best for them, and for me in my life, I don't want to have children.
Just let me ask the question, okay?
But I would, if I wanted to, be a good mother.
Okay. So my question is though, do you think? You said you wouldn't want the government involved when it comes to paternity testing, whatever. So are you not in favor of child support? Women receiving child support, for example?
So I believe that whoever has the child should have support from the other partner, regardless of their gender. I think that if a single father has the full custody of the child, which which is enforced by the courts,
the state,
the government.
But
you said you don't want the government involved with mandatory paternity testing, so I'm just confused. But
I mean, look, the government has its role. All right, the government has its role, and I don't. I mean, at the end of the day,
but you do realize that, like, for example, in a child support dispute, that the government would actually require if the man disputes
and then that's the case
paternity.
Like his basis, but when you're putting in a mandated paternity test, then that is adding a complicated layer of paperwork and testing.
No, it's just literally you're already in the hospital. It's actually the perfect scenario to
but like,
have
does that apply to
really,
married? Here's my further questions: is like, does that apply to married couples or couples that are still together, or are we okay?
Yeah, everybody.
Okay.
Anyways, here, let's just go around the table so anybody can answer this. Do you think mandatory paternity testing would hurt or help women in today's society?
Would mandatory paternity tests hurt or help women?
In today's society.
Or just be good?
That's one of the super chat questions.
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I don't have any children, but I don't see why it would be a problem.
Okay, Madison?
I feel like with the way, not all women, but a majority of women are moving nowadays, like it could be very harmful to their children and the man.
What would be harmful?
Paternity testing, like if they found out the child's dad was not the guy that she was with, like that would be breaking their family apart.
From a mandatory place. I mean, I see your point.
I don't.
What about the truth?
No, I think the truth is great. I think, absolutely. Everyone should know the truth, but I think it's going to be terrible for the children if the truth is revealed.
So you're in favor.
That's what I'm saying. With the way a lot of women are moving nowadays, they're like a lot of children aren't going to be having dads anymore.
So it would be bad for women, but you don't object to paternity testing.
No, not at all. I'm for it.
So you acknowledge. Okay, I see. Are you in favor of that, Andrew? It sounds like.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think that the rates of paternity which are lied about is wildly understated. And absolutely. I think that if mandatory paternity testing was done, there would be significant problems for women, but the kind of problems that I think they should see, which is responsibility. Forever inside of human society, men did not have this.
Right.
We'd never had the luxury of we had to always take the word of the woman as to paternity. We don't have to do that now, and we absolutely shouldn't do it now. And even if it's not mandatory, everybody should get one no matter what, always. Period.
And just
of course. And I have 100. I have what I would consider 100% faith and trust in my wife.
Mm-hmm.
But I told her.
Well, also-
I told her these words exactly. You're going to get the fucking test, and if not, I'm out the door. Period.
Well, also
that's not emotional abuse.
Yeah. Well, they're also
emotional abuse.
Yeah, that would be considered emotional abuse. Exactly.
How is that 100% trust and faith? I mean, it's your prerogative to do that, but
Okay, well,
it's not for her. It's for me.
Yeah. Well, it's also there are also cases where like the hospital jumble up babies.
No, it's not.
It's as much
100%
trust as I can
emphasis
give
of
you.
Trust.
It's as much trust as I can give.
Yes,
you.
because you can't confirm that. There's no
make
way for a
someone
man to
guarantee
confirm that.
something, that's not trust.
Well, where's the trust back the other way? Just being like, okay, yeah, no problem.
Wait, Andrew.
If there was ever any resistance,
that's how that works. That's how trust works.
Yeah.
What is the like? What's the pitch to like? How would you say that? Because I feel like if I were to say that to a girl, I could see her like
Dumping
my
down.
wife or when I'm having kids.
What could she?
Get the fucking paternity
What possible argument could a woman have towards asking you to get a paternity test other than it makes her feel bad?
If she's unfaithful.
Or like you don't trust.
Other than it makes her feel bad, what could the argument possibly be? Give me a single argument other
it would
than
only be if
because
she
it
was
makes me feel bad. I want to hear it.
But why
there's
would
not
you
full
want to
trust in
make
the
her feel
relationship.
bad?
So that's I feel bad.
if you're worried that she'd be cheating on you, why would you even want to?
So that's I feel bad. It's I feel bad.
Saying clearly we don't have a strong foundation. Sorry.
That's I feel bad.
No, it's not. It's saying we don't have a strong foundation.
Why would that matter if it didn't make one of them feel bad?
Because she could say like, if we don't have a strong foundation of trust and faith.
Because she makes her
No,
feel
she
bad.
could feel neutral about it and still be like, oh, okay,
so
he
if
doesn't
she
trust
so
me.
wait a second,
and
she
maybe
feels
he's
neutral.
gonna be constantly
If she
anxious
feels
this whole
neutral about it,
relationship.
if she feels neutral about it,
That's why I have to talk
if she
fast,
feels
yeah.
neutral about it,
You
who
gotta let her
cares?
finish her point.
Say your point.
If
Go
they
ahead,
feel,
Farrah.
if
Go
she
ahead,
feels
Farrah.
neutral about it, then who cares?
I'm saying if you don't have trust in a relationship, typically that will lead to a bad relationship, regardless if the parties in the relationship feel bad about it or not. That was my only point.
Yeah, but that's the only argument is feel bad.
No, it's not. I literally said it doesn't matter if they feel bad or
Because
not. She
one
can
of them-
object and say clearly we don't have a strong foundation.
38 donated $200. Love your hair, Maddie. GL with your marriage. Brian, love the Andrew Marathon. Shout out Crucible.
Yo, go
Taking
sub this
Farah as
Crucible.
my wife. KTHX.
Okay, thanks. Yo, Bone Man, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Welcome. Good to see you back in the chat, man. Go ahead, Farah, with your point.
I completed it.
Yeah, so
she completed it.
The only reason that the trust variable is there is because it would make one feel bad over the other. That's it.
I don't know
So
if
the
that's
only
true.
argument you would make for the trust is you don't trust me, and that what, Farah? You don't trust me, and that makes me.
But it doesn't have to make you feel bad.
Then why would it matter? Why would it
The
matter?
basis of a relationship.
It's a foundation
Because
relationship.
if it's not, and why is it a foundation?
Okay, what about this?
It's how based on
Maybe
how
you don't
people
care
feel.
or not. You're completely apathetic to whether your wife cheats on you, but maybe you still don't want her to do that, even if you have no emotional reaction to it, because you think that creates an unstable foundation for a relationship.
Then
even if you're completely apathetic and maybe you're a cuck and you get
Then
off
why
to
would you
it.
care about the paternity test? How would that be an argument if it's just a neutral?
You were saying, what is an objection to your
Yeah, but
your
how
boyfriend
would that
asking
be an
you for a
objective?
paternity test?
Yeah,
and I'm
how-
saying you could say, we're missing an important tenet of our relationship, an important pillar that isn't contingent on me feeling good or bad about it. That was my only point.
Then if you don't feel good or bad about it, why would it be an important pillar?
Same way I told you, maybe if your wife's cheating on you, but you don't necessarily care, wouldn't you agree that that could have adverse effects on the relationship, regardless
So
about
those-
how you feel
well,
about
so
it personally?
Those would be like the adverse effects that you would be talking about, are like her getting pregnant,
No, not necessarily.
her giving
if
you a
even
VD,
even if she was infertile.
her giving you VD,
What is that?
venereal disease.
I don't think those would be your only objections to your
then
wife stepping out
other
on you.
than
I think
how
from
that
your,
makes you feel, then I don't
I think
understand
from
the
your-
objective.
You're religious. From your Christian
Yeah.
purview, you could probably outline a plethora of reasons for why you wouldn't want your girlfriend or wife to be sleeping with other people, other than it makes you feel bad. You'd probably think it, has adverse
Yes,
outcomes.
that's
on the
true. I could
relationship.
appeal to an objective standard. Yes,
Yes, and most
but
people
this
in
is not.
relationships
What
appeal
objective
to
standard are you appealing to?
usually the tenets of trust in a relationship.
That's not an objective standard. It's a subjective standard.
Most relationships subscribe to that. Obviously, people can deviate from that. But
Yeah, but
I think,
that's a subjective standard. And at the end of the day, the only reason you appeal to that subjective standard is because if I don't trust you and you don't trust me, one of us feels bad.
I just told you there's many instances where you might not feel
There's
bad,
not
but
a
you still might have
single
a
one of
standard.
those that doesn't really boil down to it made the other person feel bad.
And so in
No.
your opinion, feel bad. He just disagrees.
No, you even created a hypothetical neutral. So you said hypothetically, what if neutrally it didn't make you feel bad for your wife to go out and do this thing? Then what would be her objection?
Okay, what if I found out my husband cheated on me and I genuinely have zero emotional reaction to it,
Mm-hmm.
but I still want to dump him? Did I dump him because it makes me feel bad, or because I feel like we don't have a strong foundation,
what would-
because there's dishonesty and there's a lack of trust?
Why would I don't understand. Why do you want the honesty and the trust inside of the relationship if you don't care if he cheats?
It's not about don't care. I can care without it making me feel bad.
Yeah, but okay, so you care, but it doesn't make you feel bad?
That could happen, yeah.
How?
You can't control your emotional response to something. Maybe you find out someone cheats on you, or you found out your husband, texted another girl, and you're like, okay, this violates
and you
my
would
boundaries.
care about that
People have
because
boundaries that
it makes you feel bad.
People have boundaries that aren't always directly, purely correlated to their feelings about it.
Oh, really? So if guy is texting and you don't care, that means
It's not about don't care. It maybe doesn't make me feel bad.
Oh, if it doesn't make you feel
I'm
bad,
saying I
then
can
you don't
about
care,
it.
right?
I don't agree with that.
You don't.
No.
So you care if a guy's texting another person, even if it doesn't make you feel bad.
I would still care. Even if in that moment I felt apathetic about it, I would still end the relationship. Even if I personally didn't cry about it.
Even though you didn't care.
Even if I didn't cry about it or
Why
feel
would you
sad
do
or
anything?
insecure.
Why would you do anything at all if you didn't care?
Right.
That makes no sense. That's the stupidest thing I've heard out of you tonight. Why would you do anything if you didn't care?
Because reversely, I wouldn't set boundaries purely based on how I feel about it. So, for instance, if I was overly jealous about my husband having a female coworker, I wouldn't then say, quit your job because this makes me feel bad. So it goes both ways.
But that's something you care about.
Okay, but
yes, it's both ways.
I get what you're saying, but hypothetically, what you're saying is you can have values without having emotion tied to those values.
Yes.
And
typically they are correlated, but not always. So the same way I can, value honesty and trust, and maybe I have a visceral reaction to you having a female coworker, and that could be irrational. So I'm not going to deduce my boundaries from my emotions, and likewise, I'm not going to always deduce
where does
my
that
emotions
happen, though?
from the boundaries.
Where does that actually happen, especially in the context of a relationship?
Yeah, the
My
distinction
husband
here
having a
is
female coworker?
Well, the distinction here is
Me
still
feeling
care.
irrationally jealous about my husband having a female coworker, it happens every day.
The distinction here is care. In the one, so what
you
you're
said
doing
irrationally.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
What?
You said irrationally. You feeling
That was my whole point. I can have rational boundaries and standards that don't always correlate to whether I feel good or bad. Because people feel bad all the time about things that are irrational, such as your husband having a female coworker.
Yes.
So I wouldn't then say, don't do this thing because it makes me feel bad. So that was my whole point.
Yes, you can. I'm saying you can't in this context. So with the problem that you made with this particular hypothetical, when you reverse it, you introduce care. And I'm saying, fine, you can introduce care. It works in that hypothetical. The opposition hypothetical doesn't, because I'm claiming that any of the standards that you would appeal to for why you would not take that test are going to appeal to care and therefore feel bad.
I disagree, and I already laid it out.
Nope, you gave me a hypothetical where you just reintroduced the word care again. And said, in this case, if I did care, then blah, blah, blah.
I was saying people set boundaries in relationships that are completely disparate from whether they feel good or bad. So same way again, I may feel bad
agree.
if my husband has a female coworker. I'm not going to then say you can only work with men or you can only go to an all-male gym.
Yes.
And likewise, I might say don't
works.
text other girls and don't sex with other girls, but whether I break up with you isn't going to be contingent on whether when I find out I cry about it or not.
No.
Because
Why
I can
don't
still
you
feel
wait?
disrespect.
Whether you cry,
disrespect is maybe the variable here.
Yeah, before you even cry about it, why did you set the standard to begin with?
Because of certain values in the relationship.
Because things you care about.
That's what I was saying.
Care about, but not feel good or bad. You said whether it just hurts her feelings.
How could you care about it if you don't feel good or bad about it?
I just explained how.
No, you really didn't. In this context, that doesn't work. Why would you set the standards if you didn't care about the standards because you felt good or bad about the standard?
Because I can think there's certain. Shut up. I can think there's certain pillars. Sorry. I could think there's certain pillars that breed a stronger relationship, regardless of whether or not I personally feel good or bad about it. And I know you agree
then
with
why
that.
do you care about the stronger pillar?
Because I want a strong relationship.
Because you care about it?
Because you value the relationship. You wanted to have.
Because you care about it.
I didn't say care wasn't a variable. I said feeling good or bad.
And I'm saying you can't have the feel good or bad. If you care about something, you have to have the feel good or bad.
I gave you an example in which you don't. That doesn't have to be the case with the coworker.
No, you actually didn't. What you do in that example is you just say, yes, in that case, for care, I do feel good or bad, and then I set reasonable boundaries. But
no, I said you don't. You don't deduce the boundaries from feeling good or bad.
I think you do.
Nobody does that.
Everyone does that.
Everybody does
Every jealous wife says you can't work with other women.
No. But the reason that they would say that or not say that is because they care about it. And so, therefore, the fact that they care about it is why they set the boundary for good, or it makes me feel good, or it makes me feel bad because I care about it.
Yeah, the emotion is going to be
because I'm saying they still feel bad about it, but they still let their husband work with other women because they realize that's not going to have
that doesn't mean they don't
outcomes
feel
on the
bad about
relationship.
it. The reason that they could still feel bad about it and allow it, but they still feel bad.
I know you see my point.
And I'm saying that from your perspective, in this particular case, why shouldn't a man or why shouldn't a woman take the paternity test if a man asks her to, other than, I feel bad that you asked me to do that?
And I told you why. Her feelings are regardless of the fact that maybe she wants to have a strong pillar of having trust and faith in the relationship. Same way, maybe I don't personally feel good or bad if my boyfriend says, share your location with me. But maybe I'll say, like, okay, but if you don't trust me, then this probably isn't going to be like a sustained relationship for a long period of time.
And, okay, the word trust there, doing a lot of heavy lifting for your point. So I feel like you wouldn't trust. Hang on, let me finish. I just let you talk.
I just want to say I'm not even disputing the fact or like of requesting a paternity test. You were just asking what are some other objections.
Yeah, but
I think it's your prerogative to ask.
But even in that, you're using the word trust there. It's doing a lot of heavy lifting for your argument. Am I to assume that you care about trust then?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I never said care is not a variable. I said feeling good or bad.
Stop. Why would you care about the trust? Why would you care about the trust?
Because having a strong sense of trust in a relationship leads to a healthier relationship, regardless of whether I feel good or bad. So even though I may feel bad about the fact that my husband has a female coworker, if I have a strong sense of trust, that takes precedence over my feelings of good or bad.
Yeah, okay. Forget the absent analogy. Inside of your relationship, without qualifiers, right? Without going, just like just answer this single question.
What's so funny, Brian?
Just answer this single.
No, Brian, tell me what's so funny.
No,
like
Farah, answer this single. Just answer this single question. Trust inside of this hypothetical. Okay, inside of your own hypothetical.
The paternity one, or
the paternity one, which is doing all the heavy lifting here. The word trust there implies you care. We agree, right?
That you care about trust.
Yeah.
Yes.
And do you care about the trust because if you can't trust the other person, right, it would elicit a negative feeling in you? No. Okay.
Wow.
And there's nothing I can do.
Nothing he can do. There's nothing.
What do you mean? Wow. Do you have a rebuttal?
It doesn't make sense.
It literally does.
It doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make
any
sense.
It doesn't make sense because psychologically that's just not how we're wired as humans.
If you have a strong, healthy relationship, don't you feel good?
Yes, and I'm saying you could have a strong, healthy relationship and still get feelings of jealousy that have nothing to do with whether you trust the person or not.
Yeah, but but
people get jealous if like a waiter hits on their husband, even if they know their husband will never in a million years sleep with that waiter.
It doesn't make them feel
but all that is anchored by the feelings.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you're all missing my point. Okay.
We're all missing. No, we're sorry.
You just came in and started laughing at him as if you understood anything.
I got it.
We're not. Yeah, it is. It is because at the end of the day, anything that involves two people being together is going to be predicated on emotion. Regardless.
Well, I think no matter what happens, like there is a negative or positive response, and you have the
exactly.
I think you do have the choice.
Summarize the argument for me, Brian.
I think you do have the choice whether you're going to express that or not.
Yeah.
Like you internally you're going to have a positive or negative
response. Yeah, you're going to have a physiological
But sometimes maybe you won't express it.
But aside from that, I will generally be pretty hands off during this debate. I'll just let you guys hash this out. Again, unless I really need to step in, I won't do it. Okay, so you said, Duke, that for your opening statement, you want to play a clip?
Yeah, let me say a couple things before you bring up that clip, just to provide a little bit of context. So this was in regards to the last debate that I saw online. I think that's when I was in the chat. I think that's probably the whole reason why I got invited to this in the first place, because of some of the statements he made in that, which was about regarding women's rights and, rights being given or enforced by men, right? Things of the sort. And I found a couple things that were a little bit misleading with those statements that he made. And the girl he was debating really didn't provide a whole lot of pushback, which was interesting. But so he was talking about, because it seemed like there was a mixture of different things, right? And the undertone of what I sense he was getting at is part of the reason why men are the enforcers of rights, quote unquote, is because you know, it seemed like it was more predicated on males' physicality, right? Our willingness to be able to be physical in actions and things like that, right? Over a woman. And there were even examples used if there was, you know, if all men decided to go against all women type of thing like that, who would win, even with modern technology, all those different statements, which kind of led me to believe that he's coming from a purely physical perspective when he talks about this and rights enforcement. So we're gonna play that video now, and then I want to go ahead and ask a couple questions on what he means by that, and then we can get going.
Well, just to clarify, so this is an opening statement. So you just talk, and then you can ask the questions once he makes his opening statement.
Women can't make decisions about their own rights because they can't enforce their own rights. So since they have no enforcement mechanism other than men, all their rights come from men, so they can't actually be equal. There's always going to be a differential, and that's a necessary biological truth. It's not saying that women can't be equal in the eyes of men as far as, you know, you can't murder them, abuse them, things like this within the commons that you would do with men. But there can't actually be egalitarianism. It's not even possible because women have no enforcement mechanism. So since there's no enforcement mechanism, there's just it's a laughably absurd idea.
Women have no enforcement mechanism.
Okay, that was the clip. So do you want to elaborate on?
I'm sorry. Is it him, or do you want me to elaborate a little bit?
No, yeah, it's still your opening statement, dude.
All right, perfect. So basically, you heard that statement where he was saying women don't have enforcement mechanism for the rights, and women's rights are inherently given it to them by men, right? So what's confusing about that statement is we're talking about a couple different things here, and this is where I want to clarify, and I'm going to actually pass it on to him when he's ready to make his opening statements. But what type of rights are we talking about here, right? Are we talking about human rights? Are we talking about natural rights? And it seemed like when he was going into the debates, he was kind of like conflating the both of it, right? Where it's somehow in some arguments he will refer to natural rights, and then other arguments he will refer to the human rights argument of things, whether it's like, or, you know, God, or at least that's what it seemed like he was hinting. So I want to go ahead and get into a little bit more detail, but I think this is it for my opening statement, and we can get cracking.
Okay, cool. Andrew?
Yeah, so that really didn't tell me much, and he didn't really make an argument, but let me kind of go through this.
Your audio just cut out. It got really quiet. Your mic just...
Hang on a second. Sorry about that. Is that?
It's good. It's good now.
So I did take the time to review my opponent's material. Usually my opponents don't actually review mine. I don't know why this is, but people don't seem to take debates very seriously. They just kind of operate off of pure emotion, and they don't even understand argumentation or structures for arguments. I did go through and take a look at his video where he kind of briefly addressed this, and I was less than impressed. In his video about just for pearly things being exposed, before he got to the section where he was obviously confused about my arguments, he claimed at the 29:46 minute mark that the last draft we had was in World War II. This was after pulling the date live, and the date saying 1973, which would be the Vietnam War, not World War II. But I thought that was kind of funny. And then in hour 14, in the same video, he restates my position that women's rights come from men. And then after a giggle, he actually had no argument and then went into some odd ramble, which was totally unintelligible. He starts by claiming we live in a structured government based around the Constitution, which is a non sequitur, and it doesn't even address my position or my argument. He then goes on to say hilariously that ever since the women got the right to vote, men can't collectively take those rights away. Obviously, this is absurd, and it's self-defeating because who did they get the right to vote from in the first place? He then goes on to say that I brought up make-believe examples to make my point, and now that he's right about, these scenarios are called hypotheticals, and they're designed to be make-believe examples to test your logic. He then says historically societies were moving towards egalitarianism, which is also laughable. He then finishes by claiming only Eastern cultures oppress women in their framework, which is, again, hilarious because it actually proves my point. As far as kind of what he said in his opening statement, he, again, didn't really give me very much. He just said that from my perspective, he's asking if it's a physical perspective, which relies on enforcement. The answer to that would be yes. He then brings up a category of rights, which I guess we can get into, but I probably reject his framework of what rights are. And then, kind of past that, if he's asking, who has rights, I don't think that we have rights. I don't even think that there's a such thing as rights. At least not unalienable rights, meaning rights that can't be taken away from you. So that's kind of it for my opening statement. I probably would have had more to say, but I haven't actually heard an argument or anything from him. So we can kind of move on from there.
Cool. All right, we're going to get to the open part. So here's the part where you guys just have back and forth and kick it off.
All right, so this guy's saying he didn't hear an argument, although we just posed one. So I guess you're trying to be nonchalant about this, which is cute, okay? So you're used to, speaking the way. I mean, in fact, you're already saying I'm emotional and make people making emotional arguments, and then you're basing it off a video that, firstly, was just off statement about you, and second of all, realistically, didn't even have a whole fully fledged out explanation for it, because that's not what the show was about. It was just briefly mentioning it, but we're going to do that on this podcast. So my first question to you is, when you talk about rights being able to be taken away or being enforced by men, what type of rights are you talking about? Are you talking about natural rights, or are you talking about human rights?
What do you think the distinction between the two are?
I'm asking you.
Well, are these physical? So I don't, any right that you would consider to be something which is physical from a secular framework, I would consider those to be right. Whether you call them natural rights or you call them whatever you want, it doesn't matter from my perspective.
Okay, but what I'm saying, what do you consider rights, right, that can be enforced and that can also be taken away if men collectivize?
Well, so I would make the distinction in two ways. The first would be an unalienable right. So if you look at the framing around our Constitution, there's only 3 unalienable rights. So the unalienable right would be a right which cannot be taken away under any circumstances. So the 3 unalienable rights would be the right to liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and what's the other one? It's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So those would be unalienable rights. So everything else would be a negative right in the Constitution, or the way that we at least perceive rights. So none of them are positive rights; they're all affirmed in the negative, meaning you can't do X. It's not a positive of what you must do or should do as a right, but rather it's a restriction on what you can't do, that type of thing.
So what would you say then? Where would you say your definition of your rights? Where do you believe that comes from?
I don't think we have rights.
Well, you just got done explaining inalienable rights, right? The ones we're talking about enforcing and being able to be taken away. Where does that come from? These are
conceptualizations, though. Right? I'm just giving you conceptualizations, not what I believe.
We actually have laws that
just stop. Hang on.
Don't tell me to stop.
I need you to understand. Well, I need you to understand my position before you ask the question, because I'm answering the question. So what I'm giving you is a conceptualization of what an unalienable right is. Doesn't mean I believe they exist. It just means that I'm telling you what they are. And then I'm telling you what a negative right is. I'm not saying that those things actually exist. They're all social constructions from my perspective. They're socially constructed. They don't actually exist in physical reality. They're made the fuck up.
If they don't exist in physical reality, how can people enforce it?
They're enforcing a social construction. So the person exists in physical reality. The other person exists in physical reality. But whatever the conceptualization is of what you want to enforce does not exist as some physical metric. So you can't, like, for instance, I can't point out a right. I can't point to it or taste it or smell it or touch it or any of those things. They don't actually exist outside of your own brain. They're just conceptualizations of things.
I'm so all right, so you're saying rights don't exist outside of your own brain, but yet in the physical world where rights are actually important, and in your argument, actually in the previous argument that you mentioned, can be enforced, and also if men in your hypothetical world were to collectivize can be taken away, you're also making the same argument that those rights just exist in people's heads and there's no real world consequences towards that.
There's no performative contradiction between the two. So if you have a conceptualization that something is a right, right? You conceptualize that this is true, even
But
if it's not.
how about we don't conceptualize it? Let's just look at the rights right now.
Because it's a concept. It's a concept.
Constitution in your last example, right? We're talking about inalienable rights. Let's talk about that. Because
if you don't want me to conceptualize it,
it's a legal document that exists. So it's not something that is in your head. It's actually written down, and we've been following those laws.
Bro, if you don't want me to conceptualize,
how long?
Okay, if you don't want me to conceptualize it, then point to where one is. Point to a right.
Okay.
What does a right smell? What does a right smell like?
Amendment.
What does the Second Amendment smell? What does the Second Amendment smell like? What does it look like? What does it taste like? What you can't point to it. It's just a conceptualization of a thing,
no, you
right?
Can point to it. There's a
well, then point to it.
Printed thousands of times that basically says, "Hey, this is what your rights are." And guess what? There's enforcement mechanisms put in place to enforce that document. So you're saying that's just a concept to you?
The piece of paper is real. You would agree. I would agree with you. The piece of paper and the ink and everything else, those are all physical things. But the rights, which are enshrined on that piece of paper, those are conceptualizations. They don't exist. You understand that? They don't actually exist. A right doesn't actually exist. If it does, show me where it is. It's just a social construction. They're made up. They're made the fuck up, dude. Made up.
So here's the thing, because you're this is where you're going with this, and it's actually kind of interesting that you're taking this route, right? Because I understand where you're coming from. You're saying it's something that we conjure up. It's a concept, all right? It's one of those things where it comes from our minds. We put it out there, but at the end of the day, it's just a concept. You can't point to a right. You can't point to a thing. But again, these are the same things that have very real world consequences, whether it's human rights or whether it's natural rights. These are very things that affect people in the real world. Societies build structures and systems around these certain rights, all right, especially the ones that you consider inalienable, even the same one you use as an argument when you talk about enforcement mechanisms being the men, all right? So how can men enforce something that doesn't exist? How can they point to something and say, all right, well, that does, like, you understand how you're taking it from your conceptualized world and it doesn't make sense in reality. You understand that, right? There's two different things. So I'm talking about reality here, rights, not concepts.
Yeah,
so
but hang on. But in reality, they're in reality, they're just concepts. You can afford societies and structure societies based around concepts. We do it all the time. Social constructions, especially. For instance, take a school. A school isn't anything other than a building where people go to learn. What makes it a school? What makes it a school is that we call it a school. Right? Yeah. Well, no, that's not what makes it a school. A school is still a school, even if there's no people in it.
The
right?
structures of the school, right?
Right. So
it's all. You have the teachers, you have the janitorial staffs, you even have the students to make it all work. So at the end of the day, this empty building, for instance, can be repurposed to anything else.
Let me finish.
At the end of the day, time out. At the end of the day, it's the people that make it up, right? They build the institution and the system that turns it into a school. The exact same people that build up the system, all right, from a fictional conceptual document that you want to call the Constitution, and as long as those people abide by those document, it becomes real. So in your other argument,
no, it's not real.
Okay.
So backing up,
back to concepts again.
Well, that's all school is it's a conceptualization of a thing that we call a learning center.
Education is just a concept.
Let me finish a sentence, dude. I let you talk and express whatever you wanted. Let me at least respond before you cut in. So try to understand that what you're talking about is a conceptualization which is applied. Morals operate this way. Almost everything in your life operates around social constructions for normalcy. A stop sign's a social construct, right? There's a physical sign there, but the fact you're supposed to stop there is socially constructed. It's made up. It's not actual reality that you must stop at a stop sign. You just do because you operate as though it's reality. So when you're saying, hey, let me finish, man. So when you're saying, hey, these things are applied to reality, they map onto reality, I agree with you. That's how we talk about concepts. So I'm willing to engage with the concepts being applied to reality, but you need to first start with these are just concepts and they don't actually exist physically anywhere.
No, I can't start with that premise because that doesn't make any sense. Though to me, from everyone else's standpoint, even you're using an example of the stop sign. Okay, yeah, I get it. What does anything really actually mean, right? Unless there were certain laws assigned or governed to it, just like anything else. So the stop sign, it's a pact that we sign with the laws of the society we're currently living in that said, hey, if you see a stop sign, you stop, because if you don't, well, guess what? You're more likely to cause physical harm to other people that exist. So it becomes a real thing.
It's
so
still
I
a concept. It's just conceptual.
Okay, listen, I understand the concept you're talking about, but when you bring it to reality, they have real world consequences. So we can't be arguing, okay, well, it's a stop sign, it's a law, it can mean anything or it cannot mean anything. It doesn't, you can't really point to it, but at the end of the day, they still affect people in a very real way, real, tangible, and practically effective.
Yeah, but so what? So saying that a conceptualization can map on reality based on you behaving as though it's real, I've already conceded must be true. It's the only logical way that can be true.
So it is true.
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just heard what you just said.
So then you have to start with the presupposition that these are concepts, which you just categorically rejected. So you need to say these are just concepts. Concepts. They're not real. These aren't real.
But they have real world consequences. That's what you're not understanding. You're bringing it back to concepts.
No, something that doesn't exist has no real world consequence.
It's a real enough document that it's governing a whole country and in relations to other countries that it's real enough. It's no longer a concept. You don't need to conceptualize the concept.
No, it's still a concept.
It's there. You don't even need to, even when it comes
No, you still need to conceptualize it. You still have to conceptualize the rights.
Explain.
Well, because they don't exist in physical reality, dude. What are you not getting about this? None of these conceptualizations.
Time out. Do you believe that even before the concept of good and evil or right or wrong, do you believe that people just didn't know the difference?
What? That's a total non sequitur. What does that have to do with anything?
No. I'm getting to a point though. Because
what's the point?
The point is, no matter what, even if it's in your head, you're talking about what's the concept of right, what's the concept of wrong. Realistically, we all know there's a natural a law that lets us know that there's something good and there's something bad. The natural law of justice and injustice, moral or immoral or unmoral, whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? So those things are something that you would classify around human law, human what do you call it? Human nature or human rights, right? Because we all kind of know that stuff already to begin with. So you can call that a concept, you can call it whatever it is, but even though you want to categorize that as concepts, they still have real world consequences to how human govern. So for instance, someone who wakes up isn't going to just go murder their parents because they know that's bad. Now, are you going to say there are people that do that in the real world? No, there are people that do that, but the vast majority of people understand the morals. So even if they're concepts, which I don't deny, they are concepts, they have real world consequences. And I'm talking about the real world where you're trying to bring it back to the concepts.
So again, you can act in such a way as though a thing which you conceptualize is real, and that will create consequences. But the consequences are coming from the things in physical reality, in this case, human beings acting on those conceptualizations, the conceptualizations of rights, the conceptualization that that's a school, the conceptualization this is private property. All of these things are conceptualized, but they don't exist in tangible physical reality. So what you're really talking about is human behavior. And I agree that human behavior has direct impacts on other human beings based on however you conceptualize why they're behaving that way, what they're behaving that way for, what they're going to do in the future, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We all operate on, I think the conceptualizations are necessary and social constructions are necessary for us to live, but that doesn't mean that they exist in reality. So when we're talking about rights, try to understand my position here, which what I'm trying to flesh out is that rights themselves don't exist. Acting as though that they do, I think we can do, and sure, that gives us some impact because of human behavior, but rights themselves don't even exist. They just don't exist. So we're talking in abstracts here. When you say, can you take these rights? When you say, can you take these rights away from these people? It's like, I don't know that they have rights to begin with, especially not unalienable rights, meaning they can't be taken away. That seems paradoxical to me.
Can you roll that clip again, Alex, real quick?
Sure. I think you guys are also kind of going about semantics. You guys largely agree. Yes.
No,
right?
that's what I'm saying. Because like I agree with them already.
Semantics are important.
Hang on. Stop. Let me just clear this up. So you guys both agree that rights aren't something tangible you can see, but they both have real world consequences. I think you guys can move on to the next part because at this point, this is like we're just semantics. But yeah, I can place the clip.
Women can't make decisions about their own rights because they can't enforce their own rights. So since they have no enforcement mechanism other than men, all their rights come from men, so they can't actually be equal. There's always going to be a differential, and that's a necessary biological truth. It's not saying that women can't be equal in the eyes of men as far as, you can't murder them, abuse them, things like this within the commons that you would do with men. But there can't actually be egalitarianism. It's not even possible because women have no enforcement mechanism. So since there's no enforcement mechanism, there's just it's a laughably absurd idea.
Women have no enforcement mechanism.
Okay, so again, there's you on tape. We're not even talking about concepts. We're talking about reality.
We were talking about concepts.
No, you weren't talking about concepts. You were talking about reality because
we're talking about how people
enforcement is a reality. It's a physical, tangible thing, right? So when you're sitting there saying that women don't have enforcement mechanism for their rights, you are then conceding that it's a physical thing. So moving forward from that, because we both now understand that rights have physical.
No, we can't move forward from that because you're wrong.
Well, because now you're gonna drag it back. I'm trying to move forward from this.
I can't move forward until I get a concession out of you.
So where
I
the
have
rights
to get a
come
concession.
From? Where the rights?
They don't come from anywhere. They don't exist. They don't exist external of your brain.
So you see the position he's taking on now versus the position he took on last time.
The position I had with her,
it wasn't the same one. It wasn't the same one. I watched the whole thing, buddy. And no, you guys were arguing a physical, tangible thing. We weren't arguing concepts. Now the whole conversation has changed the concept. So now that I ask you,
I don't. Maybe you just don't get it.
Even
I
answer
don't know.
The question.
Do you just not understand? Like even when I was debating,
I don't understand. I really don't think you get it at all.
Well, why don't you give me a second and I'll try to re-explain it to you.
Take as much time as you need.
So starting with the FARA debate, just because I can entertain your ideas, and I told her specifically in that debate, I don't view rights the same way that you do, but I can do what's called an internal critique. So if you assume that these things are real and you apply them in life, I can internally critique your position to even see if it makes sense. That's the point of a debate, is an internal critique, which is exactly what I did with Farah. I explained to her and expressed to her, I don't see rights the same way that you do. I'm not even sure that we have rights. Not even sure about that, right? I could be persuaded if somebody gave me a good enough position that we did, but just like I told her, I'm not even sure that we do. But I can internally critique your position where you say, I think that we do, and here's where I think that our rights come from. Here's why I think that they need to be enforced. Just going into somebody's worldview and arguing with them based on what they consider a thing X to be, whether it's a unicorn, a leprechaun, rights, whatever the fuck it is, you can entertain their ideas without believing in them, even if you take the opposite position, man. I don't know why that's complex for you.
The opposite could be true in the same sense as me, because I don't need to go into your world to believe it's just a concept and then just argue from there. So do you see how the opposite could be true at the same time?
No.
So why don't we just come to a middle ground? If we're going to talk about the realities or the real worlds, no need to go back and forth with what your idea of rights are, what the idea of rights are. Let's talk about what everyone generally understands as rights, and then move on from there. So it doesn't. Yeah, but that would be granting. It doesn't have to be your definition of what you think rights is. All right, but generally the rights. So for instance, right, when we talk about voting, okay, now we talk about what is the hot topic right now? Abortion. All right, that's a thing, right? So women abortion rights, that's one thing they will consider that, right? So both Republican women and men voted to remove female rights to abortion in certain states. So that's a physical, tangible thing that actually has real world consequences, because that's a situation. In your last argument, you're saying that women don't have rights because men or because women don't have the enforcement mechanism. But my disagreement is, no, women do have the enforcement mechanism. Since we're not going to go into your definition of rights, what I define rights are pretty much given by governments. Governments, not given by governments, but it's kind of like protected and enforced by governments, which is the system or whatever society that you're living in. Right? You sign a pact. They say, okay, you give up some of your rights, you give up some of your authority to us, and then in return, you get to live your life however, pursuit of happiness, live free, do whatever, as long as you abide by these rules. That's the part of your authority you give up, right? So if you sign that pact with the government or whatever society you decide to live in, all right, they also enforce those rights for you and make sure that that doesn't get taken away. So essentially, people who participate in these systems are both women and men. So realistically, I would agree with you if you want to talk about the enforcement mechanism at the end of the day, overwhelmingly becoming men, like in law enforcement, military, or whatever you want to add, throw that into. Yeah, but to argue it and say that women lack the enforcement mechanism to be able to enforce their rights is just wildly absurd.
So so I kind of trying to piece this together so I make sure I get this correct.
Retarded, bro. What the fuck? I don't think you get it. I
don't. Well, you're right. I don't even understand what you just said. So can you give me a more concise version?
Your head.
Yeah, give me a more.
Go back in La La Land. That's what you got to do. Go back into concepts.
Can you give me a concise version of what your argument is as to why you think that it's not a paradox that there's egalitarianism if men are affording the rights to women?
How is that a paradox if men are affording rights to women?
Well, because the word is egalitarianism. You know what that means, right?
I never used the word egalitarianism.
Well, then you're strawmanning my argument, because my argument is about egalitarianism, not rights. Equality.
I'm not strawmanning your argument.
So here you are, because it's about egalitarianism. Men and women can't ever be equal. It's not fucking possible. It's paradoxical to say that the people you have to go to demand to ask them to benevolently bequeath unto you rights, that you're equal with those people. That's a paradox.
Well, then we have to define what those rights are, right?
Well, who cares what you define them as? It doesn't matter what you.
Okay,
it wouldn't matter if it's a right to a Snicker bar. So what are you talking about?
So the rights that we have right now, right? That women have, same as men. All right. So that also gets enforced. You're not going to impede on a woman's right to pursue happiness or liberty or whatever it is that she wants. You're not going to impede on a woman's rights to do any of that bullshit. So there is an enforcement mechanism there. And there are certain things that are listed that are there. So to say that it's something that is given to us by men, it's not, because we're operating under natural law now. You understand that, right?
Are we operating under natural law, or are we operating under constitutional law?
Constitutional law is natural law.
What makes it natural?
What are you talking about?
What makes it natural?
Natural rights that come out of it.
What makes these rights natural? What makes them natural? What makes them natural?
That you sign a pact with the state or whatever society you're living with.
Why is that natural?
Why is it not?
Well, I mean, you're begging the question at that point. So I asked you the question.
Are you trying to conflate that with human law?
Well, no, you conflated
human law. So I said, you can give it up to God. You can say God, because as long as you exist as a human by nature, you can, as long as people don't try to kill you or anything like that, and in justice or injustice, typical things like that, then you're fine. That's.
Well, what rights do you think God gives you then?
Whatever people believe in religion.
So
it depends on what religion, and most of the stuff comes from Eastern religions, anyways. Like ancient Judaism, like Roman societies, Greek societies. They all had that style.
Okay, so when you're talking about constitutional law, you're saying that constitutional law is an extension of natural law. And what do you consider natural law to be?
Well, it's not an extension of natural law. It's an extension of natural rights.
Okay, what do you consider natural rights to be? Where are they coming from?
Given and protected under a government or whatever civilization you're living in.
So these are
whatever laws that are governed. So whatever laws, you can't kill people, you can't steal from people, stuff like that.
Got
you
it.
Get locked up for.
So your rights, right? so your rights ultimately are coming from people.
Yeah, just like the same people that make up the schools. And
so if we're going to delineate, got it. So if we're going to make a delineation as to which group of this people's makeup are the ones who are the enforcers of these rights which people have made up, which person group would you say out of the two sexes are the most responsible for that enforcement mechanism?
Those who are allowed to vote and participate in the government system.
Well, not
Those
every
are people
country,
most
not every
responsible.
country you can vote, right?
Well, yeah, okay. So, what country are we specifically talking about?
Well, who cares? It doesn't matter. Just as far as a conceptualization.
Okay, so we'll talk about the United States. This is a country I know. I'm not familiar with other countries. So let's talk about.
So
United
women got the vote in 1919, right?
Doesn't mean they weren't influential.
Well, who gave it to them? Who gave them the vote?
Oh, he was what do you call it? Men.
Men. Yeah, men gave them the vote. So thing
But
is,
who made up the government? Who made up majority
Men.
of the government?
Men.
Okay, perfect.
Who makes up the majority of the government now?
Still men.
Men. Yeah. So
But
it's always
women-
men.
The crux of the argument is, listen. I agree. I already agree with you that men can act as the enforcement mechanism, right? But what I do disagree is.
So then you have a paradox.
What are you talking about?
So if women can't enforce their rights and they have to get their rights from men have to grant them their rights because they're the enforcers, then it's paradoxical to say they're equal.
If you want to talk about it comes from a system of participation. So if you're talking about before women getting the ability to vote and things like that, then fine, you have a point, and I'll concede that to you. But if you're talking about after women got the right to vote, they participate in the electoral process, whether it's local, state, federal, it doesn't matter. So whatever they choose to vote for, whatever is their self-interest, they essentially have an enforcement mechanism, which is the power to vote. So if we're talking about in today's time, then yes, women do have an enforcement mechanism to be able to impact their will. That's it.
So let's say a woman votes that she wants to be able to have abortions, that women kind of collectively come around and they vote that in. And let's just say, for the sake of this argument, you're in, like, let's say Afghanistan or something. But even here in the United States, it would apply. Let's say that men said, yeah, you voted for that, but we're still not going to let you have abortions. Do you think women could still have abortions?
That goes against the legal process.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Do you think that women would still be able to have abortions if men said you can't have any more?
If we're arguing in the United States, then if the women vote, and all of a sudden people just want to overthrow it, and the men collectivize and say that wouldn't work.
Why wouldn't it work?
Because the way the system is set up.
The system is set up at the whims of men.
What?
The system is set up at the whims of men. If men decide if the men decide collectively that the system is no longer applicable, it's no longer applicable.
Well, that doesn't happen though.
It does happen. It not only does it, not only it's happened twice here. It's happened twice in the United States.
What country we're talking about?
I'm talking about the United States. Talking about the United States.
Okay,
it's happened twice in the United
States.
States.
A group of men collectivizing to try to take over the government, it's damn near impossible.
No, it's happened twice. It's actually almost happened 4 different times. But the first time it happened, the first time was 1776. You know what happened then? Then the second time was during the Civil War. And in that point, they were extremely successful. They formulated their own government, an entire Southern government, and made their own new Charter of Rights and completely rejected the rights of the North.
Right, but you're still talking about when the country was in its infancy and it was still developing. You're always going to have those civil unrest.
The late 1800s was not infancy.
Listen, what you're describing happens to multiple different.
The late 1800s was not infancy.
But if we're gonna, here's the thing. If we're gonna, but what we're explaining is what happens to countries at their early stages. There's usually a split off from their original colonial masters or colonial superiority, and then there's some kind of civil war fostered. Yes, that's always. Listen, that's always the case.
So yeah, but so what?
Look at African countries right now. Most
what?
Hang on. Well, so what? It just
goes
back on your point that you're making. And you don't
no, it doesn't.
Yes,
how?
It does.
Well, tell me that part.
The point I'm making is this stuff happens when countries are in their infancy. So you're gonna have those early stages of destabilization. But over time, as a country forms their laws and they forms and they're strengthening.
So what?
So what? So what is there safeguards put in place to prevent against that? Why do you think all those 2 times that shit didn't happen anymore?
And if men decide that those safeguards aren't there anymore, they won't be there.
Well, then, but here's the thing. The only difference is those same men have a huge wall of bureaucracy they have to fight through. to even make that happen.
No,
it doesn't take them just collecting a bunch of guns. It doesn't take a brute strength to walk up into the government and say, well, I'm going to take it over because, we're sick and tired of the system.
They've done it. It's been done globally more times than you can count.
17, whatever, bro.
No, that's recent. That's the Shah of Iran. What are you talking about? The Shah of Iran. The Shah of Iran, Afghanistan.
Iran right now, or are we talking about the United States?
What I'm saying is that if this can happen, Duke, if this can happen there, why couldn't it happen here?
Because we're well established.
They were more well established.
Do you know how destabilized
the United States is? One of the youngest nations on planet Earth, sir. One of the youngest nations.
Exactly my point. What I was saying earlier, this bullshit only happens to young nations in their infancy.
This is one of the youngest nations on planet Earth.
It's difficult for men to do that. So if we're going back to the West, the idea of the West, a bunch of dudes who are all of a sudden sick and tired of, the way the government's running, and they take up arms to overthrow it, it's not going to happen because the government's way too established. So when you're making my point, it's only in younger countries when they're highly influenced and in their infancy that insurrections and you have the changing of guard and civil wars that happen. But when you get into established nations, there's safeguards put in place because they learned from their lessons when they were in their infancy. That's how they work. So what you might have a case back in the day, but in today, you're wrong. Women do have an enforcement mechanism. It's called the federal government.
You mean men?
Which is largely men and women. So it's not solely men.
Well, no, it's mostly men who are the enforcers, though. So politicians don't.
Now you got women in the police forces.
Politicians,
in the military.
Politicians don't enforce laws, right?
They create. Well, no. Time out. One branch create laws, the other one judges it, and the executive one sort of.
They're all non sequiturs. I don't care about who enforces the laws.
Non sequiturs. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, they're not addressing my argument, which is who you can say who makes the laws, and I would agree with you who makes laws, but who enforces the laws?
The government.
Yeah, but
that's holding. When you sign a contract with when you sign a contract with the state, aka your citizenship, you're basically going into a societal agreement. All right, you agree to give up a certain amount of your rights, and in exchange for that, we will protect whatever's left of yours. All right, so that's the whole thing. So if anyone, meaning any other human being, all right, that breaks the laws, meaning they accost you in some kind of way, where they steal from you, or they try to kill you or your family members, all right, your rights will be enforced by the state because that's the contract you signed. So they act as the enforcer. Now, if you want to get into the weeds of who are the people actually going in and arresting these people or doing the investigations, yeah, you can have a say and say, yeah, the majority of them are men, right? Because they make up the police forces and they make up the military and things like that. But doesn't negate the fact that there are women in these positions too. Not only that, there are women that serve atop of those hierarchies that enable the enforcement of the rights of other people.
So we've established then that men are largely the enforcement arm of rights and laws that politicians
They're largely, but not solely.
I didn't say they're solely. I just said
in the last argument, it kind of seemed like you were hinting at that because you didn't say it.
So largely, they are.
Be specific.
Largely, they are, right? You agree with that? So if that's true,
I agree with that 100%.
If those men,
it's a no-brainer. Largely, they are.
So if those men decide that they're going to stop enforcing those laws by the government, if they just decide to do that, let's say they go on strike or something like this,
which department?
Or the police force,
the Army, Navy, police.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. Like, let's just take a look at the riots that happened, the BLM riots that happened. If police forces are told to stand down, right? There's nobody around to enforce your rights. Who's there to enforce your rights when someone's throwing a brick through your window? Who's there to enforce your rights when neighborhoods are getting burned down? Who's there to do that if people decide not to enforce your rights for you? Who
you know what actually
do that?
happens in those cases? Especially in those cases where anarchy starts to form. All right.
Men with guns enforce their own.
Right. So you get people who come out with guns and they enforce it, right?
Yeah, men.
And those men can enforce it on behalf of what? To protect
themselves.
Their families, right?
Yeah.
And those families usually include moms, daughters, sisters, aunties, right? So one can argue that they're being influenced by that because they don't.
Who cares who they're influenced by? They're the enforcers, bro.
Be hurt, right? So there's a motivation to to enforce that right if the government fails. So either way, it's not still solely men. Even if men decide today that collectively we're going to go to war against women, hypothetically speaking, I mean, it's never going to happen. But if in that case, the reason why it'd be impossible, because there would be other men who would stand up and fight against that. By definition, and even biologically speaking,
so that's my
men
argument.
are the enforcement arm of women. So
then I'm right.
So exactly, that's the point. But in your argument, you were saying, you were making it seem like it was solely men. If men decide to collectivize and take the rights, it still doesn't.
It is solely men, because what you're saying is that men would have to be the ones who stopped other men from taking away women's rights. So it's solely men, bro.
By their women.
It's still solely men.
By their women.
Who they're influenced by doesn't matter.
It does kind of matter, because your reasoning for doing something kind of makes sense. You wouldn't just do something for nothing, now would you? You wouldn't just take up arms and defend what?
What their motive, bro? What their motivation is irrelevant. The fact is that all women's rights, all of women's rights are come from men, because men are the enforcers of the rights. You agree that that's true? You agree that when anarchy? Let me finish, Duke.
Have enforcement mechanisms.
Duke,
that's
let me
what
finish.
I disagree,
Let me finish.
Enforcement mechanism are men.
Let me finish my point
and in modern societies, women as well.
Are you ready to let me finish my point? You tell me when I can finish my point. I just let you go on your whole diatribe, and I didn't even interrupt it. So just hang tight. You agree with me on these.
Dude, chill, bro.
You agree with me on these concepts. The conceptualization here is that men are the enforcers of rights. You agree that that's true. You agree that it would necessarily take men to stop other men from taking away women's rights. We also agree that that's true. So no matter which way you cut this, the rights of women come from men. And so therefore egalitarianism or true equality is impossible. It can't be done, because it's always just begging men for the rights. And you can say, but women can influence men to act as their safeguard for rights. That's true. They could do that. They could use sexuality or bribes or any number of different mechanisms to do that. But they're still utilizing men as the enforcement mechanism for their fucking rights. You can't get away from this. It's circular.
So, okay, but here you go again. All right. But it's not largely men, though. You got to understand that, because when we're talking about governments, it's a system, meaning there's men and women. So you would have that. There's a wall of bureaucracy there that includes both men and women when we're talking about governmental societies, right? So there are women that play a part. Some of them, if they're higher up in the hierarchy, right, they play a higher role in the enforcement of certain rights, and they use men. So if you want to talk about using men as the strong arm, right? Yeah, you're right. But if we're talking about overall, women have a heavy influence in enforcing their rights.
Well, they have. You can say that women can influence men to enforce their rights for them, and I wouldn't disagree with you.
And
I think
still
that's
using it.
I think that's possible, but who are they relying on? They're not relying on them. They're relying on men. So still, it's due to the benevolency of men that women have rights, and the opposite isn't true. The opposite's not true. So we don't need women to enforce our rights. That's the distinction, and that's why you can't have egalitarianism.
I disagree.
You disagree that we need women to enforce men's rights?
Yeah, because if you're voting, what do you think? 50% of women are the other half of the voting block. What are you talking about?
So again,
it's men and women that got abortion banned.
The vote is allowed
men
because
and women took away men and women, and due to certain beliefs, work together to remove the rights of other women. It's the same thing can happen backwards. We don't just work in a system that requires brute strength of men. We work in a system that has working pieces that involve both men and women. And some of those women are in leadership positions, which have a bigger influence when it comes down to affecting other people's rights and influencing and enforcing their rights as well. So for you to, because it seems like you're making.
Who enforces their right to vote? Who enforces their right to vote? Who? Which sex enforces their right to vote, Duke?
The government.
Which sex enforces their right to vote? Overwhelmingly. Which one? Which one is it?
Both sex.
Both sex overwhelmingly are the enforcement arm, huh?
Well, if you're talking about sex, well, we're going to talk about who majority is in the office, right? We'll say men.
No, the enforcement. Who's going to enforce the woman's right to vote?
Okay,
it's going to be men. It's going to be fucking men.
We're talking about the police force.
All of them. All enforcement arms. All.
We can agree that it's largely men in these positions and roles, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then now we're getting to a conversation in terms of what men naturally gravitate to versus what women naturally gravitate to in terms of work, right? And that'd be based off of biology, because men biologically fill up these roles, right?
Yeah,
Protector roles, right?
That's
versus
right.
Women
Yeah,
fill other roles that are support structures, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so be that being said, it's basically people working together to make that happen. It's not.
Oh, sure. I think that men and I think men and
it's not like it's just the men, and that's just
I think
crazy.
that men and women have to cooperate. Of course we do. I think that that's in
Okay.
our best interest to do, but that really doesn't change the point, which is that you say, wait a second, Andrew, women can vote. And my argument to this is like, they can only vote based on the enforcement mechanism of men. They can't enforce their own right to vote. They can only allow the enforcers to enforce their right to vote. And you just kind of agree with me in the circular loop over and over and over.
To the point that it's already done. But if we're talking about after the right to vote, if men try to take that away, they're going to run into a wall of bureaucracy that'll make it impossible for them to take away rights for women to vote. There's too many special interest groups that rely on the votes of women. The American corporation lives off the votes of the women.
And who runs most corporations?
Governmental policies.
Who runs most corporations?
They live in
Who-
What?
Which sex are most of the lobbyists, and corporations largely are run by which sex?
A lot of women.
Largely by which sex? What's the biggest demographic
about
of people?
Who head corporations?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Men or women?
in leader. Well, no, time out now, because we got to figure it out, right? Are we talking which level position?
All levels.
Okay, now which type of corporation are we talking
Doesn't
about?
matter. All corporations. All
We got to be
corporations.
specific because we're talking about.
Why do we need to be specific? If you're you weren't specific on which
a lot
type.
more educated in today's society, and they're filling up a lot of these C-suite corporate jobs that you're seeing out there, and a lot of these men aren't competing right now.
Bro, at the top levels, the hierarchical institutions are run by men. All of them are run by men. The entire enforcement is men.
Do you see why I wanted to specify? I said which level. You said it didn't matter. Now you're going in specific. So that's why specifics are important when we have this conversation, because we're talking about top level. There's no doubt there's a lot of more male CEOs out there. Matter of fact,
Yeah.
you want to talk about top levels of governments, there are more males.
So all these checks and balances for enforcement are men.
Different sections.
So all these top levels. So
you start to see a different statistic.
So all these things that you quoted as being differentials of power, which women could utilize to enforce their rights, are all run by fucking men. Largely run by men, almost overwhelmingly run by men at every single level. The enforcement arm of the police, the military, the corporations, everything is run by men.
What you're denying right now is the influence that these women embedded in these corporations, embedded in these governments have within. So much so that a lot of these men who are headed a lot of these top institutions are heavily influenced by the women, to the point where a lot of them they have special interest in voting for women, right? They have a lot of special interests vested in that. So
that's right.
You can't just look at that situation.
They have a lot of. They have a lot.
But then you're
You're
looking
right.
at it purely from a physical and a job perspective.
Look, you're totally right. Look, there's nothing to even argue. You're totally right. There's lots and lots and tons and oodles. Hang on, let me finish. Let me finish, Duke.
But you're not. You're leaving out some parts that I have.
Let me finish, Duke.
I want to make sure we're not sitting here in the agreement of the same. Listen,
okay.
Because you're saying it's solely men. I'm saying no. So just keep it at that.
Okay. So Duke, what you're saying here is that if women go vote for their own rights, that all the checks, balances, everything, which is the enforcement arm, is run by men. I totally agree that women can influence men to protect their rights. I'm just disagreeing with you that women themselves can protect their own rights without men, and that men can protect their rights without women. We don't need them to protect our own rights, which is why when you take the anarchy situation where you have like the Black Lives Matter riots, you say, look, when the police don't show up, what happens? Men grab guns and they begin to enforce their own rights. Women aren't doing that. They were not grabbing the fucking guns. They're not enforcing their own rights. They're not doing any of that because they can't. They can't protect themselves against men.
Enforcement.
What's that?
What do you consider enforcement of rights? What
Threat of violence. Threat of violence is
the threat of
enforcement.
violence.
Yeah,
So,
that's
okay,
enforcement.
Well, if we're arguing off of that, then yeah, you have a point because my thought of enforcement.
Well, what else could it be besides threat of violence? It can't be anything else.
You don't have to locking somebody up and arresting them for violating somebody else's right.
That's threat of violence. That's threat of violence.
That's the threat of just detaining someone.
That's wait. Whoa. Hang on. What happens if you don't want to be detained?
Well, then you get arrested.
Well, how do they arrest you if you don't want to be arrested?
They put you in handcuffs.
They beat your fucking ass, right? And then put your
what? So okay.
You say I don't want to be arrested, officer. Fuck off. And you turn around to walk off. Are they going to tackle you? Are they going to use physical force in order to subdue you?
So they're going to use physical force, but they're not going to beat your ass right off the bat because remember,
but that's threat of violence. That's violence.
That if police officers actually assaulted the people they're arresting, they are liable for that.
That's violence. That's violence. Do you understand that that's all violence? It's all threat of violence. If you don't want to be arrested, the only reason you turn yourself in because you're told to.
It's threat of loss of freedom.
That's violence. If you hang on,
violence?
Because if you try to escape from prison, what happens?
They catch you.
How? Well, what if you don't want to be caught and you resist?
They physically restrain you, and if they only get violent. Are you trying to say they only get violent if that civilian gets violent?
No, right? What I'm saying is that the threat, the enforcement of all rights is the threat of violence. It has to be necessarally. Because if you don't,
listen, I have a different definition of that. The enforcement is the threat of loss of freedom. That's it. That's really. I'm not. I mean,
how can you have your freedom?
But like, here's the thing. The thing is, checks and balances are also, although it's not followed perfectly, there are checks and balances in place when you talk about law enforcement and how they engage with civilians, even civilians who don't, adhere to authority right away. There's still levels of engagement. Police forces teach this stuff all the time. They're not gonna go straight to punching you and beating your ass. They're gonna go through these different steps of engagement.
As long as you comply.
They get to that point, and for them to get to that point, they have to feel the threat of violence coming from the opposite person. So from your perspective, if the person is actually being physically violent, then yes, that force has every right to meet violence with violence. But
no, they don't have to be
someone. It's not usually violence. It's usually just the threat of loss of freedom. That's it. Loss of freedom and loss of the rights that you signed with the government when you were born or when you immigrated to the country.
Hang on, relax. You can't sign an agreement when you're born, by the way. But that aside,
it's called a social security number.
That's not signing an agreement. But that aside, as you walk out, if you're in prison, you've been imprisoned, okay, and you just say, "Fuck this! I don't want to be here anymore. I don't like this whole being in prison thing." And the gate opens one day for no particularly good reason, and you just walk out. And you're not using any violence at all, and police officers come out to collect you. And you say, I'm not going to use any violence, but I'm going to keep walking this direction no matter what, right? Will they use physical force to restrain you and drag your ass back to prison?
Yeah.
That's violence.
That's physical force.
It's violence.
They won't.
What is violence then?
They classify it as restrainment. That's a legal term.
Yeah, but it's still violence. It's always threat of violence. They're using violence to stop you from doing X thing you want to do.
Straight punching you or beating you or shooting you.
That's
right
not
away.
violence.
In some cases, yes, but they use restraint. They have their own level. They have literally, they're like, what is it, like 5 steps in like these police departments of threats before they get to the point where they're using violence.
Duke.
So so if you're using law enforcement,
if you grab a person's arm and they don't want their arm grabbed, are you being violent with them?
No. It's a form of restraint. I think punching somebody is a form of violence.
So if somebody was strong enough to hold you in place physically and stop you from moving, you don't think that that's violent?
It depends on how.
They're just holding you and you can't move.
That's restraint.
Yeah, so that's not violence in your mind. So if somebody who's super strong, so if you went
violence, where it turns to violence is while they're restraining that individual, they're punching them. They're committing some kind of
so hang on. So if a 5 foot, let's say you were dating a 4'9" woman, okay, and she was 96 pounds. And you went over to her and said, "You ain't leaving, bitch." And you grabbed her. You didn't hurt her, but you grabbed her and you held her in place and said, "You can't fucking move from this spot until I say so." And you wouldn't let her go. You're saying that that's not violence?
Legally, they call that a tort.
Is it violence, though?
It's technically just a 1 step below battery.
So is it violence?
What are we talking about? Are we talking about your definition or legal definition?
Your definition is that
I'm
violence?
talking about the legal definition. It's a
Well,
tort.
what is your
misdemeanor tort?
You don't think that's? Do you think that's violence or not, Duke?
I think it's restraint.
Do you think that? So you don't? Would you say then the answer is no, Andrew? You're not being violent with this woman.
Physically restraining someone is not being violent.
So then just say no. Just say no. That's not
assault.
violence.
You can classify that as assault. I would go with you on that definition. But
So-
saying it's violence,
well,
that starts to lead to a slippery slope, because anyone who says, "Oh well, I didn't like the way that guy grabbed my arm," that's also all of a sudden considered violence. That's
So that's not. So then, if you grab a 4'9" woman and you're not hurting her, but you won't allow her to move, and she wants to move and she wants to leave, and you won't let her, and you're holding her in place, I need you to tell me. I need you to hang on, Duke. I just need you to say, Andrew, that's not violence.
No, that's not violence. It's restraint.
Okay. Well, then there's nothing more I can say to that.
We're good. Do the good. Whatever makes you feel good.
Have you ever watched my Twitch
What about
channel?
your duty and obligations? Do you have any of those? Do you just have a set of sequence of entitlements that you call rights with 0 duties and 0 rights?
Actually, Twitch chat also puts pressure on me. I think this is mentality that I came on my own, which was really hard because there's, like I said, so much pressure from everyone.
Yeah, but answer to my question. So my question is, do you just have a sequence of entitlements, or do you have any duties and obligations to anybody for anything ever?
Your question is very vague. Can you paraphrase it to
I
be more
don't know how it
specific?
could possibly be more precise. Do you know what a duty is?
Could you define that?
No,
for
I'm
me?
just asking if you know what one is before I define it. Before we become too overly pedantic, I just want to make sure that you are going to tell me that you don't know what that word means first before I define it. Not that you're making me do it because you want to be overly pedantic.
English is my second language.
Yeah,
I
that
don't
doesn't
even
mean
know
that you
what
don't
pedant
understand
is.
what I'm saying.
What
I
is
don't know how
pedant?
this relates. She was talking about freedom of choice, and you said, well, you're legally allowed to do whatever you want. And then she was talking about socialization and being
Yeah,
inculcated
because
to
what
have
did
certain
she-
habits. And you said, what's wrong with shame?
Yeah.
It's fine to be shamed, but she's saying that women aren't avoiding promiscuity because of the adverse effects that you think are inherent to promiscuity. It's because they don't want to be called a 304 or a slut. If you think there's
That's
negative,
not what she said.
That is what she's implying.
Well,
she's saying
hang on,
if there's
hang on.
actually
What she-
negative side effects
No.
to
We're
having a
talking
lot of
about
sex,
monogamy. I
those will
disagree.
manifest in themselves. It doesn't have to take the form of guys
Yeah.
calling her a slut. That's the sort
That's not
of
what we're talking about.
absence
That's
of freedom
not
of
what we're
choice. That is
talking-
what she was
no,
saying.
No, we were
What you're
talking
doing
about
is
She's talking about girls
monogamy.
being slut
You were
shamed.
talking
No,
about
we're talking about
monogamy, yeah.
monogamy and the expectation to have.
She's saying
get married and have children.
society, she feels like it's not fair that society is casting stigma on social behaviors. That's what she's actually saying.
She's saying
I
it's
think she was
mutually
just
exclusive with freedom
acknowledging.
of choice, and you understood freedom of choice to mean legal rights, and she was saying
No, not just legal
judgment
rights.
and socialization and stigma.
That's
and
what I'm
then you
talking
said,
about
what's
is
wrong with
stigma.
Yeah.
Literally talking about stigma right this second. That's why I'm asking, do you feel like you only have a sequence of entitlements which are given, or do you feel like you have any duties and obligations
What is the
external to
duty?
those? A duty, an obligation.
To who?
Like a
to
child
what?
or a dog or a job.
Like if you're a
or
parent,
friends.
do you have a duty to feed your child if you're a parent?
I'm not a parent. You want me to imagine
If
what
you
it's
were,
like?
how would you feel if you ate breakfast this morning?
How would I feel if I ate breakfast?
Yeah.
Full?
Yeah. How would you feel bad if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
I would require more minerals. That is correct.
Okay, great. So we know that you can do hypotheticals. So let's not be pedantic then. So
Still don't know what pedantic is.
yeah, you don't know what it is. You don't know what pedantry is because English is your second language. Are
That
you
is
sure?
correct.
Okay. Well, let's move into it anyway. I'm just going to ask, and I'll use really small words. Do you have a duty? And if you don't know what the word duty means, when I say it in the context of feeding a child, I'll tell you.
Are you asking me to answer if I had a child, would I feed the child? And that's
Now,
your
do you have a
definition of
duty to feed the child? Some obligation?
I would feed my child.
Do you have an obligation to feed your child?
I feel like this is a lot of semantics.
Legally, yes, you do
know,
have an
when you make an
obligation to feed
argument,
your
semantics
child.
are super important. So I'm just wondering, do you have an obligation to feed your child?
I would feed my child.
Do you have an obligation to do that, though?
Yes,
What
legally
does
you
he
have
want
an
from me?
obligation.
I don't understand.
You don't understand
No.
that when I ask you one question
Mm.
and then you answer to a question I didn't ask you, that you
You're
don't understand
really
why I keep
confusing
repeating
me,
the question.
Andrew.
If I say, would you feed your child? And you say, yes, I'd feed my child, then that's an answer to that question. If I ask you if you have an obligation to feed your child and you say, I would feed my child, that's not answering if you think you have an obligation to do so.
I will feed my child,
Okay.
and that is the last
So
thing
you're
I'm
just
going to
not
say.
gonna answer
No, but do you have
But
do you have a,
you would
a
feed your
duty?
child because you
do you have
feel
an obligation?
obligated.
Like because you have to, basically. It's you have
If
to
my
feed
child
your
is
kid.
hungry, I will feed him. Yes.
No, but do you have an obligation to feed your child?
like, let's put it this way, like, you could, some guy wants to fly you out to France for $2 million, or your baby needs to eat, and you're like,
Wait,
well,
into the mic, please.
well, the baby, I don't have to feed the baby, it'll live, but I can go on this France trip. Like, you know, some people would be like, you know what, fuck the baby, I'll hire a sitter to feed them. That's not my obligation right now. My obligation is like going to France and get this money. You know what I mean? So he's kind of saying like,
538 donated $199. Her very body embraces the duty to the child via the mammary glands.
That's true.
Okay,
I think you should specify. Do you mean like a legal duty or a moral duty?
I just said obligation first.
Yeah, do you mean legally or
Yeah,
morally?
well, that would be
or
first. I would need to figure out whether or not she even feels like she has any obligation, or doesn't actually know what the word obligation means. If
The
you don't actually
obligation
know
is
what the
subjective.
word,
There's legal
I want to ask you something
obligations.
else. If he pulls up the definition of obligation and reads it to you, will you answer the question then, or are you just going to still answer it the same way?
I will try my best.
Okay.
Do you want me to? I can Google obligation, right?
If that's what you want to do, Brian.
An act or course of action to which a person is morally or legally bound, a duty or commitment.
A duty.
And legal.
Yeah,
So both.
Specify
There we go,
legal or
then.
moral.
Right.
Specify for her which one.
A moral.
I feel like
will
this is a
make
very
sure
easy question.
Let's just
I
say
don't think
moral.
No, it's not. If you would
matters.
ask me, are you obligated to be nice to the person next to you? I could say not
Okay.
necessarily.
Are you
But that's-
morally? Should you morally feed your child?
Yes.
Okay, good. So now back over to you. Do you have an obligation to feed your child?
I will make sure that my child is well
Are
fed.
you morally
just
obliged to do so?
Answer the question, Myra. Did I get it right? Mira?
Mira.
Sorry. So I'm not doing it. I swear I'm not doing it intentionally. I'm like that
Yes.
brain dead.
I will answer yes.
You have a obligation to do so.
Yeah, but it's not in front of other people. It's because I care for the child.
Okay, but there is a duty there.
Okay.
Okay,
There
so now
is.
we've established you know what duty means. So do you have any of those in society, or no?
Will I feed anyone else
That's
in
not
the
what
society?
I'm asking. I'm asking if you have any duties in society now that you understand the context of what duty means, or is it all just entitlement?
I feel like I can make certain difference in life that would be helpful to people, but I don't have to.
Okay, so you don't have any duties or obligations to anybody else in society, just a sequence of entitlements?
I don't know what sequence of entitlement is.
So, like, let's take a right. Would you say a right's an entitlement?
Can you be more specific? Can you give me like
Yeah, like your right to free speech for a context. That's an entitlement. Would you say you're entitled to that?
no?
No, you're not entitled to it.
I don't think anyone entitled to anything.
Nobody's entitled to anything.
Yes.
Except your baby to get food.
Yeah, but even there, like it's all very subjective. Like I would take care of the baby and feed the baby because I care for the baby.
Mm-hmm. But would you give a stigma towards people who didn't?
No,
Why?
because it's none of my business.
So if people weren't feeding their children and they were starving because they weren't feeding them, you wouldn't want a societal stigma against that.
I'm not there to judge. There are other people that can do that.
So do you think
It's their
that the
job.
world then is going to be a better place or a worse place because you refuse to judge and allow us to societal stigma towards people who won't feed their children?
This reminds me of my childhood.
I need to ask, do y'all feel the same way?
Well, so a couple things. I feel like
I'm asking. I just want to finish this real
I'm
quick.
thinking, yes,
Yeah,
I'm thinking.
Is
I
the
could
world going to be a better or a worse place by you refusing to allow a stigma towards people who won't feed their own children?
So I think that the reason why this comparison doesn't work is because in the first case, the life of a child that is not able, I'm assuming, to feed himself or herself is a danger. And the second one, you're judging someone else's personal/sexual life.
I don't understand. Why wouldn't that work? We're talking about a stigma towards a behavior that we don't like to see the benefits in society due to the stigma.
Because like I said, the first one, someone's life depends on it.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody that technically is not capable of feeding themselves. And the second case, it's...
What are you talking about?
I
not
have like a great
affecting
example
anyone's
I'd love
health.
to ask her that maybe it could put it more specifically, like as an example
Okay.
and not so much as a statement. So here we go. When I was a kid, my dad used to like beat the living fucking shit out of me for like 15 years. And one day, and I sang my entire life growing up. One day I was singing. I come outside. My neighbor's like, "Oh my God, you have such a lovely voice. Like, you're such a good singer. Like, never stop singing." And I feel really good, feel really great. And then 10 seconds later, I realized, wait, if she can hear me singing, she can definitely hear when I'm like screaming bloody murder for help. And no one's helping. And so I think in this, what his question could go towards this: if you were my neighbor, would have you felt obligated to call the police
do you have a
and
duty
CPS,
to do so?
or would you have said that's none of my business? I'm not going to get into that.
Actually, that's
Thank
really
you.
that's a good framing.
Yes, that is.
That was
Thank you
good
for
framing.
clarifying it. So I think I should have mentioned, maybe I did, but briefly, is that as long as nobody getting hurt, if no one's health or life is in danger, do what you please. Do not let others influence your life.
I mean, my biggest issue with what Andrew is saying that we can't be in an egalitarian society. I think I guess like if you want to go off of like what you only know, saying that, you know, men have always worked hard, they've been the laborers of America. But I think that if you look at the stats now that men are no longer working and going to school, so I'm really curious as to how it can't be an egalitarian society if they're not putting in the work that they used to.
Well, because
what are they doing?
Because it necessarily can't actually be equal because there's no equalization of force. Women will always have to depend on men to enforce their rights, and they'll always have to depend on men to enforce their well-being. They'll always have to depend on men to make the enforcement for all of the things that they want and desire for themselves. They can't enforce those things on their own. They need men to enforce them for them. And men do not need women to enforce their own rights. They do not need women to enforce their own agendas. They don't need women for any of that. But women necessarily need men to do that for them.
Could I say it like this, maybe, Andrew? At the core fundamental, the basis of society, you need men willing to do violence in order to protect the rights of other people.
Well,
but
it's not just that, though. So I want to be very clear with this. It's not just that you need to have aggressive men who are willing to conduct violence in order to keep a society together. It's that fundamentally women must depend on men to enforce their rights, period.
Got it.
Period. They have to. So egalitarianism, I think, even as a proposition, is false. I don't even think it's possible. I think from a foundational level, it's always going to be patriarchal due to this gap. And philosophers have talked about this for, basically 1,000 years. So have biblical theologians. And it's one of the huge gaps when you're talking about egalitarianism. How, for instance, Angela, how do you enforce your own personal rights absent men? Absent men collectively assisting you in doing that. How would you do that?
Well, I guess like, in what state are we living in that we constantly need men?
Anywhere you want. Any imaginary place that you even
I'm living
can
in
think
America
of.
with this great citizenship that I have. I don't have to constantly live in fear that someone needs to enforce my rights. I'm living happily fine. So I'm just curious. So we continuously go back to that, and we say that men need to be there to protect us from what? Other men?
Yes.
Like, so is the issue is like other men beating on other men? So this goes back to like a men's issue.
Yes. So men give women rights and men give other men rights. That's correct.
Okay.
So because they're the enforcement arm, they are going to be the people who deliver rights to women or take rights away from women or deliver rights to men or take rights away from men. So men are always going to be the dominants in force, and so therefore they're always going to be the decider of who gets the rights. Can you think of an alternative system?
In this current, I'm sorry. So why are men failing in this current society?
They're not failing.
They're so failing.
How are they failing?
Yeah, but you just said you were safe, Angela, so I don't know that they're failing, right? I don't know if that's...
It's just right now, we like the way that society works, we have a whole it's men don't do anything. It's the massive institutions that we've created around our countries that ensure rights. You don't get rights from men. You get rights from the protections that the institutions of government have guaranteed you, right? There are men in all sorts of different countries, but the rights that women have afforded to them dramatically vary from country to country, regardless of what man is going to protect them. You might have the strongest male defender ever in Afghanistan, but it doesn't mean you're going to college if you're a woman there. And also just when you compare country to country and you're looking for like, what are the most successful countries? It's not the ones with the most alpha men or the most manly men protecting the rights. It's generally you're looking for things like, do women have access to birth control and are they participating in the economy? So I don't know. It's just like, it's a very crude argument.
Well, there's a bunch of things that are kind of smuggled in there, right? So the first thing is kind of smuggled in is you talk about institutions being the protectors of rights. Institutions are just a coalition of people, individuals. They're going to rely on the enforcement arm also of men. You say it's not masculine men who are defending these rights. However, it is masculine men who are in the military, in law enforcement, things like this, who are the enforcement arm of these rights, who these government institutions rely heavily on in order to enforce what their will is. So it always does come down to enforcement.
Do you think then that the countries where women have the most rights are the countries with the most masculine, strong men?
So they're not mutually exclusive or non-exclusive.
I didn't say they're mutually exclusive. I'm asking because you make it sound like it's just strong men that grant rights. So does that mean that if I were to look at all the women's rights in the world,
there's a problem there? There's a smug win again where you say strong masculine men are the only ones doing them. I'm just saying men as the default are the ones who are doing this.
Wait, but why you say men are the default? Like we can run that back a little bit more reductively. Shouldn't it be 6 feet or taller men? Like don't all men that are 5'8" and lower get their rights from men that are 6 feet and taller?
No.
Why not?
Because they don't have a non-equalization on force. A 5'8" person can defend themselves against a 6 foot person.
In general, do you think that's true?
I think that there are some advantages, but if you're going to do that, then on average,
no, not some advantages. I'm saying on average, if we look at combat sports with no weight classes, you think 5'8" men are defending?
Well, hang on. So if we're going to use averages, then let's use averages and say that we have an average for a reason because most men are inside of that average, right? So if that's true, then most of the men who would be falling in these jobs are going to be within that average, Destiny. So
sure, but I'm just asking if we run this all the way back. So any man that's below the average height, any man that's 5'9" or lower, their rights are also being defended by men that are 6'2" and taller.
Well, no, that wouldn't be a direct correlate for equalization because men who are 6 foot, because men who are 6 foot, there's far fewer of them than men who are in the average aggregate. So therefore, the force equalization is different. However, if you're looking at the force differential from men to women, the average is so lopsided that even weak men can generally defend themselves fairly well against strong women.
If you want to do force equalization there, then shouldn't we be looking at people that prefer a heavily patriarchal society versus people that prefer a more egalitarian one? And the force equalization for women on the egalitarian one would be probably that most men would side with that over the ones that want the heavily patriarchal one?
Yeah, but that would go with my point, which is that men are the ones who are the rights givers.
But men aren't just the rights givers there, because a coalition of 5'9" and shorter men with women are probably going to defend rights more than a coalition of 6 foot plus alpha men.
But the distinction there is that you said it yourself, it would be a coalition of men and women, but it'll never be women. So it'll always have to be men.
And it'll never be 5'8" and lower men, I don't think,
No,
right?
it will always be. The default will always go to men. Men can always enforce their rights collectively.
Okay, so you just want to arbitrarily cut it off at just men, but not go into any of the delineations.
I just went into every delineation with you. Which one would you like to go into?
I mean, I already said it. I think that you could argue that like taller men are the ones that run society, and shorter men only exist in society essentially at the behest of larger men, basically.
Yeah, but we just covered this. That's true. You could say that, but if you're looking at an average, then you're saying that the men who are outside of the average are fewer in number than the men who are in the average. So they're outnumbered. So I don't know what your point is.
I mean, it could be the slightly taller men could probably take on 1.5 shorter men. I'm sure we could find some average where 30% of men in society can run the other 70%.
And it's still
just
men.
like nobody looks at...
And it's still men.
Sure.
That's the point.
It is men, but now I'm going into height. But you want to go back on just the man, the fact that it's like the man thing. But again, and to go very broad, because now, I mean, I feel like we kind of see how ridiculous the argument is, and just like saying, just men. I
haven't heard you refute it.
Broadly speaking, right, it's hard to refute because it's almost unfalsifiable because you're talking about half the population of the planet, right? Like, how am I supposed to refute that men are important in guarding rights? There are no countries that exist without men. But when I try to think of like, well, what's the refutation of this? Here would be an interesting thing. Do the countries with the strongest men have the most rights? Not really, no. In fact, just the opposite. I remember hearing so many jokes about how because Russia is so masculine and manly that all the trans Ukrainian soldiers were going to be getting murdered by the brave Russian soldiers. And here we've got drone operators, tossing grenades on Russian troops blowing themselves, right? So it doesn't seem to be the case that like just strong men are a good predictor of rights.
So hang on, wait a second.
Go for it.
So men can take your rights away in those other countries too?
No, not just men. Those countries can take your rights away. You need a whole
using
institution.
The enforcement arm of who? Which sex do you think is the enforcement arm?
Countries are powered by men and women. When the Soviet Union beat
is the enforcement
Nazi
arm?
Germany, when the Soviet, it's not just about the enforcement arm. Who's giving them the arms to enforce?
Usually other men.
Who manufactures the guns? Who
the
manufactures?
Do you
Okay,
think that
so
there's
when-
female gun makers all over the world or what?
Yeah,
bro?
who do you think was working production in World War II when all of our men were going overseas?
They weren't designing the guns. They were literally on an assembly line putting a fucking screw in a fucking piece of metal. They weren't designing weapons. What world do
That's
you live
great.
in?
And at the end of the day, both jobs matter. You could be the best engineer in the world. If you don't have somebody building your shit, it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, that's
right?
nice. Women can be a labor force if men allow them to. That's
Sure.
fantastic.
And what I'm saying, you can say if men allow them to, however you want to say it or whatever, but the reality is at the end of the day, it's not just men, right? You need both halves of society working together to actually fucking accomplish anything.
So
there is no society or
you're
country
smuggling,
that's like...
you're smuggling
Okay,
in
smuggling,
just
yeah.
men again. You're smuggling in
Okay.
just men. What I'm saying to you specifically is that men are the enforcement arm, and nobody's building shit if men say no. That's what I'm saying. Women aren't going to be able to go to men and say, no, you know what? We're going to do it anyway if men don't want them to, Destiny. That's the distinction.
Well, I disagree with what you're saying because I understand what you're saying. It sounds great on paper, but if we again look at the stats right now, the suicide rates are up. Men are dying. Men aren't going to school. They've dropped out of school during COVID.
Yeah, but hold on, Angela. The point of the
7.2
patriarchy
go
wasn't
ahead.
to just do the point of the what do you say in the patriarchy? It wasn't that all men do better. Because I've heard this argument before. Yes, men are going to commit suicide more because there's men at the bottom of society that are not benefiting from this patriarchy. Right? Does that make sense? So I've heard the argument before, but like the idea that men are suffering isn't really the reason why the patriarchy isn't working. It's like the point he's trying to make is Andrew's guys, tell me if I'm wrong here. Andrew's trying to say that the foundation of society, there are men who have to enforce and to take certain jobs that have to do with military, law enforcement, etc. And what Destiny is saying is that while that is a part of society and probably a more important part of society in the past, today it's a less important society because we have technology, because we have, someone who's a computer programmer, doesn't matter if they're a man or a woman, people can be successful entrepreneurs and be men or women. And I totally understand both parts of those. But my issue, the initial thing that I was saying before was that because men generally are more aggressive, they're going to fill more parts of those society, more parts of that society, being entrepreneurs, being CEOs of companies, being in the U.S. military, being bodyguards, and stuff like that. So,
I think
so
that.
I
Go ahead,
get-
Angela. Sorry.
No, sorry.
Yeah, so I mean, I hear everything you guys are saying, but this all sounds like it's just like labor force jobs. But meanwhile, like the society is thriving off of multiple things that doesn't require you to just be like a fucking barbarian. So I don't understand why we continue to go back to the state of mind.
Because both things are important. Because both things
are a point, but it's completely just highlighted in the fact that it's only men. But if you really look at it, women are thriving in it. Women are working more. 7.2 million men aren't working. So what are those men doing that they're contributing to the patriarchy that's so important that men can't enforce those guys who aren't working, who aren't doing shit? So I'm confused.
Wait a
as
second.
to
Women
how.
are only able to work in modernity the way that they are because men maintain
Because
the
of
entirety of the infrastructure inside of every single nation on the planet. Women do not maintain infrastructure. Their top jobs are teaching, serving, things like this. They don't work in infrastructure. They don't work in paving the roads. They don't work with the air conditioners. They don't work with the electricity. They don't work with any of these things. At a very low scale do they work in any of these industries. The scales are so lopsided that you almost can just take the women out because they're so irrelevant to most of these industries. So the thing is I got to ask you, like you say women are doing all these great things. It's like they're all enabled by the patriarchal system, which literally has men competing with men, which we're supposed to be doing, and we love to do that, for status, for all of these different things. But the entirety of the world that you live in currently, that women are thriving in, all of it is maintained by men, and very little of it is maintained by women.
Do you think that in a society without men, women couldn't do these things? Like you're picking
Yes.
the most, not to
Yes.
sound mean, but
Yes,
like
I
you're
think it
picking like the
couldn't.
bottom.
Yes.
These are the bottom men of society. These are the, not to be mean, but these are the bottom of the all
Electricians are the bottom of society. That's interesting.
Shout out to the
U.S. Army.
I'm sorry. Electricians are building the roads.
I said the infrastructure, and yes, they are building the infrastructure.
Electricians are building the most, and also yes, electricians or trade jobs would go underneath college jobs. If you want to compare them to other
Why would they go
educated people.
underneath?
Let's let Malik get a word.
Why would they go
Wait, hold on.
underneath?
Well, they're underneath because they require less training and they pay less.
They don't require less training.
They, by definition, do
No,
require less training.
then show me the definition where college degree means less training than a trade degree.
Because typically trades are something that you can train into in a shorter period of time than a more specialized college degree level
No,
job.
in fact, to go from a journeyman to a master takes many, many, many years of training, Destiny.
You're comparing a master. We're not talking about a 4-year degree grad holder as being a master. Who do you think makes more money, a master software engineer or a master electrician or carpenter?
Well, it depends on what the electrician is doing. If they're a master electrician, for instance, and they're working inside of a nuclear silo, I think that they're probably making a lot of fucking money.
Okay, if they're a master software engineer, their name is Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah, he's going to make a lot of money, but that's an exception to the. Now Zuckerberg, does he have a college degree? Didn't he drop out of college?
You're saying on exception, you think people in the trades make more money than people with college degrees?
If they're men, yeah, often they do. Yes, that's correct.
Often they do. I'm asking on average.
Catching up. It's definitely catching up because what's happened is the labor force is not really there's a lot of men out there that are not working, and we had Waller on our show, Justin Waller, and he talks about like when he has union people that come on to work on some of his building sites, his construction sites, those guys, he would take those over a master's degree 100 times out of 100.
From a mandatory place. I mean, I see your point.
I don't.
What about the truth?
No, I think the truth is great. I think, absolutely. Everyone should know the truth, but I think it's going to be terrible for the children if the truth is revealed.
You're in favor.
That's what I'm saying.
With
the way a lot of women are moving nowadays, they're like a lot of children aren't going to be having dads anymore.
So it would be bad for women, but you don't object to paternity testing.
No, not at all. I'm for it.
So you acknowledge. Okay, I see. Mm-hmm. Are you in favor of that, Andrew? It sounds like.
Oh yeah. I think that the rates of paternity which are lied about is wildly understated, and absolutely. I think that if mandatory paternity testing was done, there would be significant problems for women, but the kind of problems that I think they should see, which is responsibility. Forever inside of human society, men did not have this.
Right.
We'd never had the luxury of we had to always take the word of the woman as to paternity. We don't have to do that now, and we absolutely shouldn't do it now. And even if it's not mandatory, everybody should get one no matter what, always. Period.
And just
course. And I have 100. I have what I would consider 100% faith and trust in my wife. Mm-hmm. But I told her. I told her these words exactly. You're going to get the fucking test, and if not, I'm out the door. Period.
Well, also,
that's not emotional abuse.
Yeah. Well, there also
emotional abuse. Yeah, that would be considered emotional abuse. Exactly.
How is that 100% trust and faith? I mean, it's your prerogative to do that, but
okay. Well,
it's not for her; it's for me.
Yeah. Well, it's also there are also cases where like the hospital will jumble up babies.
No, it's not.
It's as much trust as I can give you.
Trust.
It's as much trust as I can give.
Yes, because you can't confirm that. There's no way for a man to confirm that.
That's not trust.
Well, where's the trust back the other way? Just being like, okay, yeah, no problem.
Wait, Andrew.
If there was ever any resistance,
that's how that works. That's how trust works.
Yeah.
What is the what's the pitch to how would you say that? Because I feel like if I were to say that to a girl, I could see her like my wife or when I'm having kids.
What could she? What possible argument could a woman have towards asking you to get a paternity test other than it makes her feel bad?
If she's unfaithful.
Or like you don't trust her.
Other than it makes her feel bad. What could the argument possibly be? Give me a single argument other than because it makes me feel bad. I want to hear it.
But why would you want to make her feel bad?
So that's I feel bad.
If you're worried that she'd be cheating on you, why would you even want to?
So that's I feel bad. It's really. I feel bad.
I'm saying clearly we don't have a strong foundation. Sorry.
That's I feel bad.
No, it's not. I'm saying we don't have a strong foundation.
Why would that matter if it didn't make one of them feel bad?
Because she could say if we don't have a strong foundation of trust and faith.
Because it makes her feel bad.
No, she could feel neutral about it and still be like, okay,
so
he
if
doesn't trust me.
Wait a second.
And maybe he's gonna be constantly
anxious. If she feels neutral about it,
that's why I have to talk
if she feels neutral about it, who cares?
Let her finish her point.
Say your point.
If she feels neutral about it, then who cares?
I'm saying if you don't have trust in a relationship, typically that will lead to a bad relationship, regardless if the parties in the relationship feel bad about it or not. That was my only point.
Yeah, but that's the only argument is feel bad.
No, it's not. I literally said it doesn't matter if they feel bad or not. She can object and say clearly we don't have a strong foundation.
donated $200. Love your hair, Maddie. GL with your marriage. Brian, love the Andrew Marathon. Shout out Crucible.
Yo, go
Taking
sub this
Farah as
Crucible.
my wife. KTHX.
Okay, thanks. Yo, Bo, man, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Welcome. Good to see you back in the chat, man. Go ahead, Farah, with your point.
I completed it.
Yeah, so
she completed
it. The only reason that the trust variable is there is because it would make one feel bad over the other. That's it.
I don't know
So
if
the
that's
only
true.
argument you would make for the trust is, you don't trust me, and that what, Farah? You don't trust me, and that makes me.
But it doesn't have to make you feel bad.
Then why would it matter? Why would it
The
matter?
basis of a relationship.
It's a foundation
Because
relationship.
if it's not, and why is it a foundation?
Okay, what about this?
It's based on
Maybe
how
you
people
don't care
feel.
or not. You're completely apathetic to whether your wife cheats on you, but maybe you still don't want her to do that, even if you have no emotional reaction to it, because you think that creates an unstable foundation for a relationship.
Then
even if you're completely apathetic and maybe you're a cuck and you get
Then
off
why
to
would you
it.
care about the paternity test? How would that be an argument if it's just a neutral?
You were saying, what is an objection to your
Yeah, but
your
how
boyfriend
would that
asking
be
you
an
for a
objective?
paternity test?
Yeah,
and I'm
how-
saying you could say, we're missing an important tenet of our relationship, an important pillar that isn't contingent on me feeling good or bad about it. That was my only point.
Then if you don't feel good or bad about it, why would it be an important pillar?
Same way I told you, maybe if your wife's cheating on you, but you don't necessarily care, wouldn't you agree that that could have adverse effects on the relationship, regardless
So
about
those-
how you feel
well,
about
so
it personally?
Those would be like the adverse effects that you would be talking about, are like her getting pregnant,
No, not necessarily.
her giving
if
you a
even
VD,
even if she was infertile.
her giving you VD,
What is that?
venereal disease.
I don't think those would be your only objections
Well,
to your
then
wife
what?
stepping out
Other
on you.
than
I think
how
from
that
your,
makes you feel, then I don't
I think
understand
from
the
your-
objective.
You're religious. From your Christian
Yeah.
purview, you could probably outline a plethora of reasons for why you wouldn't want your girlfriend or wife to be sleeping with other people, other than it makes you feel bad. You'd probably think it, has adverse
Yes,
outcomes.
that's
on the
true. I could
relationship.
appeal to an objective standard. Yes,
Yes, and most
but
people
this
in
is not.
relationships
What
appeal
objective
to
standard are you appealing to?
usually the tenets of trust in a relationship.
That's not an objective standard. It's a subjective standard.
Most relationships subscribe to that. Obviously, people can deviate from that. But
Yeah, but
I think
that's a subjective standard. And at the end of the day, the only reason you appeal to that subjective standard is because if I don't trust you and you don't trust me, one of us feels bad.
I just told you there's many instances where you might not feel
There's
bad,
not
but
a
you still might have
single
a
one of
standard.
those that doesn't really boil down to it made the other person feel bad.
And so in
No.
your opinion, feel bad. He just disagrees.
No, you even created a hypothetical neutral. So you said, hypothetically, what if neutrally it didn't make you feel bad for your wife to go out and do this thing? What would be her objection?
Okay, what if I found out my husband cheated on me and I genuinely have zero emotional reaction to it,
Mm-hmm.
but I still want to dump him? Did I dump him because it makes me feel bad, or because I feel like we don't have a strong foundation,
what would-
because there's dishonesty and there's a lack of trust?
Why would I don't understand? Why do you want the honesty and the trust inside of the relationship if you don't care if he cheats?
It's not about don't care. I can care without it making me feel bad.
Yeah, but okay, so you care, but it doesn't make you feel bad?
That could happen, yeah.
How?
You can't control
Yeah,
your
that can
emotional
happen.
response to something. Maybe you find out someone cheats on you, or you found out your husband, texted another girl, and you're like, okay, this violates
And you
my
would
boundaries.
care about that
People have
because
boundaries that
it makes
aren't-
you feel bad.
People
Farah.
have boundaries that aren't always directly, purely correlated to their feelings about it.
Oh, really? So if guy is texting and you don't care, that means
It's not about don't care. It maybe doesn't make me feel bad.
oh, if it doesn't make you feel
I'm
bad,
saying I
then
can
you don't
about
care,
it.
right?
I don't agree with that.
You don't.
No.
So you care if a guy's texting another person, even if it doesn't make you feel bad.
I would still care. Even if in that moment I felt apathetic about it, I would still end the relationship. Even if I personally didn't cry about it.
Even though you didn't care.
Even if I didn't cry about it or
Why
feel
would you
sad
do
or
anything?
insecure.
Why would you do anything at all if you didn't care?
Right.
That makes no sense. That's the stupidest thing I've heard out of you tonight. Why would you do anything if you didn't care?
Because reversely, I wouldn't set boundaries purely based on how I feel about it. So, for instance, if I was overly jealous about my husband having a female coworker, I wouldn't then say, quit your job because this makes me feel bad. So it goes both
Yeah,
ways.
but that's something you care about.
Okay, but
Yes, it's both
I
ways.
get what you're saying, but hypothetically, what you're saying is you can have values without having emotion tied to those values.
Yes.
And
Typically, they are correlated, but not always. So the same way I can, value honesty and trust, and maybe I have a visceral reaction to you having a female coworker, and that could be irrational. So I'm not going to deduce my boundaries from my emotions, and likewise, I'm not going to always deduce
where does
my
that
emotions
happen though?
from the boundaries.
Where does that actually happen, especially in the context of a relationship? Yeah,
the
My
distinction
husband
here
having a
is
female coworker?
well, the distinction here is
Me
still
feeling
care.
irrationally jealous about my husband having a female coworker, it happens every day.
The distinction here is care. In the what? So
And
what
you
you're
said
doing
irrationally.
is oh, sorry. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
What?
You said irrationally. You feeling
That was
irrational.
my whole point. I can have rational boundaries and standards that don't always correlate to whether I feel good or bad. Because people feel bad all the time about things that are irrational, such as your husband having a female coworker.
Yes.
So I wouldn't then say, don't do this thing because it makes me feel bad. So that was my whole point.
Yes, you can. I'm saying you can't in this context. So the problem that you made with this particular hypothetical, when you reverse it, you introduce care. And I'm saying, fine, you can introduce care. It works in that hypothetical. The opposition hypothetical doesn't, because I'm claiming that any of the standards that you would appeal to for why you would not take that test are going to appeal to care and therefore feel bad.
I disagree, and I already laid it out.
Nope, you gave me a hypothetical where you just reintroduced the word care again and said, in this case, if I did care, then blah, blah, blah.
I was saying people set boundaries in relationships that are completely disparate from whether they feel good or bad. So same way, again, I may feel bad
agree.
if my husband has a female coworker. I'm not going to then say you can only work with men or you can only go to an all-male gym.
Yes.
And likewise, I might say, don't
works.
text other girls and don't sex other girls, but whether I break up with you isn't going to be contingent on whether when I find out, I cry about it or not.
No.
Because
Why
I
don't
can still
you
feel
wait?
disrespect.
Whether you cry,
disrespect is maybe the variable here.
Yeah, before you even cry about it, why did you set the standard to begin with?
Because of certain values in the relationship?
Because things you care about.
That's what I was saying.
Care about, but not feel good or bad. You said whether it just hurts her feelings.
How could you care about it if you don't feel good or bad about it?
I just explained how.
No, you really didn't. In this context, that doesn't work. Why would you set the standards if you didn't care about the standards because you felt good or bad about the standard?
Because I could think there's certain. Shut up. I could think there's certain pillars. Sorry. I could think there's certain pillars that breed a stronger relationship, regardless of whether or not I personally feel good or bad about it. And I know you agree with that.
Then why do you care about the stronger pillar?
Because I want a strong relationship.
Because you care about it?
Because you value the relationship. You wanted to have.
Because you care about it.
I didn't say care wasn't a variable. I said feeling good or bad.
And I'm saying you can't have the feel good or bad. If you care about something, you have to have the feel good or bad.
I gave you an example in which you don't. That doesn't have to be the case with the coworker.
No, you actually didn't. What you do in that example is you just say, yes, in that case, for care, I do feel good or bad, and then I set reasonable boundaries. But
no, I said you don't. You don't deduce the boundaries from feeling good or bad.
I think you do.
Nobody does that.
Everyone does that.
Everybody does
Every jealous wife says you can't work with other women.
No. But the reason that they would say that or not say that is because they care about it. And so, therefore, the fact that they care about it is why they set the boundary for good, or it makes me feel good or it makes me feel bad because I care about it.
Yeah, the emotion is going to be
because I'm saying they still feel bad about it, but they still let their husband work with other women because they realize that's not going to have adverse outcomes on the relationship. Yes, but that doesn't mean they don't feel bad about it. The reason that they could still feel bad about it and allow it, but they still feel bad. I know you see my point.
And I'm saying that from your perspective, in this particular case, why shouldn't a man, or why shouldn't a woman take the paternity test if a man asks her to, other than, I feel bad that you asked me to do that?
And I told you why. Her feelings are regardless of the fact that maybe she wants to have a strong pillar of having trust and faith in the relationship. Same way, maybe I don't personally feel good or bad if my boyfriend says, share your location with me. But maybe I'll say, like, okay, but if you don't trust me, then this probably isn't going to be like a sustained relationship for a long period of time.
And, okay, the word trust there, doing a lot of heavy lifting for your point. So I feel like you wouldn't trust. Hang on, let me finish. I just let you talk.
No, I just want to say I'm not even disputing the fact or like of requesting a paternity test. You were just asking what are some other objections.
Yeah, but
I think it's your prerogative to ask.
But even in that, you're using the word trust there. It's doing a lot of heavy lifting for your argument. Am I to assume that you care about trust then?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I never said care is not a variable. I said feeling good or bad.
Stop. Why would you care about the trust? Why would you care about the trust?
Because having a strong sense of trust in a relationship leads to a healthier relationship, regardless of whether I feel good or bad. So even though I may feel bad about the fact that my husband has a female coworker, if I have a strong sense of trust, that takes precedence over my feelings of good or bad.
Yeah, okay. Forget the absent analogy. Inside of your relationship, without qualifiers, right? Without going, just like just answer this single question.
What's so funny, Brian?
Just answer this single.
No, Brian, tell me what's so funny.
No,
Farah.
Answer this single. Just answer this single question. Trust inside of this hypothetical. Okay, inside of your own hypothetical.
The paternity one or
the paternity one, which is doing all the heavy lifting here. The word trust there implies you care. We agree, right?
That you care about trust.
Yeah.
Yes.
And do you care about the trust because if you can't trust the other person, right? It would elicit a negative feeling in
No.
you. No.
No.
Okay.
Wow.
And there's nothing I can do.
Nothing he can do. There's nothing.
What do you
he
mean,
can
wow? Do you have a rebuttal?
It doesn't make it doesn't make sense.
It literally does.
System or a bunch of people trying to stay in power as much as it is the way that humans actually interact with each other, because we're distinct, ontologically different creatures.
Would you
So
say that it's maybe like a better description? Because there were matriarchies. It was just like patriarchies
there
consistently
really
outcompeted.
there really weren't ever matriarchies. There were matriarchs, but they really, all of their force conditions for the monopoly on force were still upheld by men.
So
So-
this isn't totally true. What we actually see when you go back to like Paleolithic eras of like Homo sapiens is that patriarchy was just more effective at like coordinating war efforts. Like they just killed everyone
No,
else.
in Paleolithic societies especially, what you mostly see are chiefs, and you see men who
That's
are
a
high-level men. You don't
patriarchy.
see matriarchs.
So you did. The problem is that a
You
lot
didn't.
you did.
You didn't. Where?
Okay.
Name a culture.
I actually don't know the names of any Paleolithic culture specifically.
But
that
you
doesn't-
do know
hold
that
on,
there was
doesn't mean-
matriarchs in them. We
can literally
Absolutely.
Google
So
it
like if
right
you
now.
go, so there's a really good book I'd recommend. It's called Sapiens. It's by Yuval Harari, and it tracks basically the evolution of like Homo sapiens psychology specifically, because we need to understand that, like, for example, a secular argument for Abrahamic religions is that it's been bar none the most evolutionarily successful at setting up the best societies ever, which is why it's the most dominant thing. It's not this like crazy evil thing. The same thing with patriarchies. It's reasonable to presume, especially when you get into like these lost tribes and we do see matriarchies, not as often, but often enough, that there were lots of matriarchies, but the reality is that the patriarchy was fundamentally a more competitive organizational system.
Let's grant for a second that even that's true. That there was matriarchies within Paleolithic societies. Okay, I'll grant it for the sake of argument. In recorded history, of which there's about 6,000-7,000 years, there could be some things pre that, but we have like the Library of Alexandria burned down, so we don't know. We lost a lot. Okay, so we don't really know how far back it goes. Since this is true, and we only can go back about 7,000 years, if you look at that record, there's not really any matriarchies.
Oh, I
anywhere.
agree. I would say like it seems to be the case that like when tribes were just forming to a space where they were like family competitors against one another, that seems to be where matriarchy dominantly lost.
Yeah, so
out.
then
I
if
just
the
want to be clear that like
conditions of
matriarchies
society-
aren't inherently biological. Like patriarchy isn't inherently
Yeah.
biological. It's
But
just more competitive. It's
If
just more
since the
successful.
conditions have existed for societies, actual societies, the way that we understand them, which is not tribal throw spirit things anymore. It hasn't been for thousands of years. We've had the coalition of societies. We have not seen that formula. What we've seen instead is a strong patriarchate everywhere in the world, basically at all times.
Sure, but
basically
the patriarchy
always.
is a lot less masculine than we like to act like it is in many ways. Like this is actually one of my biggest frustrations with feminists when they talk about patriarchy, is that the most successful patriarchies were patriarchies that could socially organize large groups of people, and they did so through the inventions of state and the inventions of things like religion. These are fundamental to coordinating people beyond 250
Yeah, but I don't
bodies.
understand how that's not masculine.
Because social coordination and social cohesion and like making social groups work is almost always attributed to being a feminine
No,
trait.
it's not.
In
Of course it
literature-
isn't.
In literature, it
No,
always
it's
is.
not. Listen,
who's organizing the home?
Who's organizing
the community?
corporations? Who's in charge?
It is men.
Who's in government?
Yeah.
All of these are all orders for social organization.
Exactly, because men are allowed to be feminine, and feminine and masculine traits are both necessary
Wait!
for
It's not.
flourishing societies.
You're saying that you're only assigning it as being feminine, even though when we're looking at the historic record, it doesn't seem like it's feminine at all. It seems like it's a very much a masculine trait to be able to do mass organization, especially of other men. A thing of
Do you
which
think
you almost
organizing
never
is
see
feminine
women
or
do.
masculine?
Organization? I don't know. It could be a neutral.
Who thinks
but
that
I think
keeping
that
people together-
I think the way it's done is masculine or feminine. I think that the way women could do it through forms of manipulation, backstabbery, secret telling.
There's no
things
way that
like
women could
this.
do it in like a neutral to positive way.
They can, but it's not often done that
I
way.
mean, that's not true. If we look at family
It
lines,
is true.
who's that one that like everyone goes to? When grandma dies, the family's fucked because she was like the main person coordinating these things.
Unless-
we come from a long line of strong
Yeah,
women, right?
but sometimes-
women are
yeah, no,
often social
no.
coordinators. Who's
We're
most
talking,
HR?
but
Who's
we're talking
most
about in
mid-management?
society. You're
I
giving
am
these
talking
little
about
tiny
society.
outliers for individual family units. We're talking about the majority of society, the majority of human history that's recorded.
Men rose to the top
majority,
in all things.
the majority
Yes.
of societies were completely and totally organized by men.
That
And
doesn't
not
make
only
it
were
not a
they
feminine
organized
trait.
by men, but the way in which they were organized, which was with kind of the cracking of the whip, right? Here's what the Spartan warriors are going to do. Here's what our
If
army's
you
going
think
to
that
do.
it was
Here's
just the cracking of the whip, then you have a really bad understanding of how
I'm not
the
saying it
Spartan
was
army
just
went.
anything.
Well,
I'm giving you an example
I
of
know.
how this is
Is it
definitely
possible?
not a feminine trait.
Because I feel like we're disagreeing on something that we don't need to. Is it not possible that most of the patriarchies were predominantly run by men, because men tend to be more extreme at most things, incorporated both feminine and masculine traits, even though it was still a patriarchy?
No, I wouldn't. No,
there
I don't
any
think
way-
so. I think that even here, kind of the semantic distinction needs to be made. No, I don't think that organization in massive society is a feminine trait, and I don't know how you could convince me that it is.
Okay, because we would talk about like the fundamental traits. If organization and social cohesion and empathy are dominantly, well, like you can apply it to masculinities if you want. I don't give a fuck. All this stuff is like socially made and socially organized.
Yeah.
But when we look back at history, when like literature talks about like the social cohesion agent or the organizing agent, it's oftentimes the women. They're given like nurturance role. They're given in like collection and like organization roles. That's why even in our society we see women. Hold on, you gotta let me finish.
Go ahead.
This is why even in our society, what do you see like dominating HR? One of the most important human organization groups.
I got to
Dominantly
push
women.
back again. I think that what you're talking about here is support roles. So yes, women are great in support organizational roles, but here's what they're not great at. They're not great quartermasters. They're not great equipment masters. They're not great at organizing armies. They're not great at any of that. What they are great is at smaller tasks like paymasters, organizing for food, organizing for cookware, things like this. Though before we, could organize women to do cooking, basically the Roman legions would go around and actually collect food themselves. But what I'm saying to you is that no, I think that for smaller tasks, for support tasks, yes, nursing, things like this. But I think that when it comes to the overarching society and how it's organized, yeah, I would say that it's definitely masculine. Same thing, churches, organized societies in a big way. You cited that yourself.
Sure.
Those
What
were
do you think
basically
my
always
position
run
is?
by men everywhere.
Sure. What do you think my position is?
Well, I think that you're trying to say that organization is a feminine trait.
Okay. Do you know the rest of my take with that, or is that the main part?
Well, I mean, this is what we're arguing over.
Sort of. We're arguing about masculinities and femininities. That's what we're talking about.
But you're saying that mass organization is more of a female or a
I said,
feminine
no,
trait.
I didn't say mass organization. I said organizing people based on social structures is dominantly more feminine. It seems to be a more feminine trait not because women do it more often. It's exclusively. Do you know what the word arete means? I'm sorry if I'm being super nerdy, and it's okay if you don't. It's like a really obscure word. Okay, arete was this concept in the Greek that was like, it's this idea of like the most important cultural value. And the way that we tend to like look at cultures is by what their literature writes about. When you look at the literature when it comes to like social connection, social organization, and social glue factors, typically that the literature that our society is based on puts women in that role dominantly. Whereas things
put
like
'em in-
protectiveness, leadership is often where men, that would be something that we would call a masculinity.
Yeah, but the leadership and mass organization, this is exactly what I'm saying, in fact. So you're talking about minor support roles for organization. You're talking about things like nursing and
talking
childcare,
about-
things like this.
No.
But when you're doing actual organization of men,
I'm talking about forms.
which forms?
I'm talking about like platonic forms.
Yeah, but
essentially.
why would you say platonic forms and then look at modern civilization? That's what you just
Okay,
cited.
Sorry, I think I lost you there. When I'm saying I'm looking at platonic forms, you're saying like, yeah, but women do this role. And I'm saying that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the emergent themes that societies ascribe to masculinity versus femininity.
And I'm telling you that those themes in line with masculinity definitely have to do with the roles of
Leadership.
massive armies and the organization of those massive armies, the organizations of churches, the organizations of building of infrastructure, the organizations of all
This
of
is
these
not
things.
masculinities. These are not forms. These are things that men are doing in the patriarchy. When we're talking
Oh, you
about
mean-
masculinity, we're talking about character traits typically. We're talking about things like protectiveness, leadership, aggression. Assertiveness is typically associated with masculinity, whereas with femininity, it's typically empathy, right? Nurturance. These are things that are
Yeah,
attached
okay,
to
so
each of these
you
concepts.
can pop these with like, this is how I attribute these things. Fine. But what I'm saying is that, as a matter of record, it is not the case that women really are the ones organizing anything in society. So if that's just the point that you want to add that as a feminine trait, fine. I'll concede it just to move the conversation on.
Literally my own point.
But when it's mapped onto reality, that is not what we see.
Men are always in the leadership, and they always tend to be more extreme.
So when we go back to the point then, and we're talking about when the men feels bad and the woman feels bad, and how women and men both, interact with how men and women feel bad. You can see why there'd be a distinction for how women judge men and how men judge men.
Oh, for sure.
And why that would be necessary, that men do show a bit less emotion, probably a lot less emotion. That also, one thing I found here in this podcast, every single episode I've watched, this question usually gets asked. Do you want a more dominant man or a less dominant man? And you know what they all say? I want a more dominant man. And I want him to show less emotion. And I want him to show more leadership, which is what you were saying. And more virtues, which is what you were saying. That's what they all say.
Sure. And I would agree with basically all of that. The point that I was trying to make is what tends to make people, like when we look at the most respect-worthy people, I'm not sure if there's any
opening statement, that I do think that there are meaningful differences between the sexes, and that obviously gender is something that's come out of sex, right? I've heard Andrew even say that, gender is something that in other debates, that gender is something that was kind of informed by sex at a certain point. But as somebody who's kept up with modern society, and I still maintain the importance of etiquette and also understand the repercussions of not affirming somebody's identity, I tend to prefer to affirm people's identity.
So you think that we should lie to be polite, is what you're saying?
I mean, look, I don't. Here's an example, okay? I personally don't believe in a God, right? I'm not going to go up to you and say, hey, guess what? Your God isn't real. Fuck your God, all of that, right? Maybe other people do that shit, but that's not me. So yeah, there is a
well, so if people
there's
who
a
do
reason.
just 1 second. People
if you could
do
wrap
that.
It up. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was going to ask.
Yeah,
if
people do that, if people do come after the Christian God, are they Christophobes? Is it Christophobia?
I mean, I think they're disrespectful, 100%.
That's not my question. Is it
Yeah,
Christophobia?
I mean, you can say it. Sure, why not? Fuck it.
Yeah, why not? So I would say that if somebody is saying all Christians are this type of person and that we need to do this or whatever, and that their God isn't real and they're useless in society, things like that. I would probably say, yeah, you know what, they are.
You're totally loading it. The question specifically is just this, okay?
Yeah.
If somebody does not affirm that Christianity is true, are they Christophobic?
No.
No.
I don't think
then
so.
Then why isn't the true same for the transgender identity?
Because I specifically told you that you don't have to agree with transgender ideology. Right. You can choose to not believe in that.
That has nothing to do with the argument.
I don't think that not believing in it is transphobic.
That has nothing to do with the argument. If you make the statement that it's not Christophobia, it's not a phobia of Christianity, to say to them that to not affirm their identity is true. You just said that would not be Christophobia. How could it then be transphobia to refuse to affirm the identity?
Does it cause you material harm that other people don't believe in your religion?
Yes, but not only that,
Really?
It's actually 1-to-1. It would be causing the same type of harm. What would be the distinction?
So it doesn't devalue you as an individual.
I think it does. It's all about how I feel.
That's ridiculous.
Nina.
What do you mean?
It's how I feel.
Sure.
It's not about what's real, right?
Okay, well,
it's how it's perceived.
Okay, so specifically, I did also say that saying a trans man is not male is not transphobic, in my opinion. So, with
then
that,
that's the end of the debate.
Isn't that the premise of the debate?
No, the difference is I specifically said saying trans men aren't men is probably transphobic.
Right,
saying
that's the
trans
premise
men
of the debate.
aren't male is probably not. No trans person is going to say that, or most trans people are not going to try and argue with you that they've changed their sex successfully. They know they haven't,
I
right?
don't understand. Let me be very specific.
Mm-hmm.
Are you claiming that if I do not affirm the identity, meaning lie, to a person you call a trans
Wait,
person.
no.
And tell them.
You're saying
Let me finish. Let me finish the question,
Nina,
and then you
we'll-
can respond.
We'll
Nina.
give you a minute to respond on the other side.
Specifically, is it transphobic for me not to affirm a trans person's identity, or isn't it?
1 minute on the clock.
Why do you keep? Okay, well, this isn't going to be necessarily a response to your question, but I just don't like your
You're going to
premise that,
ask a question to
identity
answer
is
the
a
question.
lie.
Great. Perfect, Nina.
It's
No need to
the
answer the
premise of the
question.
debate.
Well, but
So,
it's the,
right.
Well, no,
If
it's
you-
not about a lie. It's just about like, why are you thinking that like it's like.
Let
I
me
mean,
try
to use
one
your
more
own
time with the
example-
question.
No, to
the
use
question
your own
is it
you can identify
transphobic
as
for
a
me to not
Christian,
affirm
like,
the identity
One second,
of
let
a
him ask the
trans
question.
person, or isn't it?
Oh my god.
Is it transphobic to not affirm the identity of a trans person, or isn't it? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay,
I do.
why is that not true
Yes.
for the affirmation of the identity of a Christian, or the affirmation of an identity of somebody who claims that they're black when they're actually white, or any
Yeah, I was
number
just going to actually
of
ask
different?
you.
You
I was
would to
gonna
some
say,
extent. Wait,
if
hold on,
I
hold on, hold on.
tell-
You
if
would
I
someone
tell
have
you guys, sure.
Okay, go ahead.
If I tell you guys, you know what? I've done a lot of searching. I've been to a lot of therapy. I've done a lot of psychotherapy, and I believe that I'm black. Would you guys feel that it's harmful not to affirm that if I believe that's my identity?
I would say that, if you grew up around black culture, if you feel like you identify with black culture, like I don't know that I would call you black, but I would say, you know what, you seem to be really ingrained in black culture, right?
You wouldn't
like
affirm her identity, Stardust?
No, I don't believe in trans.
I can't. Well,
racism.
but what kind of racist wouldn't affirm her identity, Stardust?
Yeah.
What kind of
look,
phobia?
I'm not going around saying that you guys aren't Christians, right? Like, I'm not
But
saying
if
that you guys
you did, you
aren't.
said it's not a
you
phobia.
don't. No, I didn't. No, that's not
Yes,
what it was.
my
You're changing
question- I
it. You're changing
specifically
your
asked
question.
it.
I think
your
we need to
question.
do-
Wait a minute.
take a little-
Your question was specifically if you say that my God isn't real. Is that Christphobic? No, I don't think that's Christphobic. If I go around
But if
and
I say that you're not a
you
man,
guys
that's
are
hate-
not Christians, you guys are not real Christians, then yes, possibly that could be.
Why would that be Christphobic, but the alternative would not be?
Well,
what is the
because
criteria?
you're
What is
claiming
the
that you
junction
are.
breaker?
What you're claiming is you're claiming that your identity as a Christian. I am
Mhm.
denying your identity as a Christian.
Yeah. Just
Yeah,
through my
that's what it would
perception.
be.
Just through my perception, you're denying it. It doesn't have to
Yes.
map onto reality. It only has to map through the perception. So is it
we
Christophobia
clarified.
through or
it's,
not?
It's I would say it's anti-Christian. Yeah, it's probably anti-Christian to say that, hey, you know what, you say you're Christian, but I don't believe you.
So
Right.
then is it anti-white to say that race doesn't exist?
No, not really. We have things that are social constructs all the time, right?
So-
but we like money doesn't really exist. We
It
made
does.
it.
It does. There are pieces of paper which reflect reality. That's the
Yeah, but
non-social
we
construction.
still made that up. We
Hang
still
on,
made
stop,
that up.
stop. The argument of what is the social construction portion of money and what is the physical portion of money, okay, that needs to be clarified. There is a physical portion of these things which does map onto objective reality. Then there's a social
Mhm.
construction aspect to it as well, like a school. That is still a building. The social construction aspect would be the school, right?
So yes, what I would say is like money. Yes, we have like hard money. We can look at it. It's a real thing, but that real thing still came out of the social construction
Right.
of
Well,
it.
what I'm trying to clarify is what is the social construction aspect versus what is the physical aspect of the actual thing that maps on to reality. In this
Well, the
particular case,
physical-
the only thing that maps on to reality is the biological sex. The thing that does not map on to reality is the social construction, which you call gender. You say that it's transphobic to not affirm the identity of a person, but cannot give me a threshold breaker for any other specific identity.
No, yeah, I have given you. I've said that, yeah, if I'm going around denying your identity as a Christian, then yeah, that would probably be bigoted.
So if you say,
Yeah, can I jump in
a
here really
Satanist
quick?
isn't a real Christian,
Again, it's a little bit to repeat something Stardust did bring up, of course, but like, do you think that if I were to deny the fact, like, I am acting like I know more about your religious beliefs than you, and saying like, no, you're not actually Christian. Like, do you think that wouldn't be like a problem. Like that's more analogous in my mind is somebody saying like, oh, you're not this, like you're not this, you can't be this. Like I don't know what you feel. Well, I don't know what your beliefs are. I don't know how your internal mindset is. Like I don't think that would be fair at all.
Aren't we talking about
for
biological
me.
reality?
I'm almost done.
Okay,
but
sure.
unfair for me to say when it comes to like the way that you interpret yourself and your identity as being a Christian. I don't think I should have the right to say like, I mean, not like to say it, but like,
Well,
you
let's
know,
test
it's
and
kind of
see
a
if
piece
this
of
is
shit
actually-
move to do.
let's test and see if that's true.
A piece of shit move. If I were to tell you, oh no, you're not Christian.
Let's find out. Let's find out,
You're not
Nina.
Christian.
Let's find out if that's actually true, Nina. Okay, so here
What's
we'll
up?
just test this with a quick hypothetical. Let us assume that there was a woman who pretended her entire life to be black, but she wasn't actually black, right? And let's say that she had like some prominent Democrat position of some
What
kind.
is she like, classic in like blackface or what?
This fictitious woman who never existed, right? And then let's assume that it was found out that she was not actually African American in any way, shape, or
Okay.
form, and that she was just LARPing as being one. But she said that she had the lived experience of one, and so therefore should be considered a black person, regardless of the fact that she wasn't. And the entirety in mass of black people came out and said, no, you're not black. Are they all being racist by not accepting her identity, Nina?
Well, you asked a few different things there. Are you trying to seem more like it's like, okay,
I asked
so
one
I
thing.
don't know that person's position. I'm not going to assume that. Like that just is not
Okay.
really something that I feel like
He's
is that
talking
important.
about Rachel Dolezal, who pretended to be black so she could get a position at the head of the NCAA.
Okay,
I
cool.
think,
People do
right?
dumb shit.
You know,
like,
and she got appointed to all these black activist groups and organizations, and it turned out that she had been putting cornrows in and spray tanning herself and pretending to be of African American descent when she never was. She's like white as I am, right? And so she was fired from those jobs. She was completely ousted by the black community. Does that make the black community racist against her? Does it mean they are being phobic against her if they say, no, you cannot adopt our identity and claim it when that's not your biological reality?
well, it seems that that person was just doing that for some sort of like tangible benefit.
That
right?
doesn't answer the question.
Wait a minute. Well,
Well, I don't
okay,
remember the
so
story
what
that well.
about
It's
what
an old
about
thing.
a trans man? So this the whole premise of the debate is it transphobic to say a trans man is not a real man? What if a trans man is pretending? How do you know that that person isn't pretending to be a man? Because let's say they believe in the patriarchy and that the patriarchy gives men unfair advantages like you think it does. Why should that? How do we know that woman isn't pretending to be a man so that she can get the benefits that our society gives to men?
That's what
How
I'm
would we know?
saying. Your example of Rachel Dolezal is seemingly like it's already been proven that they were using that for the
It never really was
reason.
proven. It was assumed. But the contention
Okay.
from the black community was just like, we don't care
You're not
what
black.
your
They said
we don't
you're not
care
black.
what your
That's what
yeah,
they
we don't
said.
care what your motivations are. You cannot say you are biologically a black person,
'Cause
just
you're
like
not.
a woman
Can I-
cannot say she's a man.
Answer to the question. No, don't interject.
No, were they
Let her
saying
answer
they
for
were
once.
biologically black? Like, what does that even mean?
We're
What does
asking the
biologically
question
black
again.
mean?
I'm going to make it as simple as I possibly can for
Yeah,
you. Nina.
but you can be.
Was
like,
it
what is
racist for
biologically
the
black?
for blacks for the black community to say you're not black? Was that racist of them?
Was it racist for them to just say that you're not black? I mean,
Yeah.
like, what would,
Yeah, were
like,
they causing her harm by refusing to affirm her
I have
chosen
no idea.
identity?
You have no idea.
I don't know enough about this story that you're referring to.
Okay, in a fictitious
If I
story, I didn't
can-
even bring up Rachel
Dodge.
Dolezal, but fictitiously, if it maps on the same exact way in this hypothetical, okay, and they all does say every black person in the United States, every single one of them says, no, you're
kinda
not
racist.
black. Are they being racist for not affirming her identity, Nina?
I don't believe in transracialism, like whatsoever.
Not asking you.
and-
I'm asking Nina to please answer my question.
Yeah, that's
Nina.
not really like we're. I think we're a little bit too far off base.
Answer
here. I know
my
you love
question,
using this
Nina.
argument.
Stop running.
Why would I answer this question? I don't think it applies.
You
What are
can't
talking
answer
about?
the
Like,
question,
You're
can you?
asking me to ask a metaphor of every single fucking black person would agree with, like calling.
Yes, I
her
know.
not
Hypotheticals are
black.
designed to
I
test
don't
logic.
understand
They're
why,
really
like,
hard.
what you're trying to imply that every single black person has the exact same opinion.
Yes, that's the. Well, Nina, what did you have for breakfast this morning?
I don't think that it's racist.
How would you
don't
How would you feel this morning if you never had breakfast, Nina? How would you feel?
self-made choice. I didn't go to my dad and be like, you know, should I do this? And he just gave me like all this advice to do it. You know, I came to them, told them, because I wanted to be honest with my parents. They have that reason, like they have that decision to make with their kid if they do something like this. You know what I mean? Like whether they want to be in your life or not. I think it's bad parenting if you don't want to be in your kid's life, no matter what they do. I'm not saying if they like delete someone, that's a great, I don't know. I feel like the line is just too broad here.
So let me ask you this. Can you make the judgment and the value-added judgment on what's bad parenting? I have children. Do you have any?
No.
Okay. And then on top of it, from your parents' perspective, you turned out to go off and do OnlyFans and like show your butthole online for money. How's that great parenting? How could you come to me and say what a great parent should do is
I
this?
just think it's
You're the
funny
perfect
that
example
Christianity
of
put me in
everything
such a
that
great-
nobody
Hold
should
on,
listen to for great parenting.
Is Christ a terrible parent because like so many of his sons and daughters commit sin? You said Jesus is your example for parenting. Who did Jesus dine with?
This is a hilarious
Who did he dine
argument.
with?
Of course, he died for everybody.
No, who did he dine with?
Like eat.
Oh, dine. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Who did he dine with?
In which context? Like his
In
apostles
Matthew,
or when?
in the Gospels. Who did
Yeah,
he dine
he would
with?
dine with everybody. He dined with sinners. He would dine with
Who did
saints.
he call
dined-
godless fools and rejected outright?
Okay, just stop.
Who?
Just get to your point.
He called. Know this. Well, it's fine if you don't.
Oh,
know
should I?
this. The
What?
people he called godless fools was Pharisees, the leaders of the religion.
Okay.
Whereas in the cases of women who were adulterers, tax collectors,
The ones he told to sin no
lepers,
more?
He told them to sin no more,
Sin
but
no
he
more.
still dined with them.
And he told them to sin no more. He said,
I
go
agree,
and sin
but
no more.
disowning is not the same thing as saying sin no more.
Disowning until a behavior is modified.
No.
That's behavior modification.
No, it's not.
How do you? Oh,
there's
okay.
a million
So-
ways to not. Hold on.
Let her finish.
There's a million ways to condone an action. How do you even reconcile the prodigal son when the father, as the son walks home, says, "You've been my son the whole time."
Mm-hmm.
He never removed it. The son left, and the father allowed him to live out the consequences of that. But the father didn't disown
first
him.
of all,
the
that's-
father didn't send him away, and when
yeah,
he came back,
the-
he threw him a massive party.
Yes,
Oh,
the
the
parable.
prodigal child.
The
prodigal
well,
son.
the parable
Yes.
prodigal son. But here's the thing: when you're looking at what happened in the results of the prodigal son, the father did not go where the son was, committing all these heinous acts.
We're not saying-
Stop.
We're
let
not
me
saying you
finish
should
now.
start at OnlyFans. That's
saying-
all we're
Am I
saying.
allowed to get my point?
We're not saying join OnlyFans.
You're
We're
just gonna
saying you don't
spurg?
disown
You're
your
all
child.
spurging. You're all spurging. You're all spurging. Calm down. Let me finish my point. Okay. Dad didn't go where he was. Dad wasn't going and trying to pull him back. He wasn't doing any of this. He was saying, I don't endorse what it is that you're doing, what you're going after. Yes, he did say that. He told him it was a bad idea to leave.
That's a very big difference between
Okay,
saying
he
that
told him it was a
condoned
bad.
him
Now he
everywhere.
left anyway after breaking the fortune, and then when he came back humble. When he came back humble with his tail between his legs, crying his eyes out, did his father say, You've now returned to me, the prodigal son, and now all is forgiven.
You have always
Yeah.
is the key word here. You've always been.
They're
my
still
son.
always your kid.
Not if
but
you
that
disown
doesn't
them.
mean-
That's
That doesn't mean that you
Not
have
if you
to.
disown them.
That doesn't mean you have to
difference
enable
is,
it.
In the cases of did he not go with them to go and slut it up with whores and blow money on crack? No, he didn't. But she's not saying, "Hey, Dad, come do OnlyFans with me. You should."
My
start
dad
it
is
with
nowhere
me."
in my life.
Yeah, but my point
Physically.
is that again, when he came back humble, when he came back correct, when he came back from doing the horrible things that he was doing, then Dad said, "Yes, welcome back in. You were always my son. Of course, I never stopped loving you." But he was not endorsing all the
At
things.
no
that
point
the
was
kid,
he disowned,
Let me
though.
finish. He was not endorsing all the things the kid was doing. He was
I'm
not
not
going out of
asking
his
you to.
way to make sure that the kid had additional money to continue sinning where he was at. He wasn't doing
I'm
any
not
of
asking that. I'm not saying any of these things. The issue is that if Christ is the example for parenting and he loves you every single step of the way,
He's not the only
disowning your child is the opposite of that thing. Now, I am fine with parents getting to decide if you don't want to support that. They tell them explicitly. I would be fine with a relationship. My parents are Christian, my brother's gay. I'm fine with them regularly being
Can the
"We
Catholic
disagree
Church
with this."
excommunicate people?
Yes, but the Catholic Church is in no way the same thing as a
Yeah, so if the Catholic Church excommunicates somebody, are you saying that what they're doing...
Why do they excommunicate?
Let me finish.
Hold on, that's an extremely important
Stop.
question.
We're getting...
Stop.
Okay, make a final point, and I'm moving on.
I'll make it quick. If you make if you make an excommunication, why is it that they're not turning their back on their children?
Okay, an excommunication at an apostolic level of the Catholic Church is about godless fools. It's about
Not always.
Pharisees. That is why the Eastern Orthodox was removed. They broke up with
They
you
didn't-
because
they-
they
no, the
thought
other
that
way.
you got
It was the other way
I know
around.
you guys broke up with us after, but that's just not true. The reason that they were
Wait, you're a
excommunicated.
Catholic?
I'm not a Catholic, but I'm
Yeah,
like
come on,
theologically
you're not a Catholic.
Catholic.
Yeah.
I'm more Catholic than I am Eastern
Okay,
Orthodox.
20 seconds, 20
The
seconds,
reason
go.
that churches excommunicate is because they're violating the nature of God himself, not because they're doing a sin that they dislike. It's extremely different, and these types of sins, like blaspheming the Holy Spirit, is in no way comparable to moral sins or virtue sins, which maybe OnlyFans is moral sins, or maybe it's a virtue sin. I'm not sure where it falls specifically, but acting like the church can excommunicate so parents can excommunicate their children is a bastardization of why the Catholic Church does this in the first
So
place.
let's look at this logically to what you're saying, not what the
She is
distinctions,
Final point,
which
final
the
point,
distinctions
final
in the
point.
reasoning are. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to respond. What the distinction in the reasonings are. Let's look at this from a holistic. You claimed, listen, because Jesus Christ said thing X, it's not proper for you to then say, nope, I'll walk away from this. But it is proper for the Catholic Church to do the same thing under the same circumstances. And your only claim to this is to say that they rejected that they rejected Christ. So the same thing happens
No,
exactly
sin is
here.
not rejecting Christ.
Oh,
and
it
you
can
know
be
that.
rejecting Christ.
Yes, blaspheming,
Yes.
blaspheming
Yes.
the Holy Spirit.
But here's the
is
thing. What
that
I'm-
what the
yeah.
what the Pharisees did was
No,
bad
no, no,
enough.
no, no,
Okay.
no.
These are disanalogous, and you're being dishonest. with me.
No, that's not. They're not disanalogous.
Yes,
This is your logic.
No, this is the logic of like
You guys
all of the
can-
No, it's just your
theology
logic.
of
Okay,
the
okay, okay.
Catholic.
Here, wait, interlude. Can we see an ahi gala, guys? Just
I love the interlude.
let's do a little reset.
Why don't you do one?
You wanna try it with me?
I'll
You
pass.
wanna try it with me?
No,
Wait,
just
you're gonna ask the women to do it, but you're too
Can
cowardly
she
to do it
teach you how
yourself?
to do it?
That
Go.
seems a little weird.
Go ahead. Do you want to do it?
Oh,
my God. Lord have mercy.
Yummy.
We must be focused, brothers. We must.
I bet those glasses make you see better.